Buenos días a todos and bienvenidos en España. Welcome everybody to Spain on the Cartódromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero near the beautiful city of Valencia for the 7th edition of the IAME Winter Cup by RGMMC. Since 2016, this race has become an unmissable event in the international karting calendar, attracting every year the best X30 teams and drivers from all four corners of the world to start this season in the best racing conditions. From 170 competitors in mini, junior and senior, only 36 will get a ticket for the final in each of the three classes. But to make that happen, they need to go through the Superheats, a new concept introduced in 2022 by RGMMC, allowing more drivers than before to fight for a chance to shine. So strap yourself in for what promises to be another thrilling start to a new racing season in IAME X30. But before we go back to racing, as you can see, the first drivers of the mini class are getting ready on the pre-grid. Let's hear from the young man who's going to be starting from pole position, JC Phillips.
Well, I feel amazing because this time last year, I were nowhere near the front. I went so far at the back, and hopefully we can do much better than last year. I've been doing some road practice in the UK, so I didn't feel as nervous as I would have last year. Obviously, if I do crash, it's a super heat, so I wouldn't be starting last, I would be starting mid-pack, so it's a better chance for the final tomorrow. I think I have the speed, well, if me and Daniel push again, we'll easily get 1-2, but then we've still got to be aware of Dan Alleman, so yeah, we've got to be aware of him, but then as well we could push away and get 1-2.
We are live here from the beautiful Cartódromo Lucas Guerrero, a stone really distance from the beautiful city of Valencia on the east coast of Spain. 8 degrees Celsius in the air, broken clouds. This is much promising than yesterday in terms of weather conditions. If you were with us for the qualifying heats, we had 20 of them on Saturday. It was a bit of a half and half predictions in terms of weather. We had a bit of rain. It was mostly dry, but still a bit of conditions to scratch their heads for the mechanics and drivers. In yesterday, a little bit of spice in the runnings of things. But this time around, this should be dry and even sunnier as planned for this Sunday of racing. 9 races on schedule, 6 super heats and 3 finals on the afternoon. My name is Guillaume Alvarez. This is my pleasure to be with you for the kickoff event of the 2022 racing season in the IAME X30 world. The pre-grid of the mini class for the super heat number 1 is getting ready. As you can see, we're going to have a total of 22 drivers competing here for the first race of the day. Dry track, as we said. Let me explain you very quickly before we go back to racing business what the super heat is all about. This is the first time that we're going to be running this new concept this season. Basically, from the qualifying heats that we had yesterday, we have a classification as usual, but unlike the previous seasons, all the drivers in the mini class get to participate in 2 super heats. The rules says that if you have more than 36 drivers, everybody is allowed in, and the field of 44 drivers for the mini class is split in 2. So 22 drivers in the first race that we're going to have in a few moments, 22 in the second, but in the end, those only a portion of those drivers, the 36 best in each class, will get to make it until the final for the afternoon. So not everybody will be allowed in for the last race. This is here that the challenge is getting bigger and bigger for the young drivers of the mini class, aged between 9 and 12 years old. So JC Phillips will be starting on pole position with Dan Alleman by his side. Dan Alleman with the Spirit Racing colors on his helmet and chassis. Certainly one of the names to keep an eye on for the month to come. From Switzerland is going to be the one competing against the Fusion Motorsport driver by his side. It's going to be a Fusion against Spirit for the supremacy in the mini class, that's for sure, as those 2 drivers were amongst the top names in yesterday's qualifying heats. So basically 2 super heats, 1 and 2. As you can see, the drivers have just heard the whistle, received the green flag as we're getting ourselves ready for the first race of the day. Going through the pit lane, let's talk you through the grid, the first of the day. From pole position, JC Phillips, 96, from Britain, driving for Fusion Motorsport. You heard him earlier. Is more than happy, of course, to be starting from pole position, leading the classification in yesterday after the qualifying heats. A much better outcome to his weekend so far than in the last year's edition of the Winter Cup. Dan Alleman will be by his side. the Swiss driver. Tanik Babisek and Bosco Arias will be on row number 2. Row number 3, Henry Domain and Jensen Graham. Row number 4, Senna Meunier and Nicolas Garcia Diaz. Row number 5, we'll see Nikita Nikishov and Luc Tarl. Gustavo Cunha and Anthony Witnowski on row number 6. Row number 7, Andrea Mani and Marie Barryberg. Then we have Jack McCaughlin, Elvis Krasoskas, Matteo Rivels, Angelina Simon Torres, Antonio Macedo, Max Cruz Sanchez, Beatriz Costa and Max Yule. 22 drivers onto the track. Only half of them will make it to the final. The 2 superheats will be mixed together, and out of all the competitors that we had in the mini class to start the weekend, only 36 out of the 45 that we had will make it to the last race of the weekend this afternoon. The mini final will get us excited from half past 1, so 13:30 local time here in Valencia this afternoon. But before getting ourselves into the finals, we need a classification. We need grids to be completed. Each class will have 2 superheats, as we have lost a couple of drivers already in the senior class yesterday, because as stated by the rules, if you have more than 36 drivers, on the maximum 72 can be allowed from the qualifying heats to the superheats. So 72 drivers in the senior class and 36, half of them for the final. This will be for later. First, let's focus ourselves on the mini class. From 170 drivers in total competing in this weekend in Valencia, only a portion of them will make it to the last races, and 36 out of the 45 in the mini class. Now, rolling start as always. JC Phillips, our pole sitter, leader of the classification, pole sitter of the superheat number 1 on the left side of your picture, on the inside of the chicane. Dan Hulleman by his side. Will we make it with the first attempt? The rolling stars were pretty good yesterday. Are we racing? Yes, we are. We are not. Orange light. Our race director, Mr. Martin Bean, decided no, it's not quite good enough. This is superheat, so we need to make that right. We need the formation of the grid to be well formatted. Oh, and one driver in trouble already, the 916, who is going sideways into the chicane. This is Andrea Mini, I'm afraid. Andrea Mini, who is due to start from 13 on the grid at the wheel of his X3 chassis. Let's see if he's being able to make up the ground that he lost. You can see him briefly at the back end of the field, but he has a bit of time to catch up with the rest of the drivers. At this point, still very important for the competitors to get the tires up to temperatures. And the 965 are in trouble as well from Oliver Roland Racing, wasn't it? As it was Luc Talf or Marie Barryberg. I didn't catch that quite clearly, but another driver in trouble is going to be able to, both are going to be able to find their place back into the field, as you can see. And this was Henry Domain. My apologies, actually. So that's quite a name to keep an eye on, because he's 5th on the grid. As you could see, he took his place back, but a bit of a scare for Henry Domain over there. So it's only getting into more pressure for those young drivers. Are we good to go? Yes, we are. Green. We're racing here for the last day of the IAME Winter Cup. JC Philippe, Dan Halleman. These are the 2 top sitters of yesterday in the qualifying heats. Watch out for turn number 1. Everybody seems to be in good shape. No problem at all for anyone. On their way to the chicane, turn 3 and 4. Watch out for the curb. Not going too aggressive on that particular part of the track. 16 turns on that twisty and challenging racetrack, and watch out because there's already a switch. This is Henry Domain taking the lead already, halfway only through this first lap. Henry Domain, after his spin into the extra formation lap, seems to be back in contention. Really determined to shine here in the superheat and take pole position for the final, because the best of the 2 winners at the end of both superheats will get the chance to sit on pole position on the inside line for the final this afternoon. And there's a lot at stake indeed, not only pole position, but in the end of the weekend, there's a lot of prizes to be awarded to the top 3 winners, worth 20,000 euros for the first event of the IAME racing season by RGMMC. And watch out, because the battle is already raging further back. Henry Domain leading JC Phillips on the way to turn number 1. Watch out, because they're 3 side by side almost with the 922. This is Jensen Graham actually trying to make his way through the top 5. A bit of a nasty driving over there, but still quite clean. We had a lot of clean racing yesterday. A couple of very beautiful maneuvers. All the start proceedings were done brilliantly as well in all 3 categories. So let's keep it that way, even though we can feel that the pressure will progressively rise under the helmets as well. The tension and pressure on track, the will to maximize the performance and to really conclude the weekend on a high. But Henri Domain leads JC Phillips with Dan Halleman dropping down in third. Senna Meunier is fourth. No longer actually, as Graham Johnson just made his way through for fourth place in front of Nikita Nikishov. So Jenson Graham doing a good job as well, up to fourth. Nikishov is further back. This is your top three driver at the moment, with Henri Domain leading the way on the way to the chicane. Watch out, because we're going to see a switch. There's JC Phillips. This is Dan Halleman, my apologies. Dan Halleman has just made up 2 positions and takes the lead at the end of lap number 2. Beautifully made by the young Swiss driver from Spirit Racing. You can see the colors on his helmet, and further back as well, some of the Fusion teammates. Oh, and contact in turn number 1. I think it just happened further back. Let's try to see who that is. Yes, the 948. This is Senna Meunier. This is Senna Meunier, quite unfortunately, the Belgian driver, and is furious about what happened with certainly a contact in the battle against Nikita Nikishov and Jenson Graham. It just happened very quickly into that turn number 1 at the start of lap number 3 out of 10. Those super heats slightly longer than the qualifying heats of yesterday. They had 7 laps to go through. Now it's about 10. It will be even longer for the final this afternoon. But Henri Domain on your picture, battling with JC Phillips in third. And they both know that the longer the battle. Oh, another driver in trouble at turn number 10. This is outside of the hairpin of the track in the middle part. We'll get back to that in a minute, but for the moment, as I was saying, we might see another switch. And watch out, because Dan Halleman is in trouble in the chicane, keeps second position, but Henri Domain gets through. Henri Domain takes the leadership back on the way to the start-finish straight. We're gonna see a beautiful 4-driver battle, and watch out of the Fusion Motorsport teammates, JC Phillips and Jenson Graham at the help of the leader, and around the inside goes Dan Halleman and Henri Domain into the chicane. It's only getting started into the superheat, but you can see that any of those drivers is ready to lose anything, and Henri Domain fights back. There's the switch, and Dan Halleman, if he doesn't shut the door, is going to lose more than second, with JC Phillips getting through as well, and his teammate is doing the same. Jenson Graham is taking third place. This is not smelling quite good for Dan Halleman, who will still catch up with the top 3. He stays within the group. But, and the Fusion Motorsport drivers are really doing an impressive job helping each other going through. And we see another name actually leading the board with Jenson Graham actually taking the lead, 922. Henri Domain in second, JC Phillips in fourth, Dan Halleman in fourth as well for the back. Look at how tight they are on the way to the chicane. Try not to be too aggressive, because losing time can actually be quite cautious. And watch out on the start-finish straight. They're side by side almost on the outside. And I think that Jenson Graham is going to lose the lead again. Yes, he's dropping from first to fourth. He was on the outside line coming to turn number 1. And Dan Halleman is fighting back. What a beautiful fight that is already to get us started, to get us excited for the races to come. If you were with us yesterday for the qualifying heats, you certainly used to that level of intensity in the mini class. Those young drivers between 9 and 12 have nothing to lose. They're still learning their craft. They're here to shine as well. They're here to improve, but they have nothing to lose in that battle. And Dan Halleman is fighting his way through as well, trying to put the pressure on Henri Domain. Henri Domain back in the lead. The Fusion teammates for the back with Jenson Graham in front of JC Phillips. They're waiting for the hour. They're waiting for the moment as well to go through lap number 5. We're halfway through this first super heat of the day, and on the way to the chicane. This is a very good overtaking spot, as you have seen already in the past few laps. Not so much into the chicane, but before and after as well, if you're able to carry enough momentum, as does Dan Halleman. Oh, and the 938 is out of his race from IAME Motorsport. Let's try to see who that is. That's Angelina Simon Torres, the young Spaniard. She was running in P16, but we didn't get to see. And the 95 as well seems to be running into some trouble. Let's try to see who that is as well. But a couple of trouble as well, as the 915 it is. As you can see right now, is being pushed out of the way in safety. This is Matteo Rivals. Matteo Rivals, a young Frenchman, and another retirement for the two drivers. Angelina Simon Torres and Matteo Rivals out of this race. Andrea Mani, 916, warning flag in the meantime. As we focus back on the battle for the lead, lap number 6, Henri Domain, and the intense pressure from Dan Halleman, who is losing none of it, is really all over the rear bumper of the British driver in the lead. That's going to be tight indeed. You need to go slow and steady into those last 3 corners of the chicane, not to make any mistake. And you can see that Dan Haleman is playing with his head as well, is driving not only with his feet and hand, and the 19 for the back, beautifully made by Zdenek Babicek on Nikita Nikishov. Nikishov dropping a place, 9:41 to 6, as Zdenek Babicek from Oliver Ron from Teps Racing, my apologies, is making a place up to the top 5. And way back, Henri Domain and Dan Haleman, the fastest on track, the young Frenchman, 63.9. He was already the fastest in Friday's qualifying, already proving his craft, proving his pace on the Valencian track. He managed to win a couple of heats as well, 2 qualifying heats, 1, 2 as well for GC Phillips, who actually on track won 3 races before facing a penalty for front fairing. And you can see that Domain is not particularly comfortable. He's watching over his shoulder to see not only where Dan Haleman is, you can feel him, but where are those 2 drivers as well from Fusion. There for the back, 1.2 seconds further back is Jenson Graham, taking GC Phillips with him. Those 2 keep on working together as we enter into lap number 8 out of 10. But we have 2 battles in 1. Henri Domain, Dan Haleman split by pretty much nothing, actually. They're really almost side by side, glued all together. And watch out for the front fairing indeed, because this is in that sort of situation that you might actually be too in a rush to try to launch your attack. And in that case, a bit of a bumper contact could put you in a very difficult position. But so far so good between the 2 youngsters, with Henri Domain leading the way, as the 965 had a bit of a scare, as we said, into the extra formation lap, going around the own way, spinning. The 965 competing this weekend, of course, with Oliver Roland Racing. Let's see what's going to happen as well between those 2, because they're working as teammates, obviously. Jason Graham, GC Phillips in 3rd and 4th. Look at how glued they are, Dan Haleman and Henri Domain. This is lap number 8, the penultimate lap. There's not a lot of time remaining for Dan Haleman if he wants to make a difference. Further back in the classification, Zdenek Babicek is still 5th, in front of Nikita Nikishov in 6th. 7th place in the hands of Anthony Witowski. Luc Talis further back in 8th, making a place up to Gustavo Cunha in 9. Elvis Krasovskas is running in the top 10 with a good recovery of 6 places, the 942. And it seems like, yes, indeed, Henri Domain has been able to put a bit of a space between himself and Dan Haleman. So a bit of a breather for the leader. Just 2 little tenths, not much. As further back, Jenson Graham and GC Phillips are still very much driving in formation. There's no need, of course, to go too much aggressive between the 2 same driver from the same team. As we're about to conclude very soon enough this first super heat of the day. And watch out, because there's a switch. Dan Haleman found the door. He just kicked it open on his way to the chicane. The final lap is in, and Dan Haleman is taking the lead, but not for so long, as Henri Domain fights his back and dives through the inside of turn number 1. Henri Domain is back in the lead, but watch out for Dan Haleman. He has more than 1 opportunity into this last lap to try to reverse the order and make the difference. He's not particularly happy. He's gesturing to his opponent, as you might have seen. But Dan Haleman is very much onto the back of Henri Domain. We've seen more than once yesterday the qualifying heats being really turned on their head in the last lap, in the later stages. Every time there's been some great maneuvers, and you can see him that, yeah, Henri Domain is actually going back and forth, going actually sideways a little bit halfway through this straight onto the turn number 10. He's defending his position, that's what he needs to do. But excessive waving can sometimes be penalized, but not such a thing here. And watch out, because Dan Haleman is trying to get and carry enough momentum on the way to the chicane. Can he go around the outside and maybe surprise his opponent on the way to the checkered flag? That's going to be very tight indeed. Henri Domain leads on his way to the checkered flag and wins the first superheat of the day, and the first superheat in the history of the IAME Winter Cup. Henri Domain, Dan Haleman split by 700 of a second on the way to the start-finish line. Beautifully made by those 2 youngsters. Dan Haleman came very close to snatch the victory once again, as he did in the last qualifying heats yesterday. But Henri Domain climbing 4 places from the 3rd row on the grid, really held to his position and stayed strong until the end of this race. Henri Domain, Dan Haleman in front of Jenson Graham and GC Phillips. Then we have Zdenek Babicek in 5th, Nikita Nikishov in 6th. followed by Luc Dahl, Anthony Witkowski, Gustavo Cunha, and Andrea Mani in 10th place. Beautiful show indeed, put together by our youngsters of the mini class, and only a first appetizer for more beautiful and tasty dishes to come through the rest of the day. We're going to have Superheat number 2 with some of the other contenders for the final victory. In the end of the day, the classification, as you can see, will be mixed together with the one of the Superheat number 2. And in the end, only a fraction, only a part of those 45 drivers in the mini class will make it to the final. 36 tickets only available for all those competitors in all 3 classes. Outside of the top 10, we have Elvis Krasauskas, who lost the top 10 actually in the last lap to Andrea Mani for just 1/10 of a second. He is finishing in front of Nicolas Garcia-Diaz, Barry Berg, Bosco Arias in 14, P15 for Senna Meunier, Beatriz Costa down in 16 from Max Cruz Sanchez, Jack McCaughlin, Antonio Macedo, Max Yule, and 2 drivers having to retire, Matteo Revels and Angelina Simon Torres. Next race coming up is the Superheat number 2 for the mini class, and after those 2 we will have a classification official for the final this afternoon for the mini class. This will be at 1:30 local time here in Valencia. Thanks again for tuning in wherever you are watching in the world, whether it is on YouTube, Facebook, on Motorsport TV, or main partner for this season for all IAME Euro Series competitions as well. And we can do it without you, of course, and our support is priceless. Thank you once again for your passion and commitment to follow the events of this season, once again kicking off here in Valencia. Before we get to the next race, the Superheat number 2, let's have a look at what happened yesterday during the qualifying heat in our highlights. It's going to be side by side on the photo finish, but the victory goes to Aaron Garcia. Oh, and going sideways is 2:34. This is Andy Rattel. JC Phillips wins his 3rd qualifying heat already. What a strong and beautiful series of performance for JC Phillips. And watch out for the move on the inside. Ariel Elkin is going for the attack and launches it. Switch for position. Ariel Elkin is back in contention, back in the lead of Aaron Garcia, who took the victory back. Another one in 2 races for the Spaniard. Yes, indeed, he's taking the lead. Hugo Besson is taking the lead in front of Ruben Moya. But what a demonstration that is from the young Frenchman. Checkered flag, victory for Eliska Babikova. 10 places gain, the checkered flag to reward performance. Victory for JC Phillips, and thumbs up to his teammate. Good job, mate. Good effort as they were able to stay together, protect each other, and secure that 1-2 for Fusion Motorsport. Ariel Elkin, the thumbs up and the win, the 2nd in a row for the Israeli driver from VDK. So if you were not with us yesterday for the qualifying heats, here's partially what you missed. Shame on you, but next time you will know that Saturday is as exciting as Sunday it is. 20 races we had yesterday, and a lot of beautiful overtaking maneuvers, a lot of deserving winners, and certainly more than one hectic piece of racing, as we just had with the Mini once again here, with once again the victory being decided in the very last moment of the race. I can hear the whistle, and in just a few moments at 10:10 local time, we're going to be ready for the Superheat number 2 of the Mini class. Starting from pole position is Daniel Kelleher, the 927, as the teammate of JC Phillips in the first one from Fusion Motorsport. Daniel Kelleher managed to collect a couple of second places in yesterday's qualifying heats. Is yet to have won a race this weekend. That could be his time in the Superheat, and maybe in the next we will see. But Daniel Kelleher, 2nd overall into yesterday's qualification, as in front of Dandal Haman and behind JC Phillips. By his side, he was 4th yesterday with a 2nd and a 3rd as best result. This is Alex Martinez, one of the local heroes competing on home soil, is at the wheel of his Praga machine. Kit Belowski and Daniel Miron-Lorente will be by each other's side on row number 2. The green flag is being waved. The drivers make their way onto the track. 3rd row of the grid, we'll see Manuel Miguel Galloso and Yarag de Troya, who was one of the fastest in yesterday's qualifying practice, I should say Friday's qualifying practice. As you can see, the starting grid appearing. On row number 4, we'll see Tarek Buckley and Kylian Josseron, one winner of one of the last qualifying heats yesterday. Thomas Pradier and Priam Bruno on row number 5, Noah Baglin and Devon Hagelin on row number 6, Jensen Jones and Martin Marquez on row number 7, Antoine Venant and Filippo Donazan on row number 8, Row number 9, Yao Andrade Barros and Kazar Kamiab. Stan Fago and Leif Khan on row number 10. Then we have Gustavo Marquez da Silva and Leonie Martinez on row number 11. 22 drivers once again onto the track. As I explained to you earlier, the full classification of yesterday's qualifying heats has been split in two. And as the second overall at the end of the races, Daniel Kelleher gets to start from pole position. He was once again very uncertain about the classification until the very last races, as we had to decide not only which driver would start from pole position, but which name would actually join him on the front row as the rest of the grid. So a lot of uncertainty surrounding the final outcome of this mini X30 class, as the drivers enter the second formation lap. As always, 2 laps in. The first to get the tires up to temperatures, no excessive waving indeed, but the other one as well to make sure that you have the good grip with the track, as well as halfway through the second lap we need to get everybody together, and the pole sitter, in this case Daniel Kelleher from Ireland, will need to pace everybody down, reduce his speed at some point in the track in the third sector, coming across the yellow line before the chicane. I must say that this chicane, not only being one of the trickiest points on the track and certainly a good spot for overtaking, is quite useful indeed when it comes to starting proceedings, because it actually forces the drivers to really decrease the speed quite enough and align themselves to make their way onto the start-finish straight, which is not always the case in some of the tracks that we are going to in the IAME Euro Series and in other competition in general. Sometimes the entry to the starting line is quite fast as well, so it can actually lead the drivers and especially the drivers sitting at the front to go and accelerate a bit too soon. We had an extra lap for the first attempt. Let's see this time around. Are we racing? Yes, we are. Green, green, green. Daniel Kelleher watching over his shoulder on the inside line of turn number 1. Watch out, some of his teammates further back from Fusion Motorsport. Alex Martinez, and a contact with the 939 being in trouble. This is Alex Martinez. I was telling him about him already. And Alex Martinez is being put into a spin. There was a contact in the middle of the pack. He was second on the grid and one of the favorites, and already a disaster for one of the contenders in this grid. Alex Martinez is going to have to do it all over again, catching up with the rest of the field. And that's one first big turn of event indeed into the battle for the win, as this is a 1-2 fusion at the moment with Daniel Kelleher and one of his teammates further back. Let's try to see who gets through into turn number 10, the 910. You can see beautifully made on the inside. This is Noah Baglin from Oliver Roland Motorsport. Just made his way through as the drivers make their way into the fastest part of the track. The seniors actually top close to 122 km an hour, even more into that top speed part of the track when you need to really kick the throttle all the way down. Daniel Kelleher, Kit Belowski on his tail. So 1-2 from Fusion. It's pretty much already done and dusted by the look of it, as if the Fusion drivers tend to work with each other and support each other into the race, they can actually try to build a gap as big as possible to Manuel Miguez Galloso in third place. Good start from the Spaniard, making his way up to third. Fourth place for Noah Baglin, who claimed 7 places in 1 lap. Talking about recovery, Noah Baglin up to fourth, sorry. Daniel Miron Lorente dropping a place all the way down to 5th. Then we have Tag Buckley, Thomas Pradier 7, Antoine Venant is 8th in front of Jensen Jones and Yagra de Troya. Once again not the best of start, and the battle is raging. 920. This is further back indeed with the move from Thomas Pradier. Thomas Pradier just lost a position, I think, to the 925 indeed. Daniel Miron Lorente, there was a switch with Thomas Pradier now dropping down in 6th. Trying to stay in contact with the Fusion driver. And here we go. This is 2 laps completed. Lap number 3 on the way to turn number 1. 0.3 of a second, almost 4 between the 2 leaders, Daniel Kelleher and Kit Belowski. Manuel Miguez Galloso still trying to catch up, but 7/10 is back from the top 2 drivers trying to catch up. Here on your picture, this is still the battle, as actually the 920 of Thomas Pradier just made his way past again. There was a switch back between Daniel Miro Lorente and the Frenchman, and now he's going to try to attack the 931 just in front of him. This is Tag Buckley, and the battle is raging for 7th place, 6th place it is. And Tad Buckley actually just made his way through. So switch for position, Tad Buckley is now in 6th. Thomas Pradier is losing another place, unfortunately, to 9:44 of Kylian Josseron, the Swiss driver, who won a heat to conclude the day yesterday. And he just made his way past the Frenchman for 7th place. 6th place it is. Thomas Pradier down in 7 now. As we're going to have the full classification once again in front of us. You can see that at the top, the gaps are slowly decreasing. 3 tenths still between Daniel Kelleher and Kit Belowski, who actually just need to control the race pretty much and try to make sure that Manuel Miguel Galloso in 3rd place is not coming back. Oh, look at the passage, quite aggressive on the curb from Kit Belowski. And Daniel Kelleher just in front of him. Kit Belowski trying to be a bit aggressive, actually clipping the curbs in 1 or 2 occasions. This is a way to at least gain a bit of time, but you may actually lose momentum as well, because the curbs here on the Cartodromo Valencia are quite high. It can be quite indeed bumpy and costly in terms of price, in terms of time for the drivers if you go over them a bit too much. That's about taking the good racing line, isn't it? And as we have seen in the chicane that we're about to come into, some drivers actually choose to go quite aggressive as well in the middle. Those others are much more flying, much more smooth, which is not the case of the Fusion leaders. As you can see, Daniel Kelleher going straight onto the middle apex just to have a good exit from the chicane. Daniel Kelleher, Belowski on your picture is the 9:44 of Kylian Josseron, trying to catch up with just in front of him the 9:25 of Daniel Miron Lorente. Miron Lorente that was gesturing to Kylian Josseron, let's not fight each other just now. This is only halfway through this race, 10 laps in total. Kit Belowski is putting the fastest lap in this race, staying just behind his teammate, as you can see, driving into formation, nothing to worry about. Further back, this is going to be interesting. Miguel Galloso and Noah Baglin, the British driver, coming on the way to the Spaniard. Just 3 tenths between those two. The battle for 3rd place is going to be very much interesting indeed, taking a turn in a couple of moments. As I wonder in which order those two will finish, actually, because even though they're from the same owning, wearing the same colors, there's still a competition, isn't it, between drivers? So one certainly willing to win in front of the other. But at the moment, Daniel Kelleher and Kit Belowski are doing their bit, and there might have been certainly some instruction given from Fusion Motorsport. And watch out, because Noah Baglin is all over the back of Miguel Galloso on the way to turn number 1. The Parolin machine with Noah Baglin, the 9:10, putting the pressure on his opponent. Let's try to see who can manage in the end of this superheat number 2. Daniel Kelleher responding to his teammate with the fastest lap, 64.2 at the moment. Henry Domain, we can see, as one of the top contenders from the last race, 9:10, and he just made that bit with Noah Baglin making his way through for 3rd place. Manuel Miguel Galloso is going to have to fight back, but a good move indeed from Noah Baglin, making his way up positions. Is still 1.3 seconds down, 9 tenths to be specific from Kit Belowski, the driver in 2nd place. So it's going to be still a couple of laps to go. We're about to conclude lap number 6. The checkered flag is getting near as we enter the second part of this superheat that gets you qualified for the final. And watch out for the back around the inside. This is beautifully made, hopefully, from Kylian Josseron. He just made his bit in turn number 1. Josseron getting ahead of Thomas Pradier. And this is the gain in front of the 9:31. This is actually Dag Buckley. Tad Buckley making his way through as well. I think that Thomas Pradier lost the position. Indeed, Thomas Pradier, the 9:20, is just behind. So 2 places down for Thomas Pradier, as Casseron, Kylian Josseron and Tad Buckley on your picture, battling for what is potentially the 6th place finish in this race. The 9:25 in front of them. Daniel Miron Lorente, the 2 Spaniards into the top 5 of this race, is going to be put under pressure anytime soon. And watch out for the move. Watch out for the potential launch of an attack from the 963 of Manuel Miguel Galloso into the chicane, clipping the curb, not too much, fast flowing and exit. Carry enough speed and align yourself on the potentially the inside of turn number 1. That's certainly what Kylian Josseron is going to do. Yes, he made that stake beautifully on the inside, and Casseron gains the position in front of Daniel Miron Lorente. This is for the top 5 of this superheat. That's important indeed, because the higher you finish and the best positioned you are for the final this afternoon, obviously. As we are back with the 910 of Noah Baglin. Noah Baglin who just made his way past. No, he's being put under pressure by Manuel Miguel Galloso. The battle for second is raging. There's 1.3 seconds between those two groups of drivers. We still have the leaders, Daniel Kelleher and Kit Belowski, who might actually stay in that positions until the checkered flag. But as for now, Noah Baglin is having a lot to do, going defensive on Manuel Miguel Galloso. 963 all over the back of the British driver. Let's see where actually he can make the difference on his way to the chicane. As we said, quite difficult to find a way to open that door because the entry of the chicane is so tight as the series of corners. We have 3 corners in one. But if you could go through that chicane, nicely and with carrying enough speed, that actually determines the way you approach the fast start-finish straight. And this is in turn number 1. You can make the difference. A couple of spots for overtaking, as we said, on this Valencia racetrack, especially in the middle part. But once you get a good exit from turn number 10, here this is the double left-hander 7 and 8. Here onto 8 and 9. Very fast, double left-hander as well. Reminds me of the triple apex turn 8 of the Formula 1 circuit that we have in Turkey. We used to host the Formula 1 Grand Prix until last year. But this is where actually the drivers have to keep it flat out, especially in this part as well, outside of turn number 12. And there's a bit of decreasing speed, of course, as you slightly lift off, or not even in the passage of turn number 14 before the chicane. So very, very fast and flowing racetrack here in Valencia. Quite technical indeed, and an interesting challenge for those youngsters. This is the final lap, ladies and gentlemen, as Daniel Kelleher and Kit Belowski on their way to a 1-2 for Fusion Motorsport, and a demonstration that in the mini class, adding JC Phillips and some others as well fighting at the front, we're going to have to count once again with the British team, who is really certainly one of the forces to be reckoned with in the class for the past few seasons in the IAME races. Kelleher the fastest on this race, 64.1, under the protection of Kit Belowski. What they needed to do, and they've done the job brilliantly, is to secure the results, obviously, not take any extra risk, not going too much aggressive along each other, because there was potentially a pole position up for grab, or at least a front row start. And what really counts in the end, even though they can have points towards the final, but this is the last race in the afternoon that really counts. And watch out, because there's going to be a switch of position, and in before the chicane, this switch position with Kit Belowski taking the lead and the victory. That was unexpected, but certainly part of the plan, wasn't it? So there was no particular fighting from Daniel Kelleher, but this switch position just a couple of meters from the checkered flag, assuring the results for Kit Belowski in front of Daniel Kelleher. So that's certainly, part of the strategy that was being discussed under the owning of Fusion Motorsport, but beautifully made indeed. That's part of the game as well, isn't it? That in order to have the best starting position for the final this afternoon, you need to drive with your head as well. You need to establish all possible scenarios in case you find yourself in a strong position, as is the case for those two young drivers. Kit Belowski win the Super 8 number 2, Daniel Kelleher in second. Noah Baglin scores third in front of Manuel Miguel Galloso. Then we have Daniel Miro Lorente running up the top 5. Jagar de Troya, one of the top drivers in qualifying yesterday, didn't manage to translate his pole position in some of the heats into winning results, but still managed a 6th place finish into the super heat. We will see where he starts from into the final. 7th place for Thomas Pradier in front of Tac Berkeley. Kylian Josseron is 9 in front of Antoine Venant. Outside of the top 10, in 11, Alex Martinez and Gustavo Marquez da Silva. From Jenson Jones, Kay Leif Khan, Stan Fago, Yao Andrade Barros, Martin Marquez, Priam Bruno, Devon Ageren, Ksa Kamyam, Filippo Donazan, and Leonie Martinez. Everybody in, 22 drivers at the start, and the same amount at the checkered flag. But unlike the first qualifying here, we had 2 retired drivers. Here we got everybody in on the turn, queuing, waiting for their turn for the scale at the scrutineering area. Now, we're going to switch our attention in a few moments on the next category with the juniors waiting in line already on the pre-grid. We're going to have, once again, 2 super heats for the junior category, and 1 young driver will be certainly worth noticing for the rest of the day, because it's been very strong into the qualifying heat yesterday. Is going to be starting from pole position for this race. You're going to see him in a minute. This is Aaron Garcia.
It was good. We have won 2 of 3, so it's a very good day. I think that tomorrow we can do very well, but today was a very good day with a 3rd position in the last one, but it's sufficient to do the pole position for tomorrow. We are going to try to be first for the final and can win.
Good to hear from young Aaron Garcia, one of the young Spaniards on track. There's a lot of them competing here in Valencia, and there's more and more sun coming out of the clouds, as you can see certainly on your picture. The pre-grid is being set. The drivers are waiting for the signal in just a couple of moments. At 30 past 10 local time, we will be ready for the first of the 2 superheats in the junior category. What happened yesterday into the qualifying heats of this class? Well, Aaron Garcia, starting from a pole position after being the fastest on Friday's qualifying, already managed 2 wins and a 3rd, so that put him in the lead of the classification yesterday in front of Leo Robinson. For just 1 tiny point. Leo Robinson, as 2nd overall, will be starting from pole position for the race just after this one. Hugo Martinello was 3rd overall with a win and 2nd and a 3rd as best result. He's going to be aligning himself on the right of your picture and the front row of the start with his Express machine. So let's see what he can do from the Yana Racing. As we're going to have as well some of the other contenders. You can see the schedule as we have a bit less than 3 minutes to wait before the start of the next race. 10:30 the juniors, then 10:50 the next superheat of the same class. Then we switch our attention to the senior. Then we're going to have a break, and don't go anywhere. We will put you some of the highlights of last year's season with some of the races that we had, and we're back at 1:30, 1:25 the start of our streaming on IAME and the first of 3 finals, and then after those 2, junior and senior, at 3 o'clock, 3:30 to be specific, we will have the podium ceremony. So let's make sure to join us for the conclusion of this first event of the season. The podium ceremony taking place at the track just behind me, actually just behind the officina, the main building of the circuit. And we count on everybody here on track with parents, friends, team members and other drivers to join us to celebrate the top 3 drivers at the end of this beautiful first event of the season. As I said before, a lot of prizes to be awarded, as the top 3 in each of the classes will get free entries for the IAME Euro Series season. The top 1 drivers, so the driver victorious at the end of the final, will get free entry for all the championship. The second driver, half of the series, so 2 rounds out of 4, and the driver in 3rd position will get the entry fee offered by RGMMC for the opening round at Mariembourg. The IAME Euro Series starting in March from 10 to 13 in Zuera. It was the opening round. Mariembourg will be for the 2nd. And you can see some nice messages put together for Nico Bamos, the 950 from the mini class. That's very nice to see. And as well as to have people here at the track cheering for the drivers. We know this hasn't been the case, not so much for the past few months, but it's always, of course, very warming to have the support here on location. So for the IAME Euro Series, after Zuera and Mariembourg, we'll go to Castelletto and Genk until the end of August. So a lot of prizes as well, and driver package to be offered to the winners, to the drivers stepping on the podium at the end, for a list of prizes worth of 20,000 euros. So that's quite something you don't want to miss, and more than 1 driver is willing certainly to shine under the sun of Valencia, and sun we are having already, and hopefully we will keep on having it until the end of the day. Yesterday it was a bit more head scratching in terms of strategy with the rain as the unexpected guest, and we had indeed 1 particular heat that where the drivers were actually due to start on slick tires on a wet track. They had to switch from wet compounds before the track was actually drying out, so it actually opened a lot of opportunities for some of the drivers who went for the gamble. And Hugo Besson was absolutely flying onto this track, one of the only drivers in the field who kept his slick tires on a dry track. But unfortunately, we'll talk about that later, but he lost his win to Giovanni Trentin for a penalty. Now, no more rain, hopefully, as we have a light sky and not a lot of clouds above our heads for this beautiful Sunday of racing. Let's go through the grid with Aaron Garcia starting from pole position, Ugo Martinello by his side, Daniel Callahan and Macaulay Bishop on row number 2. Row number 3, Eloan Bien-Aimé and Sandro Perez Sanchez. Then we have Dylan Visser and Thomas Bierman on row number 4, Enrique Moura de Oliveira and Cathal Clark on row number 5, Freddie Allen and Sacha Van Padbosch row number 6, followed by Hugo La Torre Vega and Rafael Teveni. Raúl Martinez and Hugo Marti on row number 8, row number 9, Martus Riba and Bas Verdold, row number 10, Thomas Gomez and Andrea Dupe, and Harry Yule on the last row. 21 drivers here on track. In the junior category, we had a total of 42 entries at the beginning of this weekend. Still 42 drivers split into two, 21 and 21 in each of the race. And make your calculation, because not everybody will actually get a ticket for the final. Actually, 6 of them will stand on the sideline for this afternoon. 36 tickets available for the final of the junior class, starting at 2 o'clock this afternoon. So this is a race where you don't want to make a mistake. This is here that you need to maximize the performance of a weekend. And this is a new concept if you're not familiar with it. This has been applied for the past few seasons in other competition, but this has been decided in the CIK FIA rulebook, which is being applied as well in the IAME Winter Cup and IAME Euro Series by the promoter RGMMC at the helm as well of the FIA karting competition. But the Superheat is a new concept, allowing more drivers really to get a chance to make it to the final. As for the past few seasons, RGMMC has been keen on giving as many chances as possible on the Sunday with second chance heat and pre-finals. But this Superheat concept replaces the pre-finals, sort of, but it actually opens up the room of opportunities for the drivers, so they can have extra track time and extra possibilities to really make it to the final and get a good result at the end of the day. We shall see about that. Aaron Garcia has been very strong into the qualifying heats. Can he actually confirm into the super heat? Hugo Martinello, Daniel Callahan, Macaulay Bishop has been very strong as well. Green, green, green. We are racing here in Valencia for the junior category. On the way to turn number 1, Aaron Garcia keeps his first position. Watch out for the racing line, not to be pushed out of the way too much, and a bit of wheel banging for the back in the field. One driver out for the back on your picture. Let's try to see who that is, but that's one of the Fusion machine, the 25 I think it was indeed, that was pushed a little bit out of the way. That's Sacha Van Padbosch. Sacha Van Padbosch, one of the standard bearers of the mini class last year, and another driver for the back in trouble with one of the Birard machine. We'll try to see who that is in a minute, and you can see him, the 17, already out of this race. That's Eloan Bien-Aimé with the DR chassis. Oh, that's quite unfortunate for the young Frenchman. I had a talk with him earlier. He was so keen on doing well into this super heat, but now it seems to be a very worst case scenario for Eloan Bien-Aimé, being coached by Vincent Fraisse. And he's not particularly happy actually, because it seems like he was keen on returning to the track as soon as possible, but maybe the engine was turned off and you need to be put on the sideline for your own safety. Lap 1 completed, lap number 2, and the battle is raging already. Everybody needs to make a good placing. Run the inside, the 11, that's Carl Clark trying to make up for some ground with the new colors on his chassis from Victory Lane. Oh, and one of the Spirit Racing drivers. This is the number 46, that's just one off. This is Rafael Teveni, the Frenchman. Oh, he's furious on himself, furious about what happened. We didn't get to see what happened actually. Yellow flag is being waved, as this is in the third part of the track by the look of it, trying to see where it is exactly. But yeah, this was just before the turn number 1 on the left side of our picture, the left side of my position onto the track. But quite a disappointment. I was saying no room for mistake, but the pressure can be high sometimes, and still everything is possible. Carl Clark, the number 11 in your picture, 8 in the classification, as he used to be competing for Fusion Motorsport, went to Victory Lane for this new season. We saw him competing in Okaji, OK Junior last year, now he's back in X30, progressing through the ranks of the junior category. As the battle is raging in the lead, Aaron Garcia trying to keep Hugo Martinello just behind, number 30. This is no longer Martinello, as he lost the place to Dylan Visser. Dylan Visser made his way through in second place. Then we have Martinello down in third. The battle is raging. On your picture is the number 68. This is Macaulay Bishop from Danolan Racing. The new colors on the chassis for Danolan, the national import in Britain for the new brand in karting, London Norris. hopefully Lando is watching to see what his colors might be able to do in this Winter Cup. If you're listening to us, hi to you. And they're doing quite well with Macaulay Bishop with the white crash helmet, as he didn't get a chance to have a clean lap in qualifying, now being put under pressure in the chicane. But the number 33 just behind, the number 30 just behind him. This is Dylan Visser. This is further up as Macaulay Bishop is making his way up to third. So it's going quite well and quite fast for Macaulay Bishop, up into second positions. In front, actually, of behind Hugo Martinello. My apologies, as Aaron Garcia is nowhere to be seen anymore. Here's the confusion: 2.3 seconds from the leader, the Spanish leader, who actually just went flying to those opening laps, lap number 4. And look at the pace and look at the gap that he's being able to build. 2.3 seconds at the moment for Aaron Garcia. Incredible pace for the leader of yesterday's qualifying sessions and qualifying heats as well. So he's on his way to secure what could be a pole position for the final in a brilliant way. The number 38, as Bas Verdol is being warned by the officials with the black and white flag. But this young man is having no position at all into this race. And here it is, the opposition being busy fighting along each other. Hugo Martinello trying to keep his second position alive, but Macaulay Bishop is all over his back end. Let's see what the young British driver can do in this race. 4th place for the number 30 of Dylan Visser in front of Daniel Callahan. Cathal Clark making his way up to 6th with the fastest lap on track. Is now 5th, Cathal Clark, getting past Daniel Callahan. Thomas Beeman is down to 7 in front of the number 33. This is Freddy Hallum in front of Enrique Mura de Oliveira. And the number 10 is Hugo Latorre-Vega. That's for your top 10 at the moment. We're not halfway through this race. 12 laps to go through for the junior category. And on your screen is the battle raging for the back. Cathal Clark making his way through once again. Beautiful battle for Cathal Clark, and further back his fellow countryman Thomas Beeman is getting ahead of David Callahan as well. Cathal Clark, Beeman, Kersborg and Victory Lane, as those two are battling along for 5th place. Dylan Visser is trying to make as much space as possible between himself and the rest, trying to keep up with the driver in 3rd place, Macaulay Bishop. Bishop, who lost 2nd place in just a moment ago to Hugo Martinello, the Frenchman, very, very fast as well. Let's see what he can do. Hugo Martinello still in 2nd. That's pretty much all that he can do in this race, as with 2.5 seconds almost of advantage, Hugo Garcia will be pretty much uncatchable until the end of this race. But Macaulay Bishop, let's talk about him for a brief moment. He didn't get a chance to have a clean lap in qualifying practice, so had to start from the back end of the grid, the last row in all of his qualifying heats. And in the end, he managed to collect so many places to really dive through the classification. It was 7 at the end of the qualifying heat. It was only 40 at the end of the qualifying practice. He made up a total of 33 positions in the course of 3 races, with a 2nd, a 4th and a 9th place, despite with a penalty. So incredible pace by this young British driver with the white crash helmet, now fighting his way through, keeping in contact with Hugo Martinello. This is the battle for 2nd, but he was sure certainly to qualify himself within the top 3 without that problem in qualifying. Macaulay Bishop, he has the pace, quite impressive indeed from Danolan Racing. He's not the only one from the Arning doing wonders with this new Lando Norris chassis, which is a little bit lighter, with some twitches and some changes from last year due to the new homologation. And talking about new homologation, you might have seen that as well with the bodywork, some new bodyworks, especially for the Birelard machine, as well as some of the constructors, Car Republic and OTK. Not quite a lot of changes visually speaking, but a few more details that have been adapted. Oh, and Aaron Garcia, what happened there? What happened there to Aaron Garcia? He's out of the race. Aaron Garcia just pulled outside of the chicane. Was there a technical problem? Disaster indeed. Aaron Garcia, your pole sitter, your leader of the qualifying heats, and potentially pole sitter of the final, kicking his front bumper in rage. Mechanical trouble on his Birelard machine by the look of it, and he's gonna have to retire. Disaster for Aaron Garcia, and another turn of event, and another favorite in this classification, in this category after the Mini, having to really stand on the sideline and having a disaster scenario. Wow, that's quite unexpected, isn't it? But it gives the potential pole position and the provisional lead to Macaulay Bishop. Ugo Martinello in second. Now it's about victory, no longer second place. It opens up again. This is the end of lap number 8. And look at the battle raging already. Everybody have seen what happened to Aaron Garcia. They've been told as well by the mechanics. And it's opened up again. Macaulay is shutting the door on his way to turn number 1. Ugo Martinello losing second to Dylan Visser in the lead as well. Almost in the lead. Taking second place on the inside. Martinello is having to switch back. He needs to. Otherwise, Macaulay Bishop is going to actually pull away as much as he can. And this actually opens up the opportunities as well for Carl Clark, who's losing a 4th place to Thomas Bierman in the lead as well. Wow, what a turn of event that is. That's quite unexpected and quite a drama in itself for Aaron Garcia. As Macaulay Bishop, Ugo Martinello, as well as Dylan Visser. And watch out for the back. This is the number 18. Martinello is being pushed, being attacked by Dylan Visser. Visser is very much in contention for second place and potentially the victory in pole position. Who knows? For the junior category, we're going to have to wait after the super hit number 2, of course, to have a total and classified confirmed grid for the final this afternoon. But there's no room for mistake anymore. Lap number 10. The checkered flag is getting near. And any of those 4 drivers, even 5 contenders for 1 victory. Bishop, 0.3 of a second in front of Ugo Martinello, putting a bit of a breather between himself and Dylan Visser in 3rd. 4th place, Carl Clark, Thomas Bierman in 5th, and Carl Clark going for 3rd. Carl Clark is diving through. Dylan Visser is trying to protect, but to watch out for Thomas Bierman on the inside. Visser is being pushed a little bit wide on the way to turn number 9. Watch out, he can actually respond to the hairpin if he has enough momentum and diving through. It's not happening quite yet for Dylan Visser, the number 30, who's having to back off, giving the way to Thomas Bierman now in 5th. 4th place for him, Carl Clark in 3rd, Dylan Visser in 5th. Wow, that's one exciting head of a race that we're going to have, and it's not over yet. It's not over yet. We'll look out for Macaulay Bishop. Is waving through the chicane, not carrying enough momentum. Is going to be maybe eaten alive on the way to turn number 1. Is having to go defensive, trying to shut the door on the way to turn number 1. Ugo Martinello is all over his back, and watch out, Carl Clark is doing the same, having the same idea. Carl Clark is going to have to fight against Martinello first into the chicane 3 and 4. Watch out for the apex. While doing so, Carl Clark is losing a bit of momentum, having to defend as well and to keep Thomas Bierman and Visser behind him as much as he can. My God, what a scenario that is. What a finish that can be. And this has been the case. This has been so in all classes ever since the weekend that the competition started. And that's going to give us a royal final to come through this weekend, to come through this Sunday. But first, we need to have pole sitters. And first, we need to know who is going to win. Look at the waving, the defensive driving from Macaulay Bishop. He knows that he can win this one, but he needs to stay ahead of Ugo Martinello as much as possible. Martinello seems to have a better pace at the moment outside of the chicane. This is the final lap. Final 400 meters. 1.5 meters, and there goes for the lead. Watch out, Ugo Martinello is taking the lead on the inside. Macaulay Bishop is protecting. Less than 1 lap to go before the checkered flag. Carl Clark was trying to do the same, having to back off. The door was shut for the British driver, still in 3rd. Thomas Bierman, his fellow countryman, is trying to harass himself as well to launch into an attack on Carl Clark, but having to stay in 4th. Dylan Visser very much close as well. In which order are they going to finish this race? Which order under the checkered flag? Seems that Martinello is having a good wagon. He actually made his move at the right time in turn number 1, having 1 full lap to really kick the throttle, not watch over his shoulder and make sure to finish ahead. He's watching right now. Macaulay Bishop is just too far behind, for almost half of a second. And that's going to be victory. 1 last kick of the throttle, 1 last flying passage to the chicane, and checkered flag for Ugo Martinello in front of Macaulay Bishop. What a super heat that is. A super performance for a super heat for Ugo Martinello. But a lot of uncertainty all throughout the end of this race. Martinello is making his bid, achieving his best performance of the weekend, certainly, for the young French driver. He had won yesterday one of his qualifying heats, 3rd overall in the classification, a 2nd and a 3rd, and what a performance once again for Martinello at the wheel of his X-Prix chassis. And Macaulay Bishop securing 2nd in front of Carl Clark, Thomas Bierman and Dylan Visser in 5th. What a beautiful show those 5 has just offered us, ladies and gentlemen. If you're joining us right now, this is a great idea for spending your Sunday, isn't it? To have Certainly one of the most exciting form of racing in the world of motorsport just offered to you. And it's only the beginning of the day, as we have a lot more exciting races coming our way as well, with the finals and the first rewards of the season to be offered at the top 3. But Ugo Martinello has once again proved himself in front of the world and in front of the opposition in the junior class. Here's the classification. Martinello, Bishop, Clark, Thomas Bierman and Dylan Visser split in just over a second on the line. Then we have Freddie Hallam in 6, Hugo Latorre Vega in 7, from Sascha Van Patbush, Raul Martinez, Hugo Marti running up the top 10. From Bas Verdold, Daniel Callahan, then Sandro Perez Sanchez, Andrea Dupe, Enrique Murali Oliveira, Thomas Gomez, Matheus Riba, as well as Ari Yule. 3 drivers not responding to the call at the end of this race: Eloan Bien-Aimé, Rafael Teveni, and Aaron Garcia. One of the 3 drivers having to finish this race earlier than expected. That's certainly one of the biggest talking points earlier this morning, with the retirement of one of the top favorites of this junior class, having dominated qualifying and the qualifying races yesterday. I'd like to see what happened. I'll try to get some more information at the lunch break once we're done with the CP hits this morning, and to see actually what caused the mechanical trouble of Aaron Garcia. Well, we're going to catch our breath, ladies and gentlemen, if you will. And the superheat number 2 is coming away for the junior category. Leo Robinson and Jules Caranta will be starting alongside each other on the front row of the grid. The race starting in a couple of minutes at 10 to 11 local time. But before that, let's hear from one of the men pulling the strings in the shadow at the helm of Fusion Motorsport. Talking to us on Friday at the beginning of the weekend was Neil Doran from Fusion Motorsport, the team of Leo Robinson, our pole sitter.
We're very excited for this race. For us, obviously racing in the UK as well as the European events, we always look forward to the Winter Cup, and this year it's extremely competitive. There's a lot of mini drivers entered, so yeah, we're really looking forward to it. For us, the Euro Series is growing all the time. So for us, like, it's the next level up for our drivers from the UK. And the ones who are looking to race abroad more. And for us, obviously, the IAME product as well we use in the UK, so it's a natural progression for our team to come to the Euro Series and race in the Mini X30 class. I think the technical challenges for the Mini class is just always a combination of things. The equipment is very close, which is one of the good things about this class. So you're always trying to find the last little bit out of the engine, the driver, the chassis. So for us, it's very good because, you know, if we work hard with the drivers and the equipment, we can get an advantage. So our expectations for the weekend, obviously we always like to try and be as close to the front as possible. If we can have drivers on the podium, then that would be great. I think we've got a lot of drivers who are capable of winning the race, so hopefully we'd like to be at the front after time practice. If we can be first, then that's great. That would be a good start to the weekend, and hopefully by the end of the weekend we'll have some drivers on the podium as well.
Good to hear from Neil Doran from Fusion Motorsport, one of the strongest teams from Britain in the X30 world, competing for the past few years in the Winter Cup in the IAME Euro Series, with a couple of trophies and titles to the names for the past few seasons in the Mini and in the Junior class. Actually, last year, Fusion Motorsport managed a second place finish with Canatole on the podium, with Fionn McCaughlin that we're going to see competing as well later on, finishing in 4th as well. Leo Robinson, our pole sitter that we're going to have here in a few moments on track, was 6th overall in last year's Winter Cup. Managed a couple of wins, 3 wins on the road yesterday in the qualifying races, 2 on paper after a penalty in one of his results, a 5-second penalty for the front bumper, again in the juniors. So a second season for Leo Robinson. A couple of new names in the category each year, moving up one step further in the ranking, in the classification. But Leo Robinson more than eager certainly to maximize his performance and to progress as well from 6th to 1st. At least he was one of the best in qualifying races yesterday. But Jules Caranta by his side is another name to keep an eye on in the junior category. The Superheat 2 is underway, as we're going to go through the starting grid in just a moment. Through the chicane, as you can see, a couple of chicanes put together with tire walls in order for the drivers to respect the speed, because this is a very, very long exit of a pit lane on the way to turn number 1. Here's the grid. Leon Robinson, Jules Caranta, the Frenchman by his side. Thibaut Ramakers, his best performance at this level from Belgium. Henri Josselin, the British driver by his side. Round number 3, Marc Granada Ferrero and Clément Outron. Adrian Ferrer and Marius Barryberg on round number 4. Round number 5, we have Jan Peral and Noam Montero. Francisco Macedo, and Eduardo Dominguez on row number 6. Eden Spanswick and Natalia Granada Ferrero on row number 7, followed by Rins Vos, Colin Cronin, Diego Gama, Alexander Dahlström, Pedro Barbosa, Ben Smith, and Hector Gerling. 21 drivers on this class once again. Half the field that we have 42 competitors in the junior category, with the drivers aged between 12 and 14 years of age. 44 of them, 12 different nationalities represented. In total, all 3 categories represent 21 different nations from all 4 corners of the world. 35 teams competing, 18 different chassis brands. These are for some of the numbers of the 7th edition of the IAME Winter Cup. Certainly one of the unmissable events at the beginning of the calendar. And the occasion, the chance for the best teams in the X30 world to compete at the high-loss level, to get a good grip of what the opposition will be like in the IAME Euro Series, and certainly grounding, a special and ideal ground for testing for the season to come, as well as a lot of prizes, as we said. So there's more than one good reason to travel to the east coast of Spain, to Valencia, near Valencia, pretty much halfway, half an hour on the road, so not quite away from the east coast. There's a lot of good reasons to travel in this part of the world to compete in the IAME Winter Cup, whose success has been rising through the seasons. Already 7 editions. This is the 7th, organized by RGMMC since 2016. Now, Leo Robinson will be your pole sitter, having to pace everybody down on the way to the chicane. He's going to be on the left side of your picture. On the inside, coming to turn number 1, Jules Caranta on his left side. Thibaut Ramakers from VDK just behind. Henri Gosselin, are we good to go? Yes, we're green. Racing already. Super heat number 2, the junior class. And watch out on the inside. Jules Caranta already trying his bit. But Leo Robinson was eager to shut the door quite quickly. And no one seems to be in trouble on the way to turn number 1. Here's the first chicane at the track. Watch out for the apex. Always a very bumpy passage into this Valencia racetrack. Thibaut Ramakers dropped the position to Henri Josselin, with Clément Outron by his side. The 2 teammates from VDK going to try to help each other out, as Leo Robinson held on to his position from pole. Second place for Jules Caranta. The number 14 on your picture is Henri Josselin. Let's try to see who emerged in front. Here's the 29. Jules Caranta still in second. Thibaut Ramakers further back, as we have, I think, Marc Granada Ferrero, who just made his way through. The number 26 is third. This is indeed the Spanish driver, climbing from 5th to 3rd already in the end of this first lap. And the chicane, very important to get it through quite nicely and flowing with the momentum that you need. 12 laps once again for the juniors. And a switch for position with Jules Caranta diving through around the inside. And it's beautifully made, the first attack of the race. And watch out for the response from Leo Robinson. 6th last year in this Winter Cup. 2 overall at the end of the qualifying races yesterday. 3 victories on the road, 2 on paper. And a name to keep an eye on, certainly until the end of the weekend. Further back as well, good battle. Clément Outron making his way through. 2 places gained, up to 4th for the young Frenchman from VDK. It's going to have to do with Thibaut Ramakers, who just been overtaken by Adrien Ferrer. Sorry, my apologies. This is Marc Granada Ferrero. So Clément Outron is now into 3rd. Granada Ferrero with the Danone Racing colours in 4th, being chased by Thibaut Ramakers. Then we have a huge gap already. One full second, and Adrien Ferrer is 6th at the moment. 7th place for Eden Spanswick, who just went ahead of the number 81. Noah Montero making his bid as well, trying to dive through the field. And climbing to 8th place in front of Eduardo Dominguez in 9. And Henri Josselin, actually Josselin, we lost sight of him, the British driver, dropping all the way to 10th place as he was starting from 4th on the grid. Quite not a good start of a race indeed for Henri Josselin. He's going to have to fight back as much as he can. 3 tenths between Jules Caranta on your picture, 29, and Leo Robinson 2nd. Let's see what's going to happen. Jules Caranta, certainly one of the strong forces in this team, competing for Jana Racing. Jules Caranta, the Frenchman. 2nd place, Leo Robinson trying to keep up. but the gap keeps on increasing. And look at Clément Autran. Look at Clément Autran in third place, the number 34. He's going to try his bit. He's getting close to the British man on the way to the chicane. VDK Racing has been very, very strong as well as Fusion Motorsport in this junior class. In both junior and senior, VDK is certainly a name to keep an eye, as this is the first appearance in this Winter Cup, but already showing some very strong performances and wins, notably in the senior category with Ariel Elkin and Eva Gilter. We'll go back to that. But Clément Autran as well, trying to catch up with the top two, as he has a couple of tenths of a second advantage on Marc Granada Ferrero. 4 tenths now. Marc Granada trying to keep up, and while keeping, and I was gonna say keeping Thibaut Ramakers behind him, but Thibaut Ramakers just made his bit and went ahead of the Spanish driver for 5th place. So we have 4th place Thibaut Ramakers, 5th place for Granada Ferrero. Look at them on the corner of your picture. As right now it is still quite early, the end of lap 4. I was gonna say too early for a move, but there comes Leo Robinson. Robinson diving through Jules Caranta just before the chicane. Not something we've seen quite a lot over the course of the weekend, but again a very, very brave move, well executed by Leo Robinson, who's taking the lead, as Clément Autran was eager to do the same, but didn't manage to get the momentum that he needed to get past Jules Caranta the same way. Still, he has plenty of time to do so. All he needs to do is to stay within the shadow of Jules Caranta, his fellow countryman, as Leo Robinson competing with Fusion, with an Algerian license. Leo Robinson in the lead, trying to extend his gap as much as humanly possible, but Jules Caranta is having other ideas in his mind, that's for sure. In the rest of the classification, as Thibaut Ramakers just went ahead of Granada Ferrero, with Adrien Ferrer still in 6th place. 7th place for Eden Spanswick for half a tenth. Noah Montero still in 8th place in front of Al Jocelyn. The British driver trying to make up some ground. Just went ahead in front of Jan Peral in number 10. Jan Peral, Jocelyn, another positions gain up to 8 in front of Noah Montero outside of your picture, as Jan Peral is running out the top 10. Jan Peral, another name to keep an eye on as well. He was very competitive last year in the mini category, Jan Peral, and now making his bit into the junior class. He won actually the Winter Cup 2 years ago, Jan Peral, with Monlon Competition, and is now in first or second season, I think first, with the junior category. Now the battle is still on with Leo Robinson and Jules Caranta. They keep on observing each other, isn't it, as we are on lap 6, the halfway point of this race, out of 12 laps, on the way to turn number 14, the chicane. Robinson, Caranta, under the pressure of Clément Autran, keeping a close watch on what's going to happen in front of him. What he needs to do, Clément Autran, is to play with his head as well, not to dive too soon, too quickly into the trap, because you never know what's going to happen in front of him. And while they're battling along each other, they lose time, both Robinson and Caranta. And that might actually go the way of the VDK driver in 3rd place. Thibaut Ramakers, fastest on track from 4th, 58.0. 58.0 as well for both Robinson and Caranta. So you can see very tight gaps between the contenders of this classification. In karting nowadays, with the progress of the material, the progress of the drivers, you can see sometimes gaps in qualifying and in races as well, between thousandths of a second between the drivers, sometimes hundreds. In karting, 1/10 is pretty much eternity in terms of track time, and we've seen more than one qualifying race through the course of the weekend being finished really on the tie of a rope. Lap number 8, Leo Robinson still under the pressure of Jules Caranta. You can see that train of drivers, Robinson, Caranta, Clément Autran, 4 tenths behind. He keeps himself within a distance, not too much, but not too close either, because you never know what might happen. Could be a contact on the bumper, and there goes Clément Autran. He's no longer waiting, he goes for the move. Oh, contact! Clément Autran is being put into a spin! Contact between Jules Caranta and Clément Autran. That's the worst case scenario in that kind of battle. What on earth happened there? Caranta was on the inside as Clément Autran was trying to shut the door, obviously going defensive, but it just went the other way, the wrong way around. And let's see where Clément Autran actually dropped into the classification all the way down to 14. he was able to get back onto his wheels and to take his place back into the race, but down outside of the top 10. Disastrous turn of events for VDK and Clément Outran in his battle with Jules Caranta. He's still in second, but watch out, because in the meantime it allowed both Marc Granada Ferrero and Thibaut Ramakers to come back on him, and they just went ahead of the Frenchman. So there is a change, there's a switch of position, and look who actually in the meantime took benefit of the situation to really pull away from the rest. This is Leo Robinson, 1.6 seconds in front of the rest of the field. This is really a golden opportunity for Leo Robinson now, that you can see on the way to turn number 10 to secure the win and potential pole position depending on the gaps. But Robinson would not have asked for more in this situation, that having his rivals really going into an incident. 1.7 seconds now, he won't be looking over his shoulder too much, just keeping the pace, as behind Thibaut Ramakers is trying to make justice for VDK, taking second place in front of Caranta, as the Spaniard driver Granada Ferrero is losing 2 positions from second to fourth. We're entering lap number 10. 3 laps to go before the checkered flag, as Thibaut Ramakers is doing an immense job at this level for his first appearance in the Winter Cup. He used to be competing, Thibaut Ramakers, in the IAME Series Benelux with Eurokarting and Thierry Lepine, and now he's doing his bit with VDK. And the pace is there for the Belgian team and the young Belgian driver. You can see his colors on his helmet with the R of Ramakers. Always interesting to see those new colors of crash helmets. Orange for Jules Caranta. The Belgian colors for Thibaut Ramakers, battling along for second, way away from Leo Robinson. 2 full seconds now for the British driver, for the Algerian driver, my apologies, in front. Ramakers in second, Caranta third. Before how long? Then we have Granada Ferrero with the London Norris colors trying to keep up. This is the penultimate lap of this race. And watch out, because Caranta was diving through as well for second. There he is, making his beat on the inside. Good exit as well, and Caranta is back in second. Now Thibaut Ramakers is going to have to go for the switchback, but while protecting from the Spaniard behind him. For the back as well, we have Eden Spanswick in a solid explanation with Adrien Ferrer for fifth, as Ferrer is trying to keep up with the number 15. For the back, Henry Jocelyn is 7. Noah Montero is 8 in front of Ben Smith, making his way through ahead of Alexander Dahlström, now running up the top 10. But the battle is not quite yet finished between those three. At the moment, Jules Caranta seems to be able to really put a bit of a gap. Let's see. On the way to the chicane, but Ramakers is being taken in sandwich at the moment. He's going to have to go looking both ways, in front and behind. And we're entering the last lap. Last lap, ladies and gentlemen, for this young man in front, Leo Robinson. He finished second in the qualifying heat. Could have actually been the leader without a penalty, but is confirming that the opposition in this junior class is going to have to count with him, especially the drivers in front. Hugo Martinello, winner of the previous superheat of the class. And there's more than one contender. There's potentially up to 5 or 6 drivers who can have a go at the victory in the final this afternoon. And I'm being kind, because there could be much more. But Leo Robinson is certainly among them. 1.5 seconds, and with a move in turn number 10, beautifully made. Robinson, Caranta, Ramakers split by 3/10. And there won't be any move, there won't be any change in the order, I'm afraid, as Thibaut Ramakers is going to have to make do with third place. But this young man proving that he's going to be one of the contenders in the final to come. Victory in the second superheat of junior for Leo Robinson. Second place, Jules Caranta all the way down. Thibaut Ramakers for 3/10, missed it out, but still a very strong result from where he started on the grid in front of Marc Granada Ferrero. Eden Spanswick, the British driver, the number 15 for the back, from competing as a privateer this event. Eden Spanswick managing 8th place up to 4th in front of Adrien Ferrer in 6th, Harry Jocelyn is 7, Noah Montero is 8, Jan Peral is 9, and Alexander Dahlström running up the top 10. Strong demonstration for those young drivers of the junior class between 12 and 14 of age, but Jules Caranta certainly not quite, certainly must be happy about finishing in second, but he wished certainly to have been closer to Leo Robinson if it wasn't for the incident opposing him to, unfortunately, Clément Outran, who dropped all the way down to 13. Drivers making their way back to the pit lane and to the scale. As let's have a look at the classification, shall we? Leo Robinson victorious in front of Jules Carenta. Tibor Amakers in third, followed by Marc Granada Ferrero, Eden Spanswick, Adrian Ferrer, Henri Josselin, Noah Montero, Jan Peral, and Alexander Dahlström. Ben Smith is just outside of the top 10 and 11 from Colin Cronin, Clément Outron, Hector Gerlin, Natalia Granada Ferrero, Diego Gama Macedo, Francisco, Eduardo Dominguez, Marius Barryberg, Vince Ross, and Pedro Barbosa. 21 drivers at the checkered flag for the second and last superheat of the junior class. Then in a few moments, let's switch to the top category of them all, the senior class, with 80 drivers at the beginning of the event, but only 36 again will get to make it to the final this afternoon. But for that, we need to decide which of the names we will keep out of the 72 that we have after the qualifying heats. But before that, as the drivers make their way to the scales, we're going to take a short break and hear from the young driver that's going to be starting from pole position in the race to come. It's been certainly a name that has been progressing through the ranks of karting for the past 2 seasons. It's from Israel. We heard from Ariel Elkin yesterday.
Feel okay, nothing too amazing to be honest. I did my job. We won 3 heats out of 4. The 4th one we finished 3rd. So me and my team did a pretty good job. But still we keep our heads down for tomorrow. We still have the final to win and we continue to work. Now we will come back to the tent, analyze everything, understand where we can improve and improve also for tomorrow. I will try to do my best also in the super heat, which will give me good points for the final. And yeah, I would like to try it out and see how is the new concept. As in every session, I'm just doing my best, and it doesn't matter if it's a practice, qualifying, heat or super heat or even final. I'm always doing my best, so I don't think it will affect too much my job. Speed is okay. We will improve it definitely for tomorrow. I think now in this situation, the speed for everyone is pretty much the same, so it's more about the mind games and about preserving the tires, you know, so that's what we are doing, and this is what gave us pole position for the super heat.
Good to hear from Ariel Elkin from VDK Racing that we've seen climbing to the ranks, as I said, from karting, having won in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy and then making his way through with VDK and competing at the highest level for the first time here in Valencia and doing already some wonders at the forefront of the field. Yesterday, he managed 3 wins and a 3rd place to finish ahead of Cali Atkins. We had Fionn McCaughlin 3rd overall with 1 victory as best result. He actually finished Fionn McCaughlin 3 times just outside of the top 3. And is going to be starting on the right side of your picture, the front row of the grid. Elkin against Fionn McCaughlin for the race to come, the first superheat of the senior category. Marcus Luzio is another name to keep an eye on. He's going to be in the next race. He was 4th overall yesterday in front of Bart Harrison. Bart Harrison, twice winner of this very competition last year and the year before in the junior class, and is confirming all the good things and the positive that we've been thinking about him by taking 3rd place in this on this grid. He was 5th overall with 2 second places best result, and is going to be on the inside line just behind Ariel Elkin on the way to turn number 1 at the start. So let's see what's going to happen. But Evan Gilter will be alongside him, trying to do his bit as well. VDK Racing, as we said, very strong at the forefront of the senior class for the first appearance. But Danny Carinini and Mari Boya are some of the other contenders on row number 3 that we're going to have to keep an eye on. Mari Boya, always nice to have the spined driver with us. One of the local heroes here in Valencia, definitely. As last year, he had his first season in the Formula Regional European Championship by Alpine, doing a podium as well as some strong results for his first try at single-seater. Now, he's always very happy to come back here in and to find his first love, actually karting. That's what they say, you know, once they go up the rankings, when they go up the ladder of motorsport, the first occasion when they have, you know, a free space in the calendar and they can actually have a good material and be competitive and keep themselves fit as well between the races, karting is your best option, isn't it? And it goes without saying for all the drivers all the way up to Formula 1. So we shall see about that, but there's more than one contender in this class of the senior category to shine at the forefront. The green flag has been waved, and the signal has been given. Ariel Elkin, Fionn McLaughlin at the forefront of the grid. Bart Harrison, Evan Gilter on row number 2. Mari Boya and Danny Carinini on row number 3. Row number 4, Alexandre Monod and Enzo Lacreuse. Row number 5, Eloy Gonzalez Moreno and Santiago da Costa Ribeiro. Row number 6, Petra Babikova and Elke Kantanen. Hugo Besson and Ivan Arias on row number 7. Row number 8, Paul Kraus and Alberto Paul. Then we have Johan Pazalega Perron and Sebastian Edin. Row number 10, Santiago Valve and Gaspar Legale. Row number 11, Olivan Faye and Eric Genet, followed by Eliska Babikova and Dani Masia. Bo Eyemans and Alvisa Rodella, followed by Lazare Lartigo and Jaime Sanz. Row 15, Lucas Federich and Victor Jovard, followed by Maximilian Londman, Miguel Silva, Kevin Rabin, as well as Diogo Pereira Martins, Peter Stiller and David Rodriguez Martos. We had 72 drivers qualified from the qualifying heat out of 80 yesterday in the senior class. They're being split in two, 36 field, 36 for the first one, 36 for the second superheat. But in the end, we're going to actually take the best 13 in each of the races to make the grid. 36 drivers getting a ticket for the final of this class. So more opportunities for the drivers to shine, more chances for them to make it to the final race, but still we have a maximum amount of drivers allowed for the race, which is 36 this afternoon. The senior final, take it down on your agenda. This is 2:30. 2:30. This will be the last final of the 3 that we have this afternoon, starting at 1:30. Then we'll have the podium ceremony at 3:30. So we got your afternoon scheduled, and we got you covered wherever you are watching in the world, on the YouTube, Facebook. Welcome to those watching from Motorsport TV as well. IAME-Euroseries.com is the official website of the series put together by RGMMC, where you can find all the information and results that you need to really follow the racing in the best conditions. The drivers getting the tires up to temperatures, waving as they make their way to the chicane. Ariel Elkin is going to have to pace everybody down on the way to the chicane indeed, for allowing everybody to stay in good formation. So far so good, pretty much. We had a 2 extra lap to get everybody in order, but let's see what's going to happen this time around. We're going to be good to go in a few moments for the first of 2 superheat of the senior class. Elkin on the left, Fionn McLaughlin on the right, Bart Harrison, Evan Gilter and the rest. Are we good to go? Green, green, green! We are racing for the senior class. Superheat 1, Ariel Elkin from pole, leader at turn number 1. Watch out for that never-ending right-hander, and a couple of contact and 2 drivers, 3 out of the track at the moment. This is 295 driving his Car Republic machine. Let's try to see who that was further back in the classification. This is Alvis Rodella, the young Italian, who was put sideways, but he was able to get back onto the track as well as 2 of the drivers. Oh, the 262, unfortunately, is being stuck into the gravel. This is Santiago da Costa Ribeiro, the young Portuguese, with his Birenat machine, no longer able to compete into the superheat. And here we go onto the turn number 1, and the battles. Not only one, but the battles raging already. Look at them actually making his way through onto turn number 12. Flat out all the way down to the chicane. The 220 in a bit of a trouble right there. This is Petra Babikova, one of the sisters from Czech Republic, being very, very fast indeed. We have 2 of the 3, Eliska and Petra Babikova, competing in the Winter Cup, as Teresa was busy in the United States testing for W Series, maybe in a opportunity opening itself for single-seater. We shall see about that in the future, but certainly she must be proud of the performance put together by her sisters, as we have 1 victory for Eliska Babikova yesterday, and Petra doing a great job as well, the 220 with the Tony Kart machine. She's trying to make her way through the field, led by Ariel Elkin. Turn number 10, Bart Harrison in second. We have Alexandre Monod in third place, no longer, as Danny Carinini just made his way through for third. On your picture is the 264 for the back. This is Alexandre Monod indeed losing another place to the 263 of Sebastian Edin. Sebastian Edin now in third. 4th place for Monod. Petra Babikova in 6th, and she's going to go around the inside of the Frenchman as well. But the door is too much open by Monod, and he's losing 2 positions with Le Gallet as well, getting himself in 6th. As we said, open up the door just a tiny bit too much on the way to the chicane or anywhere on this track, and that could be chaos for yourself, as Ariel Elkin is having none of it, really pulling away almost a second in front of Bart Harrison, twice winner of this race, as we said, in the junior class. and already on his way to potentially second place in this super heat. He's having 8 tenths of a second in front of Danny Carinini, but the Italian just decreased this gap quite frankly over the past few moments. Look at him go actually with the Car Republic machine. In third place, Danny Carinini he came actually close to win one of the heats to start the weekend with against Marcus Lucio on the Friday, but he's very determined. Danny Carinini, having made up 3 places since the start of this race, to go for the win. Certainly he needs a good placing on the grid, and he's gonna go for it around the inside of Bart Harrison. The Mike Barrett racing driver is having to let him through because it is still very early in this race. We have 15 laps to go. Lap number 4, plenty of time to try to go for the switchback, as Petra Babikova in 56.1 is the fastest on track. Beautiful performance from Petra in 5th place. She's going to try to catch up with Sebastian Hedin just in front of her in 4th place. They just split by less than 2 tenths of a second. That's going to be interesting. On their way to turn number 10, the hairpin. No one's making his move yet, except for the 146, the 246. Sorry, this is Santiago Valve going around Enki Kalteren, wasn't it, for 10th place, and this is Alexandre Monod actually who was overtaking over there, as Enki Kalteren made his way past Monod just a few moments before. Kalteren is 9, Santiago Valve is now 10. Monod is dropping all the way down the classification, I'm afraid, as is back into 12th position now. Ivan Arias just made his bid as well, the Spaniard in front of Monod. And look at the battle for the win. Look at the battle for the win, because now it's going to be turned on its head in a few moments, as we thought for a moment that Elkin had enough of a gap to really see it through. And there's a switch for third as well with Sebastian Hedin. Oh, in a bit of a grass. Elkin is out. Elkin was out of the track. They're losing positions. What happened there? But it's certainly a contact of so between Ariel Elkin and Danny Carinini. Elkin is in trouble. He's being overtaken on right and the left side as well. Oh, that's certainly another trouble for one of the contenders, as we've had before. Aaron Garcia having to retire in the junior class, for instance. And now we have Ariel Elkin being a little bit pushed out of the way. Danny Carinini is in the lead, and another place dropped for the back by Ariel Elkin. And now the new classification goes as this. Danny Carinini, Sebastian Hedin, all the way over the Italian on his back. The Swedish driver from KR Sport is going to go for the bit as well. 6 laps. Lap number 6, 5 laps completed out of 15. And the first big turn of event with Ariel Elkin dropping to 6 and switch for position for the lead with Sebastian Hedin, your new man in command. Here he takes the lead, 263. Danny Carinini, nothing to worry about. I mean, he doesn't have to panic, because still plenty of time to try to go for the switchback. But look at Petra Babikova as well. She saw the open door. She went for it as well. Beautifully made from Babikova, taking second place outside of turn number 11. And Carinini is trying to gesture to her, let's stay together, because otherwise Sebastian Hedin is going to pull away. And those 3 are going to offer us one heck of a battle for the win at the end of this super heat. Danny Carinini carrying good momentum, watching over his shoulder. In 4th place is Bart Harrison. He was 2nd not so long ago. Now dropping back a little bit, but he still has time to make up for the ground and catch up with the top 3. Sebastian Hedin, Petra Babikova split by 2 little tenths of a second, under the pressure of Danny Carinini in 3rd from Pantano Racing. Then we're going to have in 4th place Bart Harrison. What a battle that is between those 2 and 3 drivers indeed. It's going to be interesting. Giovanni Trentin, Danny Carinini, my apologies, is from Team Driver Racing Quad. Not to be confused, same chassis but different colors. As the race is going to take another turn very soon, I'm sure. Sebastian Hedin trying to really pull away from Petra Babikova. She stays within his shadow on the way to the chicane. Sebastian Hedin being quite aggressive. You could see actually the different racing lines between Hedin and Babikova. Sebastian Hedin was very aggressive, clipping the curb on the inside in turn 15 in the middle of the chicane, tried to gain momentum, while Babikova was way smoother, actually, tried not to go to the contact, and actually she's losing a bit of momentum and losing second place as well to Danny Carinini. The Italian is going for the 2nd place. He was clear and proper, and is gesturing to Babikova, stay with me, let's not fight, because Hedin is pulling away, at least trying to, and the more they battle and the more Bart Harrison might be able to catch up. We're back with Ariel Elkin, the 253 from VDK, trying to make up as well for the ground they lost in his battle with Danica Renini, is 7. Ariel Elkin just in front. He has Santiago Valve and Ivan Arias just behind. 8th place for Ivan Arias, followed by Enki Calteren. Then we have in 10th place the 261. This is Paul Caos Rivero back in the top 10. Lap number 9, and watch out. The pressure is rising on the shoulders of Sebastian Hedin. You could see Danica Renini trying already to influence the driver in front of him by moving his way, going a bit sideways on the way to turn number 1. That's a game of influence, isn't it? Trying to show yourself to the rival, trying to show yourself indeed, and for him to know that you're just all over your back. But at the moment, Carinini seems to go defensive as well, because he just lost a bit of ground, not a lot actually, on Sebastian Hedin. But Petra Babikova is very much in contention for a top 3 finish, but still has time. Everybody still has time. This is lap number 9, 6 after this one, to try to make the difference into this superheat, the first of 2 superheat for the seniors. Sebastian Hedin into the chicane, being very aggressive once again, clipping the curb on the middle. Unlike Carinini and Babikova, and that could actually go the way of the chasers and not the driver being chased. You could see that the momentum and the speed carried out by both Carinini and Babikova was much better outside of the chicane. And the gap has decreased just a tiny bit, not quite enough for the chasers to launch an attack. As in 4th place, and the switch for third. As Babikova is dropping behind Eric Jenny. Good performance from Eric Jenny. He's actually gained 18 places. Where did he come from, Eric Jenny? He was starting from the back end of the grid and just collected 18 places in the course of 10 laps. What a race, what a recovery that is. Certainly putting new tires on for the superheat. Eric Jenny, who had nothing to lose, and is now back in 3rd position in front of Babikova. That's part of the strategy, isn't it? That sometimes if you find yourself in a very difficult position, which was the case of Eric Jenny, only 22nd on the grid, he had to make his bid, he had to go for the challenge of really fighting back through the field. That's what he did. He's now sitting in 3rd place. The magic of a new tire set, certainly, as the drivers only have 2 sets in total, 8 tires to play with. And there he goes for 2nd, Eric Jenny. Danny Carinini having to fight back. He's dropping into 3rd, the Pantano Racing, the team driver, racing car driver. As it allows, in the meantime, Sebastian Hedin tried to pull away. Still 3 little tenths of a second, but Eric Jenny is really flying. 19 drivers that he has overtaken over the course of this race. Jenny in 2nd, Danny Carinini having to do it all over again and protecting himself from Babikova, Petra Babikova in 4th. But what a race that is. Once again, you can see that no one is ready to let loose. No one is ready to lose ground into this battle for the supreme positions at the end of this race, because there's a good placing at stake for the final this afternoon. And Eric Jenny is more determined to go for the win as well, and try to be as high as possible on the grid. Of course, there's a sort of a price to pay for putting new tires or trying to fight your way through the field before the final, is that those tires indeed will be, already quite used. So this will be certainly difficult. We will see about that. That's the theory, but that might be a little bit more difficult for Eric Jenny to emulate on that performance in the last race. But still, he's putting on a good show and a strong performance in this Superheat 1. 2 tenths. This is not enough for Sebastian Hedin to feel comfortable. He's not at ease at the moment, the car sport driver. And Eric Jenny is all over his back. Can he actually make his move in the chicane? Not quite yet. And still the aggressive passage of Sebastian Hedin, losing a bit of momentum on the exit. That could actually go the way of Eric Jenny, diving through the inside and taking the lead on lap number 13. 3 laps from the checkered flag, and we have a new leader, Eric Jenny from Mall Competition. 2nd place for Sebastian Hedin. Can he actually hold on to 2nd and maybe try to fight back on Eric Jenny, Sebastian Hedin, because he's been putting a lot of effort trying to stay ahead and go defensive. But this is now, in the later stages of this race, that a difference can be made, even though the material and the tires have been put into strong forces, put to good use as well, but to strong use as well. So let's keep it up all the way to the checkered flag. We shall see about that. But Danny Carinini and Babikova still in formation, might have one more opportunity to shine and to really go for the move on Sebastian Hedin. He needs to protect himself, and there's one way to do that, is make the switch back on Eric Jenny in the lead. And he's going to certainly try to do that in turn number 1. Once again responding to Jenny. And very smartly, the Spanish driver in second is not going too much for the aggressive sort of driving. He knows that there is no time for caution. There is no time for going to into the risk zone, because that might actually compromise the ending result. Outside of turn number 9, very left double hander, 8 and 9. Number 10 is the hairpin. Further back as well, good battle. Bart Harrison is really on his own, 1.7 seconds behind Petra Babikova. He has a full second in front of Ivan Arias in 6th. Then we have Paul Chaos down in 7th place. Santiago Valve down in 8th. Ariel Elkin only 9. And 10th place at the moment for Dani Masia. In 10, outside the top 10 is Gaspard Le Gallet. Then Enki Calteren and the rest of the classification. Final lap, ladies and gentlemen, final lap. And there won't be much time remaining for Sebastian Hedin, now getting ahead of Eric Jenny. What can the Spaniard do in this last race? 1400 meters left, less now. 16 turns on this Valencian Cartodromo. And now Eric Jenny all over the back of Sebastian Hedin, controlling his pace, controlling each corner, trying to shut all the doors and to prevent any launching of an attack. And look at him actually going defensive halfway through the straight into the hairpin. That's what he needs to do. But it allows actually Dani Karenini and Petra Babikova to close in as well. We're going to have certainly some sort of a photo finish arrival between those 4 drivers on the way to the chicane. Top speed of 124 km/h in this part. Heavy braking point. Can Eric Jenny make the difference? I think that Sebastian Hedin is going to make it through the checkered flag in one piece, almost side by side, with a victory for the Swedish driver. Sebastian Hedin takes the win in the first superheat of the senior class. Oh, that was close. 77,000 of a second between Hedin and Eric Jenny. 20 place gain, 17 place gain as well for Sebastian Hedin. They both came from nowhere pretty much, those 2 drivers. They had no other choice than to put certainly fresher tires on and to really maximize the performance, because otherwise it would have been trouble for both Sebastian Hedin and Eric Jenny. But they really came out of nowhere from the back end of the grid, and strong performance for the driver at the front, competing this weekend, of course, with KR Sport. You heard just before from one of the representatives of the team yesterday as well during our previous podcast. So great victory indeed for Sebastian Hedin, but that was tied, wasn't it, between the two, as Eric Jenny, they both made a great recovery, fought all the way until the end, but it wasn't enough still to make the difference in case of Eric Jenny, but still more than happy about this result, certainly. Here's the classification: Sebastian Hedin and Eric Jenny 1 and 2, Dani Karenini in 3rd, Petra Babikova in 4th, followed by Bart Harrison, Paul Chaos, Ivan Arias, Santiago Valve, Ariel Elkin down in 9, and Dani Masia running up the top 10. Then we have Gaspard Le Gallet, 12th place for Enki Calteren from Alberto Paul, Bo Eyemans in 14, P15 for Miguel Silva from Mariboya, Eloy González Moreno, Joan Pasalega Perron, 19 for Alexandre Monod, and P20 for Maximilian Nordmann. Not the best of outcome for Mariboya, who dropped 11 places down to 16, the Spanish driver. 21st is Enzo Lacreuse from Jaime Sanz, Olivier Failly, Eliska Babikova, Lucas Federich, Ivan Gilter, Vigor Orvard, Fionn McCaughlin. What happened to Fionn? Certainly an incident as well as in the pack. He dropped all the way down at the back end of the grid. So let's have a quick word as well before the second superheat of the senior, with one of the strong name in the field as well, is shown in yesterday's qualifying heats. Andy Rattel talked to us yesterday.
Bah, je me sens bien, donc je pense que je peux faire une bonne saison. Et après, on va voir au fur et à mesure comment ça avance, les performances que je vais faire. J'avais commencé la saison compliquée avec un autre châssis. Et durant la saison, donc au mois de juillet, j'ai décidé de rechanger de châssis. Puis je suis arrivé à l'IAME Euro Series à Castelletto. Puis je me sentais bien mieux avec le nouveau châssis. Et là, j'ai réussi à faire une nette progression. Même si début de la saison, j'ai pu me performer à la bagarre. Mais dès que j'ai changé de châssis, j'ai pu recommencer à faire des très bonnes places, des bons résultats. Depuis toujours, je me suis bien senti à Portimao. C'est une piste que j'adore, donc je savais que je pouvais faire un bon résultat. J'étais présent, le matériel était présent. Donc bah fallait juste tout mettre en ordre et j'ai réussi à le faire. Non, je sais de quoi je suis capable, donc après je commence dans une nouvelle catégorie, il faut encore que j'apprenne et puis dès la première saison on va essayer de faire les meilleurs résultats possibles. Puis on verra ce week-end comment ça se passe pour se créer des objectifs tout au long de l'année. Bah alors comparé au X30 Junior, en senior il y a beaucoup plus de niveaux, les courses sont plus compliquées, donc j'espère que je vais réussir à tenir mentalement, physiquement pour faire le meilleur résultat. Ah, j'adore Valencia, c'est un circuit très technique, donc il y a aussi de la ligne droite. Pour la bagarre, c'est un très bon circuit, donc ça va être bien.
Always good to hear from some of the drivers really putting on a good show throughout the weekend. And Andy Rattel is certainly one of them. You saw him certainly, if you're familiar with the IAME X30 races, you saw him shine in last year's season in the I-Games of Portimao, taking his first victory on international level. And Andy Rattel has been all over the place for the past few months. He only had two rounds in the IAME Euro Series last year. As you heard, he competed in Marienbourg and competed as well in the closing round. In the third round, of Castelletto, and a switch of chassis actually put him in a much better position and really boost his performance and confidence in itself and his material. And he's translated that into strong performances not only at the I-Games of last year, but in the qualifying heat of yesterday with 2 wins. It was 6th overall in the classification, and it's going to be starting from 3rd on the grid. The super heat number 2 of the senior class getting away as the drivers go through that full of chicane pit lane. Let's go through the grid, shall we? This is the last qualifying heat, super heat, the super qualifying heat, whatever you call it, but super heat is a new concept officially before the lunch break and the finals this afternoon. So, Callie Atkins will be starting from pole position with Marcus Luzio by his side. Andy Rattel and Ruben Moya will be alongside each other on round number 2. Round number 3, Sébastien Pavan and Nathaniel Denant. Then we have round number 4, Connor Yupp and Urbels Moore. Round number 5, Thomas Fleming and Gabriel Stilpt. Round number 6, August Molsdale and Arnaud Malizia. Round number 7, Sam Balota and Jason Leug. Round number 8, Juan Cota and Patrick Janssen. Round number 9, Hugo Naturel Cabo and Alex Martinez. Round number 10, Giovanni Trentin and Sita Van Meert. Followed by Elliot Subiru, Ben Doughty, John Alop, Jan Duran, Lewis Bird, Mika Voss, Jack Cox, Sami Shari, Charles Roussan, Luna Clere, Adria Mustienes, Hugo Brun, Johan Alua Olesti, Greg Janssen, Achille Gobert and Benjamin Ovelak. 36 drivers on to the track in this grid. We have everybody in as crucial now to get the tires up to temperatures. No excessive waving though, as we had plenty of fantastic action in the qualifying heats yesterday in this senior class, led by Ariel Elkin, but Elkin wasn't so lucky in the first super heat, finishing only 9 after contact in the battle with Danny Carinini. Remains to be seen what really happened between the two, but as a result, Elkin lost a bit of ground. Not the end of the world though, as he will still be qualified, obviously, in the upper part of the grid for the final to come. At the moment, Ariel Elkin is still actually on pole position for this final coming up at the end of the super heats, so not so much of a trouble, even though Bart Harrison second in the classification that you can see on the live timing, brought to you by Apex Timing and available on IAME Euro Series. So despite this less happy result, Ariel Elkin is still very much on pole position with quite a good advance and a good gap on Bart Harrison at the moment on the front row. But Danny Carinini is still 3rd, Fiona Coughlin is 4th. Then we have Mari Boya, Gilter Babikova and Alexandre Monod. At the moment, this is your top 8 on the classification after the super heats. Let's see what happens in this one. 15 laps, green. We're racing for the last time this morning before the finals. On the way to turn number 1, and a good start in it already. Marcus Luzio, Kelly Atkins, Andy Rattel as well, trying to find his way through in turn number 1. Watch out, everybody seems to be in a good mood as well, as Rattel is dropping a position, I'm afraid, behind one of the Tony Kart machines in 3rd. Watch out the passage of the chicane. Still we have everybody in, no one out of the track, which is always a good sign, even though there's certainly a bit of wheel banging within the midfield. On the way to turn number 10, and a good start indeed for Kelly Atkins, as it's battling away already for the back. Watch out around the inside, the 297, beautifully made by Sébastien Pavan with the Car Republic machine. Is getting ahead just in front of the 234. This was Andy Rattel, who's dropping another positions all the way down to 5th, the Frenchman. Sébastien Pavon is all over the back right now of Connor Yup. Connor Yup is up in 4th, and Sébastien Pavon making his way through. Watch out, Rattel is going to try to do the same. Now we have Marcus Luzio, who had a cracking start in front of Ruben Moya. And I wonder where is our pole sitter, Kelly Atkins, actually dropping all the way down to 8. So not the best of start in the opening lap for Kelly Atkins. As we're going to see the fight going on. Watch out as Ruben Moya is taking the lead. Ruben Moya making his beat as well. And coming from 4th on the grid. He's now leading the pack in front of Marcus Luzio. Marcus Luzio in 2nd. Sébastien Pavon on his rear bumper as well. So Luzio in 2nd. Sébastien Pavon taking the 2nd place already. Beautifully made by the young Italian. Pavon in 2nd at the chase of Ruben Moya, because the Spaniard is really pulling away already into this lap number 2 out of 15. And Pavon saw it coming as well. And Rattel went diving through the door as well. So a move being made by Andy Rattel, now in 3rd place in front of Marcus Luzio. 5th place for Connor Yup, who's observing what's happening in front of him as Sébastien Pavon takes the lead. Lap number 3, change for the lead. Sébastien Pavon is now ahead of the pack in this superheat number 2. Pavon, one of the fastest drivers in qualifying yesterday, and he was 10th overall after not so much of luck into the qualifying heats. A 4th, a 5th, and a 6th, and a penalty that actually they put him further back in the classification at some point. So he was not particularly happy, certainly, about the outcome of the qualifying heat, considering his starting position. But he's back at full charge, is already pulling away from Ruben Moya, having to go defensive because Andy Rattel is very much on his shadow. Rattel not so happy with his start, but already working and going forward into the classification. Is 3rd, maybe soon 2, if Ruben Moya is not being cautious about this. Outside of the chicane, and you can see him gesturing, but Andy Rattel is not listening. Look at him say he's responding to Ruben Moya, going through the inside turn number 2. He was saying to Moya, let's catch up with Pavon, because the Car Republic driver is really putting as much space as possible between himself and the rest, with the fastest lap in the pocket as well, 56.4. So Sébastien Pavon trying to pull away and really saying bye-bye to the rest of the field. But if they still want to have a shot at the victory in this superheat, Andy Rattel and Ruben Moya are going to have to stay calm, keep on working with each other. Oh, and a bit of a contact over there further back. It was Sitter van Meert, I'm afraid. The 253 from Belgium, if I've seen correctly, with Juan Cota, or was it with Giovanni Trentin? It was happening outside of turn number 10, but in an attempt of going for an overtaking turn number 10, there was a bit of contact between the wheels, but nothing much to worry about. We'll try to get back into that in a minute. Achille Gobert being warned by the officials. As on the inside is Connor Yup trying to clip on the apex and go ahead of Ruben Moya, but is not quite able to do that. The British driver with the Tony Kart machine. Good to see him performing so well, as he didn't get much competition last season, Connor Yup, as he told us yesterday. And he goes through Ruben Moya and taking actually one of the Vidiki drivers with him. But unfortunately, he wouldn't go through. He's going to have to try again. Connor Yup with Nathanael Denant just behind. Denant, the young Belgian driver. Certainly one of the biggest promises from Belgium, is gunning around. And Ruben Moya is being pushed a little bit and opening the door as well to the 224 of Kelly Atkins. Kelly Atkins is back in the mode as well, back in the contention for better positioning. As our pole sitter dropped a couple of places in the opening lap, as you might remember, but now he's all over the back of Nathanael Denant, both getting past Ruben Moya down in 6. So it's getting more and more exciting, and the pressure is rising as well. No room for mistake, as Connor Yup, as I was saying, 3rd in classification as for now, under the pressure of Nathanael Denant. Denant taking around the inside, then getting a position indeed in the double right-hander 5 and 6, and Connor Yup unfortunately is losing a place to Ruben Moya. No, sorry, this is Atkins. Kelly Atkins, the British driver, getting ahead of his fellow countrymen up to 4th place it is. Connor Yup is going to have to do it all over again, but he's back very much on a very good level after not so much competition in last year's season. And he has a lot of experience, of course. He's one of the most experienced drivers in the field in senior. Was supposed to compete with Strawberry Racing. He's wearing the Tony Kart colors, but he's here as a privateer. having a bit of help from Danolan Racing. And watch out because Nathaniel Denant is on a charge and is getting ahead of Andy Rattel. Beautifully made from Denant. He was 6th on the grid and is now making his way up to 2nd already. Andy Rattel is going to have to fight back, and in the meantime Sebastiano Pavan was able to pull away as we feared it would happen. 1.5 seconds now at the advantage of the Italian driver, and even though we are halfway through this race, lap number 7 out of 15, so plenty of time in theory to try to catch up, but with 1.5 seconds, this young man on your picture seems to be in a very well position to snatch the lead and snatch the win at the end of this race. Denant in 2nd, trying to catch up as well, putting everything that he has with the foot down the throttle on the way to the chicane. Top speeds of approximately 124 km/h in this part. Very, very fast, those senior drivers at full speed on the way to turn number 1. 1.3 seconds. You can see the gap is slowly decreasing between Pavan and Nathaniel Denant. Pavan just needs to be in control mode, while Denant needs to keep on pushing. And Andy Rattel is dropping a little bit as well. He has 0.6 of a second disadvantage on Nathaniel Denant. And you can see the move from the 225. This is further back that we have Arnaud Malaysia, another Frenchman in good form, into the upper part of the classification, as Arnaud Malaysia just made his bit and went ahead of Conor Yup, I think it was. Conor Yup just lost a position, and another one to the 270 of Hugo Naturel Carbo. So quite unfortunate turn of event for Conor Yup, who was fighting for the top 3 and now having to go defensive and dropping 2 places down to 7 now at the moment. The British driver. Further back as well, Ruben Moya down in 8, Thomas Fleming is 9. Then we have Marcus Luzio all the way down to 10, attacking Ruben Moya. Further back in your screen, as we have the battle raging, the 224 getting ahead. This is a battle for 3rd, and Andy Rattel just dropped the position to Kelly Atkins. So after a difficult start of the race, the Krug Promotion driver is now back in 3rd. Not quite as happy certainly as he must have been at the beginning, starting from pole position. It's not the result he was seeking certainly at the start, but he's working on it. He's working towards a better outcome to the superheat, and he's now in 3rd. And Nathaniel Denant is not so far ahead, just 1.2 seconds still. We're gonna have to wait for the classification to update, but it's only 0.8 of a second now between Atkins and Nathaniel Denant. This is your top driver battle on your screen into the chicane. We have Atkins followed by Rattel. Then we have Arnaud Malaysia, Hugo Naturel Carbon, and watch out for Malaysia. Is going to try to go around the inside, and unfortunately this is Kelly Atkins being the biggest loser in the fight. He's dropping 3 places, going from 3rd to 6th. Unfortunately, Kelly Atkins, look at him actually dropping in positions with Hugo Naturel Carbo making his way up to 5th. Not going the way he wanted actually after this big work of overtaking that he put together for the past few laps. Kelly Atkins is now dropping in pace, maybe not having the resources that he needs until the end to see it through. But look at the battle at the 275 going around, beautifully made by Arnaud Malaysia ahead of Andy Rattel, and Rattel is opening the door a little bit too much, and that go the way of Naturel Cabo, who's getting ahead as well. Oh, a contact over there further back, and one of the drivers, the 222, let's see what that was, but the 222 is banging his wheel. This is Lewis Bird actually, the British driver, as we're back in the lead, back in the top positions. Watch out because there's going to be a pile of positions lost in the first round. The 270 actually of in 3rd place. This is Hugo Naturel Cabo dropping in positions in the process. He's now all the way down to 5th place as he was 2nd not so long ago. That's battling all the way through this field, isn't it? Lap number 11 out of 15. Sebastiano Pavan 1.4 seconds in front of Nathaniel Denant. Denant protecting himself in 2nd, really on his own. But this is further back that is raging, as we have Conor Yup, the 230 on your picture, being chased by the 270 of Hugo Naturel Cabil. Naturel Cabo further back as well, trying to make up for the ground that he lost, as Andy Rattel is still protecting as much as he can his 3rd position, with the 275 Arnaud Malaysia just behind. Conor Yup under intense pressure, trying to say to the other, don't overtake me just yet, as we need to keep contact with the rest. But unfortunately for him, Naturel Cabo is having none of it and goes for the move. as Lewis Bird, the driver in trouble earlier, is being given a warning flag for a maneuver that was deemed not fair play enough, not against the rules, certainly for Lewis Bird. In the meantime, look at the battle raging. The gaps are so tight in the middle of the pack, as behind Denant, the third place is still very much in contention between those men on your picture. The 275 of Arnaud Malaysia is now in third. Andy Rattel is down in fourth. Fifth place even, as the 243 is just ahead of them. And let's see for the move. Any move coming on as a 224. Andy Rattel under the pressure of the 270 by Naturel Cabot. Naturel Cabot is going ahead of the Frenchman. It was well done as we enter lap number 13. And watch out for Conor Yup. Watch out for Conor Yup. He's trying as well to make his move happen. Not quite did happen yet. He needs to make it stick, but still very close into the chicane of turn number 3 and 4. We keep a close watch on that battle for third. There's more than one contender. The 275 of Malaysia is in a good wagon. He's trying to pull away, but he has the pressure of Naturel Cabot just behind. The Spanish driver very much in his shadow, trying to find a bit of a space that could allow him through. And it just happened. Naturel Cabot is up into third place, outside of turn number 11. Foot down the throttle for the last part of the track. This is where difference can be made as well. And you can see that Malaysia is gesturing to Naturel Cabot to keep on going, because even though the race is getting clear to near its conclusion, there might still be a chance to catch up with Nathaniel Denant, even though he's very far ahead. So I guess that's more a gesture of saying we need to catch up. We don't need to catch up, but we need to get away from the drivers behind him, because Andy Rattel is still very much in the pack, 4 tenths down still. Rattel is 5th. The 221 of Giovanni Trentin as well is 6th, climbing 13 positions. Giovanni Trentin, a good job from the Italian. Not so happy at the end of the qualifying heats. Oh, the 224 having to retire, I'm afraid. This is Kelly Atkins. Unfortunately, our pole sitter. He was and still will be second in the classification of the superheats after this race, but certainly not the results he wanted for the confidence and as well with yourself and the material. That's not what you want in the superheat just before the final. But as it stands in the classification, waiting for the date, Ariel Elkins is still very much in pole position overall. Atkins is second in front of Bart Harrison. Andy Rattel currently in 4th place in the classification and is dropping actually. My apologies. Atkins is dropping into the classification as Bart Harrison is second, and Andy Rattel, if it stays like this in this final lap, will be third overall in front of Sebastiano Pavan, doing what he needs to do, dominating this superheat in order for him to be 4th and to be starting on the front row of the final. Sorry, on the second row of the final coming this afternoon, but that's certainly a disastrous result and turn of event for Kelly Atkins, as is dropping outside the top 8 on the pre-grid, on the grid of the final this afternoon. So this is really the worst moment in the world to have a retirement. While in the meantime, this has been the performance that he needed to achieve. Sebastiano Pavan crosses the line and wins the second superheat of the senior class, way before Nathaniel Denant, 1.3 seconds, and really intense, enormous gap, 2.9 seconds in front of Hugo Naturel Cabot, the driver crossing the line in third. Pavan is your winner and is third overall, putting him on the second row of the grid. If it says like this, we will wait for confirmation and we will keep you up to date in the presentation of the final. For the senior class, this will take place at 2:30. Don't forget, as the drivers put on a good show once again. Andy Rattel actually dropped a couple of positions in the later stage of this race, only 7 at the flag, and he dropped to 4th, being overtaken in the classification by Sebastiano Pavan. So Pavan is your leader and final winner of the superheat. Nathaniel Denant in second. Hugo Naturel Cabot, good recovery indeed. He fought his way through until the end, the Spaniard, after recovering 14 places. 15 places for Giovanni Trentin. That was a bit late to the party, but still managed to make himself up to 4th. Arnaud Malaysia was 5th in the end, in front of Conor Yup, Andy Rattel, Thomas Fleming, Ruben Moya, and Sita van Meer. The good job as well from the Belgian from GP Racing. 10th overall at the end Jack Cox is 11th after 16 place recovered from the back end of the grid. Then we have Marcus Luzio, who was starting from the front row of the grid, but not the outcome that he wanted, dropping all the way down to 12. And he's still 5th overall in the classification, so not so much of a drama for him. He will still be among the contenders for the final. Sam Balota 13 in front of Juan Cota, Jason Lug, Ben Dowdy, Patrick Janssen, Jona Loppe, Charles Roussan, Alex Martinez, August Molsdale in 21st, followed by Mika Vos, Akil Gobert, Hugo Brun, Luna Cleret, Jan Duran, Drake Janssen, Juan Alua Orlesti, Benjamin Ovlak, Elliot Subiru, Gabriel Stilpt, Lewis Bird, and Urbels Moore. The last ones to come back to the pit lane, and 3 drivers missing: Sami Dari, Adrian Mustienes, and Kali Aktins, or Paul Sitte, dropping out of the top 8 in the classification after this retirement at the worst moment for the young British driver. We shall see about that later on in the afternoon. We're going to take a break for lunchtime here in Valencia, ladies and gentlemen, but we will be back. As you can see, the schedule: 1:30 local time, the mini-final; 2 o'clock, the junior final; 2:30 the seniors, and we will be back at 1:25 local time for the live streaming in my company. So 1:25, we're back here live on YouTube, Facebook, as well as on Motorsport TV through IAME-Euroseries.com. So we will see you in a couple of minutes. The time for everybody to enjoy the lunch break, to catch our breath, to prepare for the finals to come, because these will be the first trophies of the season ready to be awarded. We'll see you after lunch break. In the meantime, take care and have a good Sunday. Bye-bye. We'll see you in a bit.
The karting season for IAME racers starts here as the field descends on Cartodromo Lucas Guerrero in Chiva, a few miles down the road from the marina city of Valencia in Spain. The Mini, Junior and Senior X30 drivers really want to win here as the victors gain a ticket to the IAME Euro Series 2021. But with rain heading into the circuit for Sunday's finals, anything can happen. Let's ride with Eric Genet on a lap of the circuit. Flat down the main straight, then into a deceptive and fairly open first hairpin. Very easy to get wrong, and the prime overtaking chance on the circuit. Opening out to a left kink, and then a big braking zone to the chicane. These curbs will catch out the unprepared, and many a race has ended here. A pair of right-hand apexes that tighten into the second, then a pair of left-handers which open up and power on the throttle, with plenty of chances to pounce on a mistake from an opponent. You're flat out through the next 2 left turns before building up for another squeeze of the brake pedal. The hairpin is a strong overtaking spot, but you can defend well on the exit into the next right-hander, which opens and accelerates out. The back straight will give you a massive advantage to catch opponents, as the toe can be worth anywhere between 3 and 7/10ths of a second. But the final chicane is very tricky. After the right-hand flick, the line has to be perfect, or it could cost you a couple of seconds into the next lap. Right, left, right, and the exit speed can set you up for a marvellous overtake into turn 1.
We were here last year and we were trying to get into the A's, and we didn't get into the A, so we went into the B, and I were trying as hard as I could to get back into the A final, but we couldn't do it, so this weekend we're hoping for a better position. There's a lot of straights, and it's very technical, like through the middle bit, and first corner, it always reminds me of Rye House in England, because of the long sweeping right at the start. And that session, we went new tyre, but we couldn't really get as good as, well, the track was good that session, even though we went new tyres, we couldn't get the fastest time, but we keep trying and we'll get a better position, hopefully for qualifying. Well, at the start, I thought that I was just gonna go, but then now Rodrigo's proven me wrong, so now I know that Rodrigo can stay with me and Rodrigo can push me, so next time we're gonna go with the pack, and then hopefully we're gonna overtake, and then we're gonna try and push.
As they come out of the final turn, is it going to be a clean start? That's the big gamble. It is indeed, and we're racing in the X30 Mini 2021 IAME Winter Cup Final. It's Roman Kamyab who's gone into the lead, and he's currently in. Here comes the move on Sofroneya from Ben Smith. Smith goes up the inside, takes on Sofroneya, gets the position. Big gains down the straight, and surely he's going to make his bid onto the inside line into third place. And Luke Tal gets alongside Perez, who defends valiantly, drifts wide in the next apex. Tal could get the foot in and get alongside Sandro Perez. Here comes the move up the inside again from Luke Tal. Sandro Perez is going to drift wide, and Luke Tal into third position. Good move from the Dutchman. P3 is his for now. Up the inside from Hugo Marti. Good move on the inside of Sandro Perez, and he gets into fourth position. The Mustang really is charging forward now. He's being stopped at the end of the pit lane so that he can go back out on circuit once the track is clear. So there goes Raul Martinez. But it definitely seems to be working, as now Smith is going to try and make his bid on the inside of Perez. Perez holds the line. He's not going to let Ben Smith get by. Find speed to out-drag the Fusion. Into the first corner though. Ben Smith is going to try again. Perez goes wide, Smith gets the inside line. What about Sandro Perez on the switchback? So Marti still battling with Smith, who goes for a very late move into the first corner, and it's a lovely overtake from Ben Smith. Boom! Roman Kamyab wins the IAME Winter Cup for X30 Mini, his first win in Europe, and it's a big one! That is what a Fusion Motorsport Mini X30 podium lockout looks like.
I'm excited to try and defend my title, and think I can do that. So yeah, always trying to find that extra millisecond in testing, and when it comes to the racing, you just want to be the best you can and have the best setup, and then hopefully everything goes to plan. It's nice to know that I'm never going to be really struggling too much, but when a weekend comes up where you struggle, it's not nice. So, but this weekend we're quite fast. Yeah, you've got to be quite patient, but also you can't let anyone get away because at the front, because you might not catch them. But yeah, you need to be very patient. We're quite fast, and we've got the patience to try and get the win again, and the determination, and yeah, I think we're prepared. Just another weekend really. Well, that's why I try to make myself think, so I can just perform to my best, and that's the only way I'm going to win. So that's what I try to do.
For Kanato Lee and Leo Robertson to form up, they're going to try and go for the start, but that is a false start if ever I've seen one. Oh no, it's not, we are going away. So we are into the first corner in first position. Kanato Lee's going to try and hold it through to turn one. And that is an absolutely sensational start from Kanato Lee, who leads Leo Robinson through the first corner. Bart Harrison trying to get in there for third position as the Junior X30 field swarms around. There is the 55, that's Daniel Dalakian going off at the chicane and rejoining on the main straight. So not a great performance from Daniel Dalakian on the first lap. Here comes the move from McIntyre, who dives down the inside there of Adrian Maliero. Maliero tries to come back at him. You see they're a little bit more ruthless in the juniors as Luzio gets on the inside of Maliero. Here he goes on the inside of Maliero. Maliero drifts wide, but McLaughlin can't get by. Next apex they have come, and McLaughlin dives for the inside of Maliero. Eric Genet gets through as well on the inside, does he? Maliero kicks up the back side of the kart, drifts it through, chops across, and Eric Genet, so he only loses one place in the end to Finn McLaughlin, I do believe. No, sorry, that's seventh place. Here comes Luzio on his teammate McIntyre, and he gets by. And that is one of the Kart Republic España drivers. I'm afraid that is game over for Enzo Soares. Is Rattel going to get the move on the inside? Yes, he is. Lovely overtaking move there from Andy Rattel, but he loses it on the exit. Tries again. This time Rattel does get by, and Adrian Mustienis goes for the open door. Mustienis is swarming around behind Andy Rattel. Rattel still trying to hang on to it, keeping it nice and tidy. Is there going to be a solid run on the inside? Mustienis tucks in on the inside line as Soares walks away, and Mustienis gets the place. Another fastest lap in, and Luzio gets past Paul Cayos. So Luzio into fourth place, past Paul Cayos. Aero, Genet, Mustienis, Phillips and Kudivali, and that's Harrison through! Harrison jumps on the opportunity. He leaps forward on Kanato Lee and snatches the lead. Oh, and that's a spin up. That's Jan Pradal. Jan Pradal has spun into the first hairpin, I'm afraid. So a black and white warning flag will come out for Marcus Luzio as we see Daniel Dalakian have a moment. Is he going to get the move on Robinson, which he does? In a third position, Lucio snatches it away from the number 37 of Leo Robinson. Mick Barrett racing for Bart Harrison. Fusion Motorsport for Kanato Lee. And Lucio is there third for Chaos Sport. And now McIntyre gets through into fourth position, past Leo Robinson as well. Oh, that's Nea Kitola with a warning flag now. But we're not done yet. Still 3 laps to go, and up the inside, Finn McLaughlin's going to take on his teammate, and they bang wheels. They're going to run side by side. Robinson holds it round the outside. Oh, and that's enough. That's Kanato Lee. Kanato Lee's drifted off the circuit, and Marcus Lizio gets through in a second. Will McIntyre's now going to run at him as well. And now McIntyre's going to launch up down the back straight, and surely he'll get through on that Kanato Lee, and he does. Lee now tries for the switchback maneuver. They're side by side. They rub wheels. Kanato Lee gets back into third place as we go into the final lap. Bart Harrison is back-to-back Winter Cup title winner in Junior X30 with Lucio second on the road. He will drop down, sadly. Kanato Lee, therefore, will have second, and Will McIntyre will be confirmed in third. Bart Harrison for the second year in a row. Well done, buddy. Kanato and Will on the podium as well.
Feels really good. It's a race that is in Spain, for that I am here, and also because my team Monlau Competición is racing here, and I say yes, perfect to come back and to have a bit of racing that it's good, and let's see how it goes. I love karting, and also this track is one of my favorites, so it's perfect to come back. I thought it will be worse, my adaptation to the car and to the track, let's say, but I quickly adapt to the car and go fast. I will try to win for sure, and I think we have the pace, but racing is difficult and you don't know how the races will go, so I will work hard to try to win everything, but let's see how it goes.
Kimber on the inside, McDonald on the outside, ready? We're racing at Valencia! The Senior X30 final gets underway, and McDonald's got the better start, but can he hold it round the outside? He's going to get Marty Boyer going with him. McDonald takes the lead from Kimber. They go wheel to wheel, and McDonald gets there first, and he can't make it happen. Marty Boyer's going to try and get the switch back, and he comes through in second. And here comes Kimber, trying to have another go at Boyer. Boyer goes for the switchback. Thank you very much. Into second place goes Boyer, breaking through to the lead. Boyer through to second, and Kimber now having to go defensive from Philip Barber. Barber's got a chance on the inside line of the hairpin, but Kimber going very strong round the outside, gets good acceleration off the turn. Westover, here comes Westover for a move on the inside of Butcher. Marty Boyer running in second place. Here comes Butcher, side by side with Westover, who slams the Dorsch family shut. And now Ravenscroft is going to get on the inside of his teammate. That'll do, mate. Thank you very much. It's over. As they run, oh, and Ravenscroft goes a little bit wide. Butcher nearly takes him down there and almost gets the move back. And Sam Balota, oh, that's Richard Faulkner. So his race is over, unfortunately. And that's Butcher back in front of Ravenscroft. And that's Kimber back in front of Boyer. So Kimber has got past Marty Boyer this time. Ravenscroft back on the inside of Butcher, retakes the place. Oh, and that's one of the CRGs going off the road there. That's Ruben Moyer. So Ruben Moyer drifts off the road and Fleming cuts through. Nice bit of racecraft in the middle there. But Ruben Moyer was very lucky not to be flung off the circuit. Oh, and that's enough. That's enough there for one of the Chaos Sport carts. That is the 243 going wide. It's Ravenscroft. Oh, and that's enough again. And this time it's Philip Barber who goes off. Driver, they go side by side. He and Barber out of the first corner. Barber comes around the outside, holds onto the place for the moment. And that is one of the KH Racing carts. I think that's Matilda Olsen, because Westover really is starting to nail those apexes. Boyer makes the mistake. He's got a problem. Westover's going through. McDonald wins the Winter Cup 2021 in Senior X30 at Valencia. Dean McDonald and Mark Kimber as Strawberry Racing 1-2, Westover in a brilliant third.
I felt confident from the final because in the UK I've been doing a lot of wet practice. So in the final I just kept it consistent. I kept chipping away
I made it through, and as soon as I got that gap from my teammate, it led me through to the last lap and I took the win. Yeah, that's giving me more confidence. Now that I've had my first win, I'll be able to have another second.
For the final, Roman jumped away at the start and I guess I had to spend the race chasing after him. We ended up with a large lead over the opposition. I did manage to close the gap in the final lap, but he finished first inevitably. I'm not sure how this year will go. I'll be racing at every round and I am definitely ready for the challenge ahead. I honestly didn't expect to go so well in the rain because most of the time we're used to racing slick tyres in the wet. Although I am used to the weather, as it rains almost every day in the Netherlands. So this was a great opportunity and quite unexpected. I'm obviously very happy I made it to the podium here, so it's a great start to the season. It's been a really good start and I think I can reach the top step at some point this year, but I guess we'll just have to wait until Marienborg to find out when.
Well, we had a lot of practice here and we felt really confident going to the race week. We got some few good heats and I won the pre-final. In the final I got a really good start and was managed to be P1, but at the end I started to overdrive and I ended up being second. Well, I think overall it was a really good weekend. It was my first podium outside Japan and I feel really confident going into Belgium with the podium and I'll be looking forward to it.
We're gearing up for another sensational season of IAME kart racing. Are you ready for more action, more drama, and more epic racing? We begin the season at Chiva in Valencia for the IAME Winter Cup on the first weekend of February. Then the Euro Series begins at Thuera, near the beautiful Spanish city of Zaragoza in March. Off to the Karting de Fania circuit for the second round in May. Then to the beautiful Siete Archi circuit near Milan on the final weekend of July. The season finale will crown our champions at the home of champions, Karting Genk in August. Then we'll end the year with the iGames at its new home at Karting Campillos in November. With full race coverage on motorsport.tv, there's never been a better time to sign up and get on the grid. We'll see you in 2022.
It's going to be side by side on the photo finish, but the victory goes to Aaron Garcia. Oh, and going sideways is 234. This is Andy Rattel. JC Phillips wins his third qualifying heat already. What a strong and beautiful series of performance for JC Phillips. And watch out for the move on the inside. Ariel Elkin is going for the attack and launches it. Switch for position. Ariel Elkin is back in contention, back in the lead of Aaron Garcia, who took the victory back. Another one in 2 races for the Spaniard. Yes, indeed, he's taking the lead. Hugo Besson is taking the lead in front of Ruben Moya. But what a demonstration that is from the young Frenchman. Checkered flag, victory for Eliska Babikova. 10 places gain, the checkered flag to reward performance. Victory for JC Phillips. And thumbs up to his teammate. Good job, mate. Good effort as they were able to stay together, protect each other, and secure that 1-2 for Fusion Motorsport. Ariel Elkin, the thumbs up and the win, the second in a row for the Israeli driver from VDK. Buenas tardes a todos and bienvenidos en España. Welcome everybody to Spain, or welcome back if you were with us this morning and throughout the weekend. Welcome on the Cartodromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero near the beautiful city of Valencia on the east coast of Spain. My name is Guillaume Alvarez. This is my pleasure to welcome you for the 7th edition of the IAME Winter Cup by RGMMC. Since 2016, this race has become an unmissable event in the international karting calendar, and you're about to understand why as we are getting ready for the first of 3 finals this afternoon, starting with the X30 mini class. And this young man on your picture, 926 from Great Britain, JC Phillips, wearing the Fusion Motorsport colors, is going to be starting from pole position and is hoping to do better than last year. It was only 12 in the last Winter Cup, but now he has one great opportunity to shine under the beautiful sun of Valencia. By his side, 927 from the same team of Fusion as well. Daniel Callagher from Ireland is going to be starting by his side on the external side of the track, but he's been doing a great job in the qualifying heats with a second place as a result. But second is certainly what he will not be achieving in this race, or this is not his aim for the final to come. Third place on the grid, it will come from Switzerland. It's been one of the names and the drivers to keep an eye on. This is Dan Aleman, the 911 from Spirit Racing, is going to be on the inside line of the starting grid. Dan Aleman, your pole sitter in Friday's qualifying, managed a second place as a best finish in the super heat earlier that we had this morning. Now is more than willing to fight at the front and maybe win the Winter Cup 2022. There's going to be a great race upon us in the X30 mini class, as we have a total of 36 drivers competing at the highest level here. We had more than 40 of them in the X30 mini category starting this weekend, but in the end only 36 tickets to be allowed for the rest of the grid. By the side of Dan Aleman, we have Kit Belowski, the 995. There's going to be certainly a name to keep an eye on as well, because he has 2 of his teammates from Fusion Motorsport just in front of him. There he is, Kit Belowski from Great Britain as well, one of the 3 drivers from Fusion Motorsport, and more than willing to really certainly finish his weekend on a high after some strong performances and a win in the last superheat of the mini class this morning. So he's shown us his progress, he's shown us his pace, and now is the time to confirm. On the row number 3, we're going to have a good pair as well. The first one on the inside line will be Tsenek Babisek from the TEPS racing team. To keep an eye on as well. Tsenek Babisek indeed is part of a very strong team from Czech Republic. Sadek Babisek as will be on the inside line. Good job as well from the young driver, as he was 5th overall at the end of the superheats of the mini class with 5th place as best results. So let's see what he's going to be able to do. By his side, we're going to have another strong name, the 965 from Great Britain, Henry Domain. Driving the Car Republic for Oliver Rowland Motorsport, is going to be on the external part of the track, 6 on the grid, and more than willing certainly to invite himself in the mix and really go and be certainly the one that no one expects in the fight for the win in the X30 mini class. Here's our race director, Mr. Martin Bean, keeping both eyes very much on the grid and to surveil the young drivers, the youngest of all competitors here, 170 of them here at Valencia under the beautiful sun of the East Coast region of Spain. It wasn't so much the case yesterday. There was a bit of an half and half weather conditions and slight rains falling as well that put some of the drivers in the senior class, among others, into a bit of a trouble. But fortunately, no more rain at all. As you can see, the weather is back. It's beautiful. This should rest and this should actually stay the same until the end of the day. We're here on the Cartodromo Valencia, 1.4 kilometer of length, 16 different corners, a very twisty, challenging and technical racetrack for the competitors of all 3 classes, mini, junior and senior. The rest of the grid with on the 5th row on the grid, Bosco Arias and Manuel Miguez Galloso. And we have row number 6, Jensen Graham and Yaka de Troya. Row number 7 as well, Tahid Buckley and Nikita Nikishov. Row number 8, Noah Baglin and Thomas Pradier. Row number 9, Kylian Josseron and Nicolas Garcia Diaz. Row number 10, Luc Tal and Senna Meunier. Row number 11, Anthony Witkowski and Gustavo Cunha. Row number 12, we'll see Priam Bruno and Mari Barryberg alongside each other. Then we have Elvis Krasovskas and Jenson Jones, Andrea Mani and Antoine Venant on row number 14. At the back end of the grid, row 15, Devon Agaren and Martin Marquez, Jack McCaughlin and Yao Andrade Barros, Stan Fagot and Filippo Donazan, Matteo Rivals and Antonio Macedo. 18 rows, 36 drivers. These are the finalists of the X30 mini category, as we had a good number of them starting this weekend, but not everybody can get a shot at the victory in the last race of the weekend. In the mini class, there were 45 of them, but after the super heats that we had this morning, a new concept introduced by RGMMC for this season, well, 36 of them with the golden ticket in hand and one chance to conclude the weekend on a high. The super heats work simple. It's like an extra qualifying heat on the morning. We've been used in the IAME races over the past few seasons to have a second chance heat and a pre-final leading to this race. Now it's brand new and it's going to be for the full season, including the IAME Euro Series coming up in March, as it allows actually more drivers to have a chance for more success. It allows in all the drivers basically from the qualifying heats, if considering they have behind 36 competitors, 72 maximum in after qualifying heats, and once in the super heat, all the fields are split in 2, and at the end we mix the top results of both super heats to have the 36 best of them in each of the 2 races. So if it's not clear enough, you'll get used to it if you stay with us for the season. This is only getting started with the IAME Winter Cup here, the 7th running of the event, organized and hosted by RGMMC ever since 2016, and some numerous winners over the past few seasons in the mini class, as in 2018, for instance, we had Miguel Lupeo winning, Freddie Slater in 2019 winning this very event, as is now on his way certainly to a bright future ahead of him in the other classes in the FI Karting Championship. Jan Peral in 2020 was also winner of this event, as we have 1 minute left to go and to wait before the start of this race, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, John, once again for joining us, as Roman Kabiab was another name that shone here in Valencia in last year. He's not here to defend his title in the mini class, so who to succeed Roman Kabiab from 2021? There's more than one client, more than one contender for the win at the end of this glorious weekend of racing. This has been absolutely ecstatic. We've had just a piece of the action in the highlights that were just played to you on the streaming, but we had 20 qualifying races yesterday, 2 more on the Friday. more than 30 races in total here in Valencia, and most of them were actually decided in the later stages, sometimes on the line in all 3 categories. So this should be no different. This is the final, as we're about to go here for 15 laps in the Mini. Same distance as the Superheat, more or less, a bit more though. The 1 minute is done, the green flag is being waved, and our finalists of the X30 Mini class are making their way onto the track for the 2 formation lap, and we have some trouble already before it even starts. The 921, try to see who that is. Further back in the classification, 921, this is Jack McCaughlin, the Irish driver with his Car Republic machine, and he just went for a little spin at the back end of the grid, but fortunately not too much trouble for him, as he is able to catch up with the rest of the group. He's got time for that, because we have, as always for the previous races, 1 lap for the tires to be put under the right, hopefully window functioning in terms of temperatures, and the second lap as well. Halfway through, the pole sitter must pace himself down in order for the other drivers to get together and get the formation of the grid. Martin Bean, our race director, is up the start-finish straight, and it's fair to say that the starting proceedings have been, for most of them, very clean all throughout the weekend. Just a couple of extra laps, not a lot of them for the duration of the event, which is not always the case. Sometimes it happens that you have to go through an extra lap, sometimes 2 more laps, if the drivers actually don't respect the starting procedure. As a reminder, will be a rolling start, and each of the drivers must respect the places that's been given to them after the classification of the superheats, and they cannot put any wheel outside of the corridor before the green light. So hopefully we'll get once again going for the 15 lap race on the go on the first attempt here in Valencia. Again, thank you very much for joining us, for tuning in wherever you are in the world. This may be the morning, this may be the night, this may be the afternoon as well. But what counts is that you are here with us to witness the first events of the IAME X30 season, the IAME Winter Cup by RGMMC, and a lot of excitement coming our way. 3 races left this afternoon, the most important one starting with the Mini. As I let me remind you, we are live everywhere pretty much. We got you covered on YouTube, Facebook, on Motorsport TV. Everything are of course available on IAMEEuroseries.com and on social media as well as on Instagram. So let's get started, shall we? As the drivers make their way onto the chicane, we have Jesse Phillips and Daniel Kelleher, 1-2 in qualifying and in the superheat from Fusion. Are we good to go? Are we green? And no, we are not. First attempt, and this is missed. As you can see, the orange light is on, and this is 1 extra lap. You can feel that already the pressure has picked up a little bit. 1 more stage from the superheat that we had this morning. It was already quite tense between the drivers. Of course, it's all but natural that the more you get close to the final, the more you are eager to perform, and sometimes it's an open door to potential mistakes, and we've seen a couple of drivers being unlucky in the superheat. We'll get to that later. But no, we're gonna go for an extra lap here. It's down really to the driver at the front, J.C. Phillips in this case, to really put everybody together, not to actually decelerate too late. He has to cross the yellow or red line at the end of the lap in the third sector on the way to the chicane. And past that point, he just needs to make sure that he cannot quite see it, but if he, as he does right now quite well, if he slows down quite sufficiently, everybody can line himself up and queuing on the way to the grid. So it seems to be quite good this time around. Let's see if we're gonna go for the first final of the afternoon. Don't make us waiting, please, boys, because we can only wait to get going. And green, we're racing for the first final in Valencia. Good start from J.C. Phillips in front of his teammate Daniel Kelleher. Might try to go around the outside in turn number 1. Watch out, the first challenge of many to come in this lap. Challenging layout it is, as Valencia and a couple of drivers actually cutting the grass and rejoining at the chicane, but not too much trouble. And another one actually missing the chicane. Oh, a couple of drivers getting together. Big incident and a tussle between 4 drivers who are actually stuck in the chicane. And we have Henri Domain. Henri Domain is one of them, actually, the driver, the 965 from Oliver Roland Racing. That's quite a tragedy it is, but he was able to get back on his feet and on his wheel, but it's not so much the case for the other drivers. Everybody is back on track, but I might have seen some rear bumper misplaced as a result of the incident. We have also Luc Taal, the young Dutchman who was involved in the incident, Henri Domain, and that's quite big news, unfortunately for Henri Domain, as he was one of the potential contenders. Starting from the upper part of the grid, he was on the third row of the grid, Henri Domain, and now he's been stuck at the back end of the grid. First big ton of events, first big drama, shall I say, in this mini-final, only getting started. And look who's ahead. Look who's taking the lead in the process. Dan Allemann, the young Swiss driver, is ahead of the Fusion teammates. And that's going to be a royal battle for the win until the end. And first of all, the explanation between the teammates, J.C. Phillips and Daniel Gallagher, second and third. And now at the advantage of just behind him, that's going to be very tight indeed. In 1995, Kit Belowski is actually ahead. What happened to Daniel Gallagher? We've lost him as well in the process. He's one of the drivers in trouble. Let's see where he is in the classification, but it's not the good news at all. And we lost Henri Domain down at the back end of the grid. But this is Kit Belowski who made his way through ahead of J.C. Phillips at the moment. As for Daniel Gallagher, there's a bit of a trouble indeed. He's down in 17 places. He was starting, the British man, the Irish man, on the front row of the grid. What happened there? Certainly the results of the trouble and the incidents in the chicane in the opening lap. But Henri Domain and Daniel Gallagher, that's two contenders potentially out of contention for the win. Now it's down to those young drivers. Dan Allemann losing the win and the potential win in the lead to Kit Belowski. Went for the move, he launched his attack and he made that stick beautifully. As we have a new leader, Kit Belowski in front of Dan Allemann being taken in sandwich and is about to lose even more. Dan Allemann, as J.C. Phillips is taking the second place. His upper place, J.C. Phillips, the pole sitter at the beginning of this race, and now is very much determined to follow his teammate. There were a lot of Fusion drivers, as we said, in the upper part of the field. There were actually 3 of them, even 4 of them in the top 5, including Daniel Miron Lorente. I'd like to see where he is, but he tumbled down the order as well. So that's quite, he's 11 at the moment. Daniel Miron Lorente, we'll get back to that. But as for now, the battle for the win is taking another turn into the chicane. Look at how aggressive J.C. Phillips is going, clipping the inside curb in turn number 15, trying to gain a bit more momentum and put the pressure on Kit Belowski, his teammate. That's going to be a kind of a pickle indeed that those two drivers found themselves in, because they are under the same awning. They represent the same team, still they compete as well as for their own interests. So that's always a bit of a dilemma. Instructions, or at least pieces of advices, have been given. And watch for Dan Allemann going around the inside for second place. And the Swiss driver is already playing strategic, saying to J.C. Phillips, let's stick together, let's work hard together, because otherwise we might lose the contact with the lead. And that's all going to the direction and the way of Kit Belowski potentially. And we have a warning flag for Henri Domain. So there's confirmation of the trouble going the way of Henri, as he was involved, unfortunately for him, in the four-driver incident in the chicane, and apparently he was deemed responsible by the officials. At least a warning flag for bad maneuver, but we'll get back to that. And Henri Domain, all he needs to do right now is to try to pick up the pace and fight his way through the pack, which won't be an easy task as he's down at the back end. 4 laps in, lap number 5 out of 15. Kit Belowski in the lead. Dan Allemann putting pressure extensively on the driver from Britain. 3rd place, J.C. Phillips. And look who we have in 4th, Zdeněk Babicek trying as well to join the party and the battle for the win. Dan Allemann is the fastest on track in 64.2 at the moment. He's waiting for the right moment indeed. There is no proper rush to get ahead, even though J.C. Phillips is not too far behind, 0.4 of a second. Look at the exit that he had in turn number 10, outside of 11, on the way to the last part of the track. This is here that the drivers actually in all 3 classes reached the top speed in all the circuit, close to 122 km/h for the seniors, a bit less for the mini obviously, but it goes without saying that they go into that part at full throttle. As for the back, we have a great battle as well. You have the top 4 really putting themselves away from the rest of the field with the push of the mechanics. So we have Kit Belowski, Dan Allemann putting under pressure, the leader. 3rd place in the hands still of J.C. Phillips, himself as well, being threatened by Zdeněk Babicek, the Czech driver from Teps Racing. That's one that we did see coming for a long time through the Winter Cup this edition. Zdeněk Babisek is now in contention and is actually in a good wagon, because between the Group 1 and Group 2 you have 2.4 seconds, and you can see the gap, how big it has been created in the round of less than 6 laps. 2.4 seconds now, and Alex Martinez is actually leading the second group in this race. Martinez, Noah Baglin in 6. Then we have Arias Bosco down in 7 in front of Kylian Josseron, Jason Graham, and the rest of the top 10 with Dak Buckley in front of Daniel Miron Lorente. So the top 10 quite stuck at the moment in 2 different groups, and even 3 actually, because look at the gap that the 2 leaders are being able to pull. 6 laps in, and Dan Holleman is all over the rear bumper of Kit Belowski. He's not having none of it at the moment. The British driver is shutting all the doors, doing what he can. He's not watching over his shoulder. He can feel the presence of Dan Holleman. He can feel certainly the pressure on his shoulders, even though we're not halfway through this race yet. Belowski, the fastest on track, trying to respond to the pressure of Dan Holleman. And watch out for the attack potentially launching by Dan Holleman, the Swiss driver from Spirit Racing. Is very, very close indeed. Can he actually go around the inside this time around in the hairpin of 10? It's not quite possible yet, as JC Phillips is trying to hold on, but is losing ground. JC Phillips, I'm afraid, 1 second down almost in front of Zdeněk Babisek, who's losing a bit of ground as well, trying to keep up with the British driver. But right now, let's focus ourselves on the battle for the lead. Dan Holleman really still very much in the shadow of the Fijian driver. Kit Belowski trying to gain momentum outside of the chicane, because this is the tricky part of the track. You can actually fall easily into the trap by the other driver chasing you. But at the moment, those 2 are quite doing the job. They're waiting certainly for the latest stages of the race. You have to go strategic in this one, not to rush into anything unwise, shall I say, in terms of overtaking maneuver. And this time around, it seems like Dan Holleman, who just lapped in 64.4 and 64 almost 4 for Kit Belowski. So those 2 are lapping in the same times. Further back, 9-10. This is Noah Baglin. This is the second group in the top 10. Baglin in 5th place under the pressure of Alex Martinez just behind. This is a good start and good half of the race for Noah Baglin. Let's remember that he was only 15 on the grid, and with his machine prepared by Oliver Rowland Motorsport, he was able to climb 10 rounds, 10 drivers, shall I say, with a bit of help from the incident on the chicane that actually cost a lot of positions to his teammate Henry Domain. But now Martinez climbing 2 places, is harassing him, is in 6. Then we have a bit further back at the entry of the chicane, Arias Bosco, Kylian Josseron, former winner of a qualifying heat yesterday. And it's moving a little bit in the second part of the top 10. We're back with the leaders. Kit Belowski still maintaining his first position. Dan Holleman has never been more threatening. Quite good piece of driving from any of those 2 drivers. This is very clean. None of them is making any mistake at this point. This is lap number 9, 6 after this. It's about time, maybe, as the clock is ticking, for Dan Holleman to try to do something, because there's always a risk if you go for the attack just a tiny bit too soon into the last lap of the race. You might find yourself under threat again from the chaser, and you could actually open the door just a tiny bit too much. That could be enough for Kit Belowski to go through and to switch back for first. As GC Phillips, unfortunately for him, dropped down quite significantly for the past few laps. He's down 1.2 seconds at the moment, not having any part in the battle for the lead. As he was hoping so much, as you might have heard him in one of the interviews after the qualifying heats. He was so much hoping to be able to win that one. But right now, he's on the podium. He was only 12 in 2021. Oh, aggressive Kit Belowski. Quite an impressive set of skills developed by the British driver. But as you might have seen, the curbs here in Valencia are quite bumpy. They're quite high, and it's not always advised to go over them, especially in a very tight corner, because that might actually cost you a bit of momentum. In that kind of corner, for instance, as you can see, Dan Holleman is keeping his foot down the throttle, having a very, very good exit on the way to turn number 12. From this part onto turn 14 in the chicane, this is flat out completely. And there's pretty much no touch of the braking except for this point here, turn 14. But there's no space at all for Dan Holleman to try to make his bit and get ahead of Kit Belowski as for now. But this battle certainly will take us until the checkered flag. There's no way, unless drama between the two. But I don't see how. Pretty much, if they keep up with this pace, I don't see how JC Phillips might be able to make the contact with his teammate and the Swiss driver. Zdeněk Babisek still in fourth, not quite able as well to stay in the shadow of JC Phillips, because we have up to 0.8 of a second between Phillips and Zdeněk Babisek, respectively third and fourth. Noah Baglin still in 5, Alex Martinez in 6. They have close to 2/10 between those two, so the battle for 5th is worth keeping an eye on as well. 7th place in the hands right now of Daniel Kelleher, and he's back into contention, the Irish driver. We didn't see that coming, but Daniel Kelleher dropped all the way down the classification. Look at him further back outside of the picture. He's back in 7th place already, and he's just 2/10 behind Alex Martinez. No, my apologies, it's quite further back behind, more than 2 seconds, but with 2/10 in front of Kylian Josseron. But this will be certainly the best that he can hope to achieve, Daniel Besseron. And watch out for the move! Lap number 12! There it is! Dan Alleman run the inside of Kit Belowski. Could it be decisive for the win in the X30 mini-final? We shall see about that. But we had seen this move coming from a long way, and now it's down certainly to Kit Belowski to switch back, which he does. Beautifully made by the British driver, back in the lead. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, strap yourself in, because we're in for the show until the checkered flag between those two very talented drivers. One is from Britain, the other one is from Switzerland. One is driving for Spirit Racing, the other one for Fusion, two of the biggest names competing in the IAME X30 races for the past few seasons. And this is the battle for supremacy here at the Winter Cup to get your season started on a bright note. We still have 3 laps after this one on the chicane. Dan Alleman just went for the move. The first attempt, he shows more than ever to Kit Belowski that is right here, right now, behind him, ready for the battle. 12 laps in, lap number 13. There's not much time remaining for any of the two to make a difference here. Also, always easier said than done, isn't it? But right now, it's down to Kit Belowski to put his effort, try to put as much distance as possible to Dan Alleman, but he's not actually carrying this pace enough. He's not actually getting there quite yet. As the two keep on actually lapping in the same space, in the same times, 64.7 pretty much for both. So there's pretty much no difference in terms of space and potential between the two chassis and the two drivers, doing a fantastic job at keeping themselves close. You could see that Dan Alleman is really focusing himself. All he thinks about is the driver in front of him, and actually they're going to outlap some of the drivers at the back end of the grid. So that could be a playing factor, isn't it? The blue flag are going to be waved by the officials on the way to the chicane. Round the inside goes Dan Alleman. He takes the lead back in front of Kit Belowski. There was nothing the British driver can do, but he might actually go for the switchback in turn number 1. This is the penultimate lap of the final, ladies and gentlemen. And we are in for another try. This time the British driver on the inside, and Dan Alleman is forced to step back. Back in second place, but still something to say and to do into this race. But watch out, there's some back markers just in front of them. The blue flag are waving, and he's going to have to be outside of the line, which he does. But that might actually cost a bit of time to Dan Alleman, as Kit Belowski went through the turn without being too much bothered by the look of it. And those two are just close together, back together on the way to turn number 10. Look at the defensive driving of the Fusion Motorsport driver, which is not enough. Dan Alleman takes the lead once again in turn number 11. If he shuts the door, which he cannot do quite efficiently enough, they're going to be side by side in turn number 12. But once again, this is down to Fusion to have the upper hand in this case. And look at the rest of the field as well. Could we see JC Phillips getting back into the fight as well? We are on our way to the last lap, ladies and gentlemen, and this is down to just 2 or maybe 3 drivers. If JC Phillips can actually give a bit of a help to his teammate. Final lap, JC Phillips back into the shadow, into the rear bumper of Dan Alleman being taken in sandwich. This is actually not the biggest and the best of situation for the Swiss driver. He's going to have to consider not 1, but 2 drivers as well, going defensive, but while not forgetting that he still has a chance for the win. Oh, JC Phillips, look at him go. Look at him very, very close indeed. That doesn't smell quite good for Dan Alleman, I'm afraid, even though we're running out of time. That might be too short for JC Phillips to try to attack Dan Alleman. That might go the same way as well for the Swiss driver. He's trying to go around the inside to put himself and align himself in front of Kit Belowski, who's shutting all the door. Turn number 11 onto the 12. There will only be the chicane. There will only be the chicane to try to do something. And look out for JC Phillips. He's going to try to go and take the slipstream of the Swiss driver, and he's gesturing to his teammate. Let's try to block everything in the chicane because there's only 3 corners left. Dan Alleman trying his best, but he cannot make it as one last corner on the way to the checkered flag, almost the photo finish. Victory for Kit Belowski in front of Dan Alleman and JC Phillips in Valencia. What a fantastic finish that is for the X30 mini final. Punching the air with joy. Kit Belowski wins the 2022 IAME Winter Cup in Valencia. Another win in Mini for Fusion Motorsport, but what a finish of the race we had, and what a fantastic battle between Belowski and Dan Alleman, split by just 600 of a second on the line. Congratulations, boys. Congratulations, young men, to everybody here. And you can feel, you can see the joy of Kit Belowski punching the air with both of his fists and being congratulated by his teammates as well. JC Phillips did what he could to catch up with the rest. And you can see a beautiful formation of fusion colors here. Kit Belowski 1, Dan Alleman 2, and JC Phillips completing the success of the British team on the podium of the mini category. And quite a good improvement from last year, from 12th to 3rd. He can be proud of himself as well, JC Phillips, as much as Dan Alleman, who was really one of the revelation of the class this season for the Winter Cup. As this is his best performance to date on the international level, Dan Alleman, and he's been really one of the top drivers, setting the pace all weekend long. Kit Belowski, winner in front of Dan Alleman. JC Phillips completing the podium in front of Zdeněk Babisek, 4th place. Just 2 tenths behind of JC Phillips, so at least 1 or maybe 2 laps more, and we could have had one fantastic, even more fantastic conclusion to the final with Zdeněk Babisek and maybe Alex Martinez joining the party as well. Martinez is 5th, Noah Baglin is 6th, then we have Daniel Kelleher in 7th, from Manuel Miguez Galloso in 8th, Bosco Arias in 10th, and Daniel Miron Lorente in 10th place. 11th place for Gerard de Troya. A good result all in all for the young Indian driver who was one of the fastest in the qualifying and in the heats. Didn't manage to really secure the results that he would have wanted, but still good progress is on the way for de Troya. Kylian Josseron is finishing this final in 12th place from Tag Buckley, Priam Bruno, Jason Graham, Thomas Pradier, Luc Tal, Senna Meunier, Elvis Krasowskas, Anthony Witkowski in P20. And we can give you actually a close look to the protagonists of this final and to your winner, Kit Belowski, who's waiting for his turn at the scale. Yeah, you can be proud of yourself, young man, and absolutely happy about this performance and the weekend that you've been able to pull out. And what a battle that was. What a fantastic resistance from Kit Belowski. He was actually conceding none of it to Dan Alleman, and those two put up one fantastic show and some very, very impressive piece of driving. 21st position is Nikita Nikishov in front of Martin Marquez. Devon Agolan, Andre Domain only finishing 24th, unfortunately, after being stuck into some trouble into the open lap in front of Antoine Venant, João Andrade Barros, Gustavo Cunha, Stan Fago, Antonio Macedo. P30 is Jenson Jones in front of Filippo Donadzan, Mari Barryberg, Nicolas Garcia Diaz, Matteo Revels, Andrea Mani, and Jake McLaughlin. And all the drivers, actually, despite some of them being outlapped, made it to the checkered flag. And the congratulations from the mechanic from Fusion Motorsport. And it's all but deserved, of course. As you can see, the next pre-grid for the junior final is already getting ready. And the drivers are about to make their way onto the track in just a few moments. And we'll go through the grid for the next final of the junior category this time around. But what a beautiful performance from Kit Belowski, Dan Alleman, and JC Phillips. And this really went down to the wire once again, isn't it? With Zdeněk Babisek closing in on the top 3. JC Phillips, you just missed certainly half of a lap, maybe 1 lap extra to maybe turn this final on its head. But beautiful performance from Kit Belowski, who was 4th on the grid and made his way through to 1st. And once he was there leading the pack, Dan Alleman actually jumped on the red wagon in the first group, as the top team was split in 2 different groups. He was in the red wagon and was the one being able to threat to put under pressure Kit Belowski, but it wasn't enough, even though on a couple of occasions he managed to get past the British driver. But Dan Alleman had just a bit too short of a time. Now we're going to have in a couple of moments the junior final coming your way here in Valencia.
We're gearing up for another sensational season of IAME kart racing. Are you ready for more action, more drama, and more epic racing? We begin the season at Chiva in Valencia for the IAME Winter Cup on the first weekend of February. Then the Euro Series begins at Thuera, near the beautiful Spanish city of Zaragoza, in March. Off to the Karting de Fania circuit for the second round in May. Then to the beautiful Siete Archi circuit near Milan on the final weekend of July. The season finale will crown our champions at the home of champions, Karting Genk, in August. Then we'll end the year with the iGames at its new home at Karting Campillos in November. With full race coverage on motorsport.tv, there's never been a better time to sign up and get on the grid. We'll see you in 2022.
And welcome back live from Valencia and the Cartodromo Lucas Guerrero. You've joined us at the right time as the grid for the next final is getting ready. The X30 Junior Final with the 36 finalists of the class of the drivers between 12 and 14 years of age. They're getting ready for the next show. We had already one good quality of racing indeed with the mini category. 17 laps this time around for the class of the junior drivers. X30 Junior. As you can see, the drivers being actually with themselves right now. The mechanics are progressively asked to leave the grid as we're getting ourselves ready for some more racing. My name is Guillaume Alvarez. My pleasure to be with you here under the sun and with many of you watching along on the location and certainly much more live wherever you are in the world. Thank you once again for joining in and joining us for celebrating the first winners of the 2022 season in the X30 races. The grid is just behind, in front of you, as we're going to go through the potential contenders and the names to keep an eye on for the next 17 laps. On pole position, is going to be on the left side of your picture. Leo Robinson from Algeria is going to be certainly one name to keep an eye on from Fusion Motorsport, as he won 2 years ago the iGames in Portimao. Is more than determined to shine again here in Valencia. He did a brilliant job into the qualifying heat and super heats this morning. He's going to be from pole position with the advantage on the inside line. By his side is from France, and is representing the Gianna Racing here in Valencia. This is Ugo Martiniello with the number 18 by his side. Ugo Martiniello, who in the previous superheat finished in a good 6th position. He was 5th overall. Ugo Martiniello from France, representing Gianna Racing, determined as well to shine here, even though he might not have the best of advantage, having to start on the external part of the track, coming to turn number 1. But he will do his best, certainly, to shine after having demonstrated his pace ever since qualifying. Second row of the grid is going to be on inside, just after the pole sitter, Macaulay Bishop, with the white crash helmet. You can easily recognize him in the field and is fast, driving the new London race kart introduced this season to karting with the Danolan Racing team. Macaulay Bishop more than eager to shine after some difficulty in qualifying. He was able to recover in each of his qualifying heats, collecting a pile of positions up to the second row of the grid. By his side, from France, just behind his fellow countryman, Jules Caranta at the wheel of his Esprit chassis. 2 drivers from Gianna Racing, one in front of the other. Jules Caranta, who actually started karting at 2.5 years old, and former French champion who dreams of emulating the achievements in motorsport of a certain Max Verstappen. We wish him the best, Jules Caranta, and that starts this weekend already with the IAME Winter Cup. Third row of the grid, this is one of his first appearances at this level with VDK Racing. Thibaut Ramakers, who is a name to be reckoned with on national level, and he will be starting from 5th on the grid for the first appearance of the Belgian team in Valencia. By his side, he didn't have the best of luck in the superheat, having forced to retire, but keep an eye on the number 38, Aaron Garcia from Spain, one of the local heroes competing on home soil and in front of his public at the wheel of his Birelalt chassis from MDC. All over with the look of our race director Martin Bean, keeping an eye on the proceedings of the grid before we get going. These are the top favorites, of course, who have been able to qualify on the upper part of the grid, but there's more than one name willing to shine at the forefront of the classification. We've seen in the Mini that it's not down only to the classification and the place that you have on the grid that will make for the outcome. As the drivers make their way to the track for the 2 formation lap, let's talk you through the rest of the grid. On row number 5, Marc Grenada Ferrero and Henri Jocelyn from Mike Barrett Racing. Adrian Ferrer and Sandro Perez Sanchez on row number 6. Row number 7, Thomas Biermann and Clément Outron. Row number 8, Cathal Clark and Jan Perel. Row number 9, Freddy Alum and Erwan Bien-Aimé. Row number 9, Noah Montero and Sacha Van Padbosch. Row number 11, Eden Spanswick and Enrique Mora de Oliveira. Row number 12, Marius Barryberg and Macedo Francisco. Then we have Raúl Martinez and Hugo Latorre Vega in row number 13. Row number 14, Hugo Marti and Eduardo Dominguez, followed by Natalia Granada Ferrero, Colin Gronin, Rafael Tevini, Alexander Dahlström, Rins Vos, Bas Verdold, Andrea Dup and Mathus Riba. Only the 36 best chassis and the 36 best drivers, shall I say, from the junior class made it to the final. In the junior, there were 42 at the beginning of the weekend, but only 36 places available after the qualifying heats and the super heat that we had this morning. And in the juniors, that was won by both Hugo Martinello and Leo Robinson. So this time around, it's going to be very tight indeed. Leo Robinson at the forefront of the classification and of the grid. Hugo Martinello, the winner of Superheat number 2, by his side. Macaulay Bishop, Jules Caranta on row number 2. Thibaut Ramakers, Aaron Garcia on row number 3. Daniel Dalakian and Dylan Visser on row number 4, and the rest of the field. Watch out for Aaron Garcia indeed, because he's certainly willing to revenge the disappointment that he had in the Superheat, having to retire after mechanical trouble on his Birellat machine. But he's determined to make up for that deception. Still very much in confidence of what he can achieve in this race, looking at the pace that he's being able to pull all over the weekend with the pole position in Friday's qualifying and a couple of heat wins as well. 2 wins for Aaron Garcia from MDC Racing, and he was the leader at the end of yesterday's qualifying heats. He could have won, and he was on his way actually to win the super heat this morning, dominating the field like never before the material decided otherwise. So let's see what's going to happen here. It's going to be on the external part of the track from 6 on the grid with Jules Caranta and Hugo Martinello, the 2 Frenchmen just in front. The formation of the grid seems good enough. And we are green, and racing for the X30 Junior Final in Valencia. And a great start from Leo Robinson from pole position. Nothing to worry about for the Fusion driver, the 37. Into the turn number 1, no trouble at all. And one of the VDK drivers, I'm afraid, had to cut through the grass. And this is the number 34. There's already some trouble, I'm afraid, for further back, the 34. Let's try to see who that is from the VDK. As we'll get back to that in a minute. Hopefully it was not Thibaut Ramakers. I didn't get to see that clearly, but the driver's already putting himself into a good placing for the rest of the competition here. This is Clément Outran. I've just found him, Clément Outran, unfortunately, who lost a bit of time. One of the teammates of Thibaut Ramakers further back. We will see where he'll end up at the end of this lap. But as you can see already, the pressure being put by Macaulay Bishop. I was telling you about this young British driver, and he's going to go past, certainly trying to get ahead of Leo Robinson as soon as the race has started now. Lap completed, the first one of 17 to go. Look at Leo Robinson, Macaulay Bishop. That's going to be very tight indeed. Investigation flag for Clément Outran. And you can see that the young Frenchman who didn't have had a bit of a trouble actually cutting the grass into the first few corners, the first few meters in the first corner. And watch out, because further back, Thibaut Ramakers is showing his pace and getting ahead with Hugo Martinello. This is for second and third, and Macaulay Bishop unfortunately lost ground and 2 places in the process. Here it is, Leo Robinson now being put under pressure by 2 new names with Ramakers and Hugo Martinello. 4th place, Macaulay Bishop is going to have to catch up. He needs to stay with the group ahead, otherwise he will be stuck in the wrong wagon of the train. 5th place in the hands of the number 26 of Marc Granada Ferrero, one of the teammates at Danelin Racing. Look at Thibaut Ramakers, look at the pace he's being able to put. He's taking the lead just before the chicane. That's something we haven't seen that much, and Ramakers is giving everything he had, but he's actually opening the door quite too much, and this is actually open door on the way to turn number 1. And back in the lead, Leo Robinson taking Hugo Martinello and Bishop again. Macaulay Bishop on his way, certainly trying to go around the inside. Yes, he does. And Thibaut Ramakers might want to do the same. And watch out, because further back, Granada Ferrero is actually inviting himself to the party too. So that's a couple of positions lost by Thibaut Ramakers. That was a beautiful move by the Belgian, who went ahead of the pack in the chicane, but then fell back to 5th place in the process immediately. The battle is already raging. This is only lap number 2. And look at the 32 trying to find his bit as well. This is Thomas Bierman further back, as he's doing a great job as well. He's fighting his way through to the field. Way back with the leaders. Leo Robinson as Granada Ferrero further back. Thomas Bierman at 26. This is Granada Ferrero getting ahead of Thibaut Ramakers with Aaron Garcia. Aaron Garcia is back in the mix as well. He gets ahead of Marc Granado Ferreira in turn number 1. Aaron Garcia with the number 36 and the Birelat colors is now in 4th place in front of Granada Ferrero. Thibaut Ramakers down in 7. Then we have Jules Caranta. We had forgotten about the Frenchman. He's dropping all the way down to 8, unfortunately, in front of Dylan Visser with the 39. This is Daniel Dalacan in the top 10. He's going all over the place, isn't it, in these first few laps of the race here in Junior. But that's the way we expect it to be, as it has been very intense all throughout the weekend in all the qualifying heats. But Leo Robinson is busy demonstrating that he's not here to have a laugh. He's here for serious business, as well as Macaulay Bishop trying to go around the inside. There was a bit of a gap, and that was enough for him to dive through. Macaulay Bishop is back in the lead, and that could be the start of some trouble for Leo Robinson. Watch out for Hugo Martinello with his XP machine. That was a bit too tight maybe for the launch in the turn number 1. The door was shut immediately on the exit by Leo Robinson. That could be quite enough for Aaron Garcia to go through. Aaron Garcia is getting back in the battle. He's up into 3rd with the fastest lap in the pocket as well. He's determined to shine before his public, and a good move as well. Oh, and one of the 32 from KR Sport just left the track. This is Thomas Bierman. as well as Noah Montero. I guess certainly the two went together in turn number 1. Noah Montero is nowhere to be seen, or maybe he lost some time actually into this race. So he was he dropped a bit of a time, Noah Montero, in the process. So I guess maybe some trouble involving him and Thomas Bierman. We'll need to see about that. But as a result, Thomas Bierman, who was running not so far from the top 10, is having to retire. Back in the with the contenders, the 54 on your picture. This is coming from further back, Adrian Ferrer. Adrian Ferrer is trying his way through. He's here for the fight, and he just went ahead of Thibaut Ramakers down in 8. Macaulay Bishop still in the lead, 68, with a white crash helmet. No colors, no sponsors, is the outsider and the wild card that we didn't expect, even though. And look at Aaron Garcia diving through. What a launch of an attack it was for Aaron Garcia. As in front of me, I have the 25 from Fusion in trouble, as is about to stay on the sideline. Let's try to see who that is. This is Sacha van Patbosch. Unfortunately, by the look of it, he's going to have to retire. There he is, the young Dutchman. Quite unfortunate for him, as he was so competitive in last year in the mini category, terminating 3rd in the IAME Euro Series, 2nd into the IAME Winter Cup as well. And watch out, because the battle for the lead is still raging. And what a comeback that is. Aaron Garcia is taking the lead in the chicane. And that's open door. That could actually take Leo Robinson up into 2nd. No, as Macaulay Bishop is shutting the door, but not quite enough. As Robinson and Martinello dive through on his inside and take El June 40 with him. The teammates are back. Jana Racing very much in the battle with 40 and Martinello. There's 2 against the rest of the field. That might actually go their way if they're able to help each other and at least push each other to fight against Robinson and Aaron Garcia. We had told you about Garcia. He's been the fastest in qualifying. He's been on top of his game all the way until the superheat. And there goes on the inside, Jules Caranta getting ahead of his teammate. Martinello shutting the door, because further back we have Macaulay Bishop, who was trying as well to take advantage of the opportunity, but he's having none of it, and he has to stay in 5th. It can go actually all the ways. This is the end of lap number 7 out of 17. And let's not forget, let's count on those 2 drivers from Jana Racing on your picture. 29 of Jules Caranta, Martinello with the 18. He's going to try to take the slipstream. And Macaulay Bishop is first to dive through, but it was a bit too short, unfortunately. But that could put actually the Jana Racing drivers into trouble. Macaulay Bishop has the pace. He has demonstrated through the qualifying heats, starting the day with an 18 driver recovery. Can you imagine that? And once again, and a bit of some trouble, unfortunately, for Hugo Martinello. Martinello dropped the pace and dropped a bit of momentum, and look at Macaulay Bishop clipping the curb and being very aggressive. That's actually going very wrong for Hugo Martinello, who dropped a couple of positions in the process. Martinello was 4th, and I think he dropped even behind Thibaut Ramakers, so he's now in 7th place, as it is Hugo Martinello, sorry. Yeah, it is the tail of the second group here of this final. So there's more than 1 contender indeed, but you can see that it's the 3 leaders actually have been able to put a bit of a distance between themselves. And in 4th place, Macaulay Bishop. So now it's down to the 2 leaders in front. Aaron Garcia, who was only 6th on the grid after his trouble in the superheat. He could have been on pole in this junior class in front of Leo Robinson if the material has not decided otherwise, but it doesn't matter now, because Garcia, the Spaniard, is on top of his form, on top of his pace, and so is Leo Robinson as Jules Caranta. There's going to be a battle of the giants. Jules Caranta, the former champion of France, is cultivating the goal, like many young karters, to one day reach Formula 1 representing France. And he's doing a great job as well already today. He's not an unknown at all in the world of karting. Jules Caranta here in 3rd place, and why not 4 more? We're about to conclude lap number 9. Aaron Garcia, Leo Robinson, Jules Caranta. 3 aces in one hand, but just 1 victory up for grab. Going around the inside, Leo Robinson, and that's open door as well for Jules Caranta. Going from 1st to 3rd, Aaron Garcia is going to have to do it all over again. But he didn't put a lot of resistance to it. He has the pace. What he needs to do is to stay within, not lose the contact, not lose the ground. Because further back, Macaulay Bishop actually might be the first one for the taking, even though he lost some time. 1.1 second now. Further back is Macaulay Bishop in 4th. So not quite a scenario he had foreseen in his head coming to this final, I'm sure. But Macaulay Bishop very much on his own in 4th place, as Adrien Ferrer is down in 5th. But 6 tenths he has to go through as well if he wants to catch up with Macaulay Bishop. We're not there yet, but look at the pressure by Jules Caranta on Leo Robinson. Robinson is having to do everything he can to keep a clean line, to keep the racing line, to keep the momentum, not to do any mistake, because it's not one but 2 drivers chasing him just behind. They're there for the taking, and you could see Jules Caranta once again trying to make his bit around the turn number 1, but there was not just enough room. Very difficult actually to align yourself in turn number 1. And Leo Robinson doing a great job once again. Fastest lap in this race, that's all he needs to do. Put qualifying lap after qualifying lap, not caring about what's happening behind him. Quite difficult to say indeed when Jules Caranta is going for the attack again on the way to turn number 10. And 11 was a good one. Better exit of the hairpin, and it was enough for Jules Caranta to take the lead again of this junior final. And from this point on, this is foot down the throttle at full speed. And if you have enough momentum taking the slipstream, that could be quite enough as well for Leo Robinson to switch back. Yes, he does. And Aaron Garcia goes with it. Aaron Garcia goes with him. And upper place in 2nd is the new chaser. Leo Robinson down in 3rd. And look at Macaulay Bishop. He's back as well in the group. He was actually distanced for more than a second at some point, but he took advantage of the battle in front of him to really put it all together. Was lapping 57.8 at the moment, not quite as fast as the leaders in front of him, but that was enough to make the connection. And now it's going the other way around, I'm afraid, for Jules Caranta. The French driver from Jana Racing is going to have to really stay focused, otherwise he might lose even a place on the podium. Going the way of Macaulay Bishop in 3rd, chasing Aaron Garcia in turn number 11 in the middle part of the track. Leo Robinson in 1st. Always easier to chase than being chased it is in karting. And we shall see if the Algerian driver has what it takes to see it through until the checkered flag. That's going to be difficult. That's going to be difficult indeed. What he can do maybe is try to catch up. If he stays ahead, or maybe lose at least maximum 1 position, he can maybe wait for the later stages of the last lap to try to make the difference. The theory, of course, there's always a distance with the practical aspects of racing, isn't it? For the rest of the classification, quickly, as we still have Adrien Ferrer down in 5th. Thibaut Ramakers making his way up to 6 in front of Hugo Martinello. The number 14, Henry Jocelyn, is down in 8 in front of Callahan and Granada Ferrero, running up the top 10 as we speak. But Aaron Garcia is all over the back of Leo Robinson, trying not to put his front fairing just too much in the wheel. You need all the aspect of his chassis, you need all the compounds to stay in place all throughout the checkered flag, otherwise that could be penalty. But so far so good for the protagonist of the junior final here in Valencia. And once again, difficult to say who can actually have the upper hand. Aaron Garcia is trying his bit around the inside of the chicane and goes through once again. Garcia is back in the lead, but for how long? That's the question, isn't it? As yes, indeed, Robinson might try to go again. Watch out for Macaulay Bishop on the outside of Jules Caranta. He's not quite able to make it through yet. Caranta back in 3rd. He wants to be in as well. He wants his piece of the cake. And he needs to go through and need to get past Leo Robinson first if he wants to have a chance to attack Garcia. That's gonna be down to the wire once again. As much as we had for the mini class, the juniors are no different in terms of intensity. With the same engines, the IAME X30 brings down the performance to an equal pretty much, as Jules Caranta takes 2nd place from Leo Robinson. That particular part of the track after the hairpin of 10 is certainly one of the best spots that we've seen all weekend for overtaking maneuvers. And once again, he made that happen, Jules Caranta. Now in 2nd, Leo Robinson in 3rd. 4th place for Macaulay Bishop. He might be the most and the biggest threat actually to the top 3 in front of him. If he can keep up with the pace as we enter lap 15. If he can keep up with the pace, he might be the one surprising them all in the last lap. We shall see about that. But maybe they won't be 4 drivers for too long, as Macaulay Bishop is trying his bit into the chicane. But look at this coming behind. Adrien Ferrer and Thibaut Ramakers in 5th and 6th could actually be the next one joining the party. And why not with the idea of shaking things up. And Leo Robinson is not particularly comfortable. He just watched over his shoulder He was just surveilling where Macaulay Bishop is on his left. And Aaron Garcia as well, trying to keep the inside to Jules Carantin. Watch out for the exit of 11. That's where actually he lost the place. But Carantin is not quite able quite yet, as Macaulay Bishop is in trouble. Macaulay Bishop is trying to get around of Leo Robinson, but going defensive as well, because we have two more rules, two more contenders, Adrien Ferrer and Thibaut Ramakers. They're going to try to do something. They cannot just stay there and watch. As and some trouble. Unfortunately, some trouble indeed for Leo Robinson. He dropped all the way down to 6. What happened to Robinson? Was it a mechanical trouble? As at the same time, Jules Carantin is taking the lead. Jules Carantin is back in the lead, but the switchback is done by Garcia immediately in the chicane. In which order will they finish at the checkered flag? Take your bets right now, because we have 2 players for 1 victory, and they're already being able to pull away from the rest. Macaulay Bishop is still in 3rd. But he just dropped 6/10 behind those 2. Garcia, Jules Carantin, Bishop is not far ahead. Thibaut Ramakers is now 4th. Then we have Ferrer, Robinson. We thought that the pole sitter could actually hold on to the lead for a bit more long. But by the look of it, he lost momentum at the exit of the chicane. I don't know if it was a mechanical trouble, but he's still in the race. Aaron Garcia, Jules Carantin. We're about to enter the last lap, ladies and gentlemen, on the outside. On the chicane, that's going to be very tight. That's going to be very tight. Maybe the photo finish once again for this final. Aaron Garcia going defensive halfway through the start-finish straight. It forces actually Carantin on the exit. And Macaulay Bishop takes 2nd and takes Ramakers with him. Disaster for Jules Carantin, who drops from 2nd to 4th. Adrien Ferrer might try to go as well around the inside or outside of the Frenchman, who's having to go defensive. He no longer thinks about the victory. Garcia is ahead. Macaulay Bishop is 2nd. Ramakers back in the podium for VDK. Jules Carantin is down to 4th. Maybe even worse if Adrien Ferrer or either Leo Robinson is able to get past. The hairpin will be one of... Oh, contact! Macaulay Bishop is going against Aaron Garcia. This is the battle for the win. There was a bit of a contact. Macaulay Bishop is being pushed by Thibaut Ramakers. And watch out! Jules Carantin is back in 2nd. He's there on the inside. Can he actually attack once again Garcia? Ramakers is 3rd. Disastrous for Macaulay Bishop. All the way down to 5th. The last chicane. 2 out of the race and the track. And this will be victory. Aaron Garcia wins the Winter Cup in Valencia. What a finish once again. Macaulay Bishop back into 2nd. Leo Robinson, where did he come from? Back in 3rd place. And a disastrous turn of event for Thibaut Ramakers and Jules Carantin, who had to go the wrong way on the exit of the chicane and missed it out completely. What an end to a fantastic battle. What a fantastic race. And the victory going to this young man from MDC Racing on home soil, Aaron Garcia. He had to retire in the superheat. He took a flamboyant revenge into the final, all the way until the checkered flag, punching the air with joy. And what a relief that must have been for Aaron Garcia. Macaulay Bishop saved the 2nd place. Leo Robinson, we thought at some point it was all and dusted for him, but in a one last unexpected move, he was able to get back on the podium. And what happened, unfortunately, to 2 other contenders, Clément Outron and Thibaut Ramakers, they all lost it completely. Sorry, Jules Carantin dropping all the way down to 7 and Thibaut Ramakers to 8. You saw them actually, the 2, going the wrong way on the exit of the chicane. There was no more space. There was no more space into the chicane to go 2 or even 3 side by side. So they had to cut the chicane. They had no other choice but to drop in positions and lift it off in a fantastic final. And a victory for MDC and the Biralart brand of Aaron Garcia, jumping into the arms of his mechanic. What a fantastic finish for him, and what a fantastic final. Congratulations to everybody here into the senior class. Classification, as we have Aaron Garcia, Macaulay Bishop, Leo Robinson in 3rd, Hugo Martinello in 4th place in front of Adrien Ferrer, Henri Josselin, Jules Carantin 7, Thibaut Ramakers only 8 in front of Marc Granada Ferrero, Daniel Kalayan and Carl Clark just outside of the top 10. On the other side of the classification, we have Jan Peral down in 12. Great effort as well from the Irish driver, Colin Cronin, climbing 17 places. You can see the congratulations for Aaron Garcia, who must be so much relieved to have been able to really secure that win here in the Winter Cup on home soil in Valencia. Further back in the classification, just to be complete, Clément Autran down in 14 in front of Natalia Granada Ferrero. Then we have 16, Dylan Visser, Hugo Martin, Sandro Perez Sanchez, Freddy Alum, Eloine Bien-Aimé, Rafael Teveni, Raúl Martinez, Marius Barryberg, Alexander Dahlström, then Enric Mourad Oliveira, Macedo Francisco, Edan Spanzwick, Bas Verdold, Mathis Riba, Andrea Dupe, Noah Montero, Rins Voss, as well as Eduardo Dominguez. We lost 3 drivers in the process of this race: Thomas Biermann, Sacha Van Padbosch, and Hugo Latorre Vega. But what a fantastic win. This is the penultimate race. Hopefully I'll get some more voice left for the senior final coming your way in a couple of minutes. But what a fantastic achievement by these young men, as well as the rest of the top 5, basically. Everybody has been absolutely tremendous in terms of driving skills. But in the end, Macaulay Bishop was able to save second in front of Leo Robinson. And I would like actually to see those pictures back, to see the footage back of the action, because it went so fast into the chicane, and there were pretty much 3 side by side in where there's absolutely no space into that section of corners. So that's why Thibaut Ramakers and Jules Caranta had no other way to cut the chicane and lose a pile of positions with it. Otherwise, there would have been contact. It would have been chaos. It was already quite chaotic, wasn't it? But incident is not what we needed, actually. Now, we're going to take a brief back and we're going to strap ourselves in because we have one more race to go, ladies and gentlemen, and it concerns the X30 senior class, the top class in the X30 world, and we have more than one contender once again able to play for the win. We're going to go through the grid in a couple of minutes. The time for the drivers to make their way onto the pre-grid, but the names popping up at the forefront of the charts have been numerous, but we're going to keep as well both eyes open on that young man on the left of your picture, the 253 from VDK Racing. His first appearance, his first fastest lap in the group in qualifying, and his first pole position in the final at this stage. Ariel Elkin from Israel will go through the grid in a few moments, but Ariel Elkin and Bart Harrison will certainly be the battle royale to conclude this weekend on a high. Bart Harrison twice winner of this event, the Winter Cup in the junior class last year and the year before, and now on a track that he seems to be mastering more than the others, is starting on the front row after the superheat of this morning. As always, as for the rest, only the 36 best drivers are here on the grid, as we had the qualifying heats, 10 qualifying heats in total, and 4 for each of the drivers to make their way until Sunday morning. Then the last superheat to get everybody in. We had 80 drivers in the senior class. That's a huge field for one category, and only 72, I would say only, but 72 of them were allowed in after the qualifying heat as dictated by the new rule book and the superheats. And at the end of those superheats, we cut the cake in half, and 72-36 making their way to the last step. So who will be able to emerge into the final of the senior category? We're going to see that in a few moments. 20-lap race as we let the drivers make their way onto the grid, and we're going to present them to you.
We're gearing up for another sensational season of IAME kart racing. Are you ready for more action, more drama, and more epic racing? We begin the season at Chiva in Valencia for the IAME Winter Cup on the first weekend of February. Then the Euro Series begins at Thuera, near the beautiful Spanish city of Zaragoza in March. Off to the Karting de Fania circuit for the second round in May. Then to the beautiful Siete Archi circuit near Milan on the final weekend of July. The season finale will crown our champions at the home of champions, Karting Genk, in August. Then we'll end the year with the iGames at its new home at Karting Campillos in November. With full race coverage on motorsport.tv, there's never been a better time to sign up and get on the grid. We'll see you in 2022.
And welcome back here in Valencia. We didn't go anywhere because we have one more and certainly the most important of all finals coming your way, as well as the 36 drivers competing in it in just a few moments. Getting ready onto the grid with the help of the mechanic. We're going to go through the grid, the 36 qualified drivers for the senior final. 20 laps to go through the longest race of the weekend, as more than one contender, more than one driver willing to shine and to conclude the weekend on a high. We've had a lot of emotions already coming your way with Aaron Garcia, Macaulay Bishop, Laura Robinson and all the others from the junior class really fighting on the edge of the knife until the checkered flag. Same in the mini category. Will the senior final be of the same sword, of the same quality? No doubt about it, because behind Ariel Elkin and Bart Harrison, the list of contenders, the list of favorite is endless in the senior category, with the level being very high. Let's start with the grid, as on pole position is getting ready and is more than willing to become the first Israeli driver to win the Winter Cup, Ariel Elkin for VDK Racing. And he started karting at 6 years of age, and he dreams of becoming maybe one day the first Israeli driver to make it to the top of the motorsport ladder in Formula 1. Good luck to him, as he's going to have a strong opponent by his side on the first row of the grid. Ariel Elkin on the pole position on the inside for his first appearance here in Valencia on pole position. Not bad for a start, isn't it? By his side is from Great Britain. He has won twice on this particular track of Valencia. He knows his way around here on the Cartodromo Lucas Guerrero. This is Bart Harrison, representing Mike Barrett Racing on the external part of the track. He's been doing a great job in the qualifying heat. And as we say in French, jamais deux sans trois, never two without a third. So could it be another victory for the young Bart Harrison, which would be his first in the top class of the senior category? We shall see about that, because he's going to have a lot of contenders playing with the same objectives. One of them is Sebastiano Pavan from Team Driver Racing Kart. This young man started karting at the age of 9 and is dreaming of emulating the achievements of Max Verstappen, and why not making it to Formula 1 one day. He's the champion of the IAME Series Italy, Sebastiano Pavan, on the second row of the grid, third. By his side, another name to keep an eye on from KBK competition is coming from France, and his name is Andy Rattel, the winner of last year's iGames in Portimao. His first full season at this level in the IAME Series, and already on the second row of the grid with plenty of ambitions in his mind. Third row of the grid with a strong lineup of names as well. On the inside, is going to be starting from 5th on the grid. His name is Marcus Luzio. Marcus Luzio competing this weekend with Danolan Racing, the Tony Kart chassis of the British team. I should say Tony Kart, but it's no longer the case. Still same producer, but a different brand with Lando Norris. Marcus Luzio is going to be 5th on the grid with plenty of objectives, and certainly the 4 drivers in front of him that he wants to beat. By his side is competing on home soil with one of the independent teams to follow for the years to come. Is representing the brand of Pantano Racing Team, and his founder Giorgio Pantano, who recently celebrated his birthday, his 43rd birthday. As one of his standard bearers is Ruben Moya, competing in front of his public on home soil with the Pantano Racing Team colors on his chassis, and the Pantano with a new chassis homologation for this season to come. Good luck to Ruben Moya on the third row of the grid. For the back as well, representing Car Republic for Team Driver Racing Kart, we're going to have Danny Carinini, the 236, ready to go as well. Danny Carinini from Italy is going to have Nathanael Denant by his side. Nathanael Denant from Belgium, and another strong name to keep an eye on from VDK Racing. This is one of his best performances, and his best performances short on international level for Nathanael Denant, his first race at this level, and already in the top 10 on the grid. Round number 5, Fionn McCaughlin. With 1 minute to go before the start of the warm-up lap, ladies and gentlemen, Fionn McCaughlin didn't have the best of outcome in the superheats this morning, as is on row number 5, but on the inside line from 9th on the grid. Let's see what young Fionn McCaughlin can do in this senior final. He was certainly one of the names that popped up at the front of the chart on Friday, as he took pole position, but was unable to translate that into winning results as much as he would have liked. Just one win for him in the qualifying heat is 9 on the grid. Mari Boya, 10 on the grid. The Spaniard, another strong name indeed, another local hero. He's been, of course, very competitive through the years in karting. Won the Winter Cup a couple of years ago in the previous category, and now is ready. Why not to add another win to his tally? He's busy in single-seater, had his first try in the Formula Regional last season. He's doing his bit here in the Winter Cup to prepare for the next races in 2022. Welcome back to him, and good to see that he's still as competitive as before in the karting world. Sixth round of this grid. Conor Yup is back as well after a year on the sideline. Not much racing for Conor Yup, who has been in the IAME Euro Series for quite a while now, competing for the past few seasons, but is now back for a full program, hopefully. And Conor Yup will have Callie Atkins by his side. Callie Atkins, who was actually starting at the forefront of one of the super heats earlier in the category, but unfortunately had to retire, had a bit of a trouble, shall I say, that dropped him all the way down to 6th row on the grid, while he could have actually started at the forefront. Round number 7, we'll see Ivan Gilter and Thomas Fleming. Ivan Gilter, GG for the friends and family from France. Certainly more than willing to dive through the field and try to climb back as much as he can after a not so lucky super heat this morning. Is 13 on the grid with Thomas Fleming, the British driver, by his side. Alexandre Monod, another strong name from France, from the 15 position, shall I say, with Petra Babikova by his side. Watch out for the Babikova sisters. We have Petra on 16th place on this grid, row number 8, and we have her sister further back as well. We're going to go to her in a moment, but Petra is 8th on the grid. Arnaud Malicia and Sebastian Elin are 9th. Then we have Paul Caos Rivero and Eloy Gonzalez Moreno, row number 10. Enzo Lacreuse and Hugo Naturel Cabo, row number 11. Engi Calteren and Sambolota, row number 12. As well as Ivan Arias and Santiago Valve, row number 13. Row number 14, we have Giovanni Trentin and Juan Cota. Angus Molsdale and Eric Genet follows on row 15. And then we have Patrick Janssen, Jason Lug, Juan Pasalegua Perron, Caspar Le Gallet, Urbelsmoor, and Gabriel Stilpt. And we have only one of the two sisters, so only Petra Babikova and not Eliska, unfortunately, with us here on this grid. But let's see what's going to happen between the 36 qualifiers of the senior class. 20 laps to go through as the drivers are getting ready on their way to the chicane. Ariel Elkin on the left, Bart Harrison on the right. The Israeli driver needs to show the pace. Are we going to be good to go for the first attempt? Mr. Martin Bean. Yes, we are. Green, 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 as we're racing here for the last time in the Winter Cup 2022. Great start from Ariel Elkin, who actually shuts the door from pole position, not letting anyone in ahead of him. But Sebastiano Pavan is taking second place brilliantly as well. Pavan ahead of Bart Harrison, dropping to third place, I think it was. Everybody in safe mode. That's always good to see, isn't it? But watch out for the battle already. Taking another turn, the driver is trying to place themselves into this opening lap. But a great start from Ariel Elkin. No one ahead, no one behind, or pretty much with Sebastiano Pavan, who knows that he needs to stay in contact with Ariel Elkin. Look at him go already, the Israeli, as we have a great start from 2:31. This is Marcus Luzio. Marcus Luzio told us earlier this weekend, I can win this. I know I have the potential, I know I have the pace. It remains to be seen if I'm capable with the qualifying heats that I go through. And here he is actually taking third place. Oh, and a big crash at the chicane. Two drivers actually getting on each other. The 218 almost flying in the air, and the 264 as well. Big crash in the chicane involving 264 that's being stuck onto the sideline of the track. Trying to see who that is. This is Thomas Flame actually, who went airborne pretty much on the 264. That was very impressive. If it was the 264 or 254, Nathaniel Denant, I'm not quite sure. We'll need to see that again. But a very impressive crash at the chicane, and hopefully everybody is okay. The race keeps on going, as in the meantime we have a switch We have a switch further back for third place with Danny Carinini getting ahead of Sebastiano Pavan. And as I was telling you, Pavan knew that he needs to stay within the distance of Ariel Elkin. Otherwise, the Israeli driver is very, very good at pulling away from the rest of the field, concentrating himself on qualifying laps. That's what he does. But Ariel Elkin already pulling away half of a second in front of Marcus Luzio in second. Third place for Danny Carinini. Then we have Sebastiano Pavan. Fifth place for Ruben Moya. Let's see what happens, because Carinini and Pavan are under the same awning, different colors, same chassis, same team of team driver racing kart. Let's see if they can actually help each other in this lap number 3. The final of the X30 Senior is only getting started. On the way to turn number 10, Ariel Elkin trying to pull away as much as he can, but the chase is on. The chase is on with Luzio, Carinini, Pavan into the first wagon. Then we have almost a second, 2.4 seconds actually, and 1.4 between Sebastiano Pavan and Ruben Moya. Ruben Moya is in 5th place at the moment with Mari Boya just in front of him, so duel of the Spaniards for 5th place. Bart Harrison dropped all the way down to 7. What happened to the Mike Barrett racing driver, I wonder. A good move indeed from inside turn number 1. Danny Carinini is taking 2nd place for Marcus Luzio. That happened quickly, that was clean. But Danny Carinini is very much determined to launch the chase on Ariel Elkin. Unlike what happened in the superheat, you can see that Israeli driver is being put under intense pressure. The tires have been put to good use as well, to strong use over the course of the weekend. Only 8 slick tires allowed for the senior driver, even though in one of the heats. And watch out, Danny Carinini attacking Ariel Elkin and pushing the Israeli a bit wide. That allows Marco Luzio inside as well. Marcus Luzio takes 2nd place and going with Danny Carinini. Ariel Elkin dropping to 3rd. First big drama, first big switch of position for the win into this X30 Senior Finals happening at the end of lap number 4. Still a very long way to go, but we might actually have found our 4 aces for the battle. Carinini, Luzio, Elkin and Sebastiano Pavan already light years away from the rest of the field, as you can see. Pavan is 4th, but Mari Boya making his way up to 5th. And Marcus Luzio is taking the lead already. We might actually see a lot of switches of position in the next moments. But the first one to launch the attack and already trying to pull away is Marcus Luzio. And here's the response from Danny Carinini on the inside of turn number 10, shutting the door on the next corner. This is a series of corners, quite difficult to master as well, because if you don't get the good momentum, if you don't carry enough speed outside of 12 on the way to the chicane, you might actually compromise the entire start-finish straight that follows. Ariel Elkin being put under pressure and losing another place. Oh, Elkin being pushed wide in the chicane. Elkin had to went through the chicane and climbing on the apex. That's not good for the chassis and the tires, isn't it? But Elkin had no other choice. Sebastiano Pavan went aggressive on the inside of turn 15 and take 3rd place from the Israeli. Jesus me, that's going to be very tight. That's going to be very tight indeed. But there's 2 battles actually putting in form. One for the win with Danny Carinini and Marcus Luzio. And you can see that Elkin might not be happy about being stuck behind Sebastiano Pavan. 3 and 4th respectively, but they're both losing time at the moment. 7 tenths down on those 2 young men, with Elkin still in 4th, trying to catch up, trying to get ahead of Pavan and maybe get himself into the battle for the win again. But you can see actually that in the meantime, while they're losing time on the 2 leaders, it allows Mari Boya from 5th place to gain as well on them. So clearly at the moment Ariel Elkin is being stuck behind Sebastiano Pavan. Let's have a look at the lap times respectively. 56.4 and 5 for Marcus Luzio and 56.7 for Sebastiano Pavan. So there's the difference. Ariel Elkin not quite able to get past the Italian driver, and is losing contact and losing sight of potential victory here. Kelly Atkins, who had so much bad luck earlier in the superheat, is putting the fastest lap in this race, is actually in 11th place at the moment. 3 tenths between Carinini and Luzio. And look at that. Look at the battle that is about to begin. Pavan, Elkin about to being joined by Mari Boya and Andy Rattel, who just lost the positions to the 284. This is Alexandre Monod, who just went ahead, his fellow countryman from France. Into the chicane. Mari Boya as competitive as ever at the wheel of a go-kart. After 1 year in single-seater, doing his bit in Formula Regional with 1 podium for him. He's back in karting to prepare for what comes next. Hopefully again for him with a program in single-seater, climbing the ranks of motorsport. But you can see that he has still experience and still the pace in karting with the paces being able to put. And we have Bart Harrison back as well in the mix. Bart Harrison is very much there. 5th place for him, but still a 1.8 second disadvantage. And fastest lap for Bart Harrison as the confirmation. Ariel Elkin in the meantime getting ahead of Sebastiano Pavan. There's a switch for 3rd. Ariel Elkin get ahead 1 second of Pavan. That could be his chance. This is lap number 8. We still have a long time, a lot of laps to go before the checkered flag. You can see confirmation of the VDK Racing driver ahead of Pavan. But that could be a golden opportunity for Mari Boya to get past again. And Elkin out of the track and cutting the chicane again. Disastrous turn of event once again for Elkin, who, like in the previous final, had no other choice to cut the racing line and to go for the wrong way. That went the way of Pavan. Mari Boya just won the positions as well. As we have Bart Harrison in the mix, Pavan, Harrison, and Harrison takes 2nd place. Harrison takes 3rd place, my apologies. 3rd place now for Bart Harrison. Sebastiano Pavan in 4th. Mari Boya at 264. And Alexandre Monod very much in that tight group of drivers. That could be actually turned on its head, as in the meantime the battle for the lead is still raging as well, and we're not even halfway through this final and no one knows who can actually win it in the end. Danny Carinini, Marcus Luzio split by 0.2 of a second, light years ahead on Bart Harrison for 2.7 seconds, but it doesn't matter anymore. It doesn't matter anymore because we have 2 actors for the same play. Who will win the 2022 IAME Winter Cup? Can it be Danny Carinini? Can it be Marcus Luzio? 2.4 seconds behind is Bart Harrison, securing what could be, but what could only be the podium in front of Mari Boya, because Boya is just behind, a little bit back, 0.8 of a second. Alexandre Monod is 5th. Then we have Ariel Elkin getting ahead. This is Evan Gilter, who just made the switch with his a teammate from VDK. Not a good news for Elkin, who's dropping another place behind Gilter. Andy Rattel is 8th. Sebastiano Pavan dropping all the way down to 9. What on earth happened to the Car Republic driver? He was starting from the 2nd row of the grid, battling along into the top 4. And it seems like the confrontation against Rattel, Elkin and the others was really costly. Oh, trouble for Evan Gilter. Evan Gilter has just dropped all the way down to 15. We didn't get to see what happened. It's just happening outside of our screen. And trouble for Gigi. As we're back with the leaders. 1 tiny tenth of a second. Danny Carinini, Marcus Luzio. Who can win this? Who can win this? This is Car Republic against London Norris Kart. That could be the first tremendous achievement in karting for the new brand by London Norris. The new partnership put together with the McLaren Racing driver and the OTK group. Here with the help of Dandelion Racing, importing the chassis in Great Britain along with Regular Motorsport. But imagine if Dandelion wins here in Valencia under the colors with the chassis branded after the Formula 1 driver. That's something certainly that he will be proud of to get things started properly. A new adventure with the OTK car group, rebranding his team in the other series this season as well. 11 laps in, lap number 12, Carinini, Luzio, still very much observing each other. There's no rush at all between those two, because right now the hardest part of the job goes down to Carinini. He has to really, doesn't lose his focus. He doesn't have to really lose the pace, lose the momentum, otherwise that could be costly. Same goes to Marcus Luzio, but he's there for the taking. He's gonna wait certainly until maybe the last 2 or 3 laps maximum. We shall see about that, if he has what it takes to get ahead of the Italian and maybe after that pull away. But that's a risky bet, isn't it? That's a risky bet. For the back, Bart Harrison still in 3rd and really pulling away himself 1.1 second from Mari Boya. So Bart Harrison might not actually win for a 3rd time in 3 editions the IAME Winter Cup, but he's on his way to secure another podium, which will make him one of the most successful drivers in the event since 2016. 4th place still in the hands of Alexandre Monod. with just 0.3 of a second advantage on Mari Boya. We should actually keep an eye on the battle further back as well between Alexandre Monod and Mari Boya for 4th, with the Frenchman getting ahead of the Spaniard. 6th place for Helkin. Ruben Moya is 7. Sebastian Pavan is 8. Then we have Kali Actins in 9, ahead of Andy Rattel. And where is Evan Gilter? Is dropped all the way down to 17, I'm afraid, the young Frenchman. So certainly something not quite right with his chassis or something due to an incident or a contact with another driver that led to Evan Gilter, the former Solical driver, not being happy into this race. Look at how aggressive Marco Luzio just went on the inside curb, clipping it with the left front wing, trying to gain momentum as much as he can, because the battle is not quite finished. You guys have to stay focused. Couple of meters between those two tenths of a second. Almost nothing. Carinini, Luzio, 2 actors in the same play, 2 contenders for 1 trophy. Remember that the winner of the senior class will get to participate for free with the entry fees offered by RGMMC to all 4 rounds of the IAME X30 Euro Series in 2022. The driver in 2nd place will get to participate to 2 rounds, and the driver in 3rd to the opening round in Zuera, along with driver packages offered by the organization. So there's not only the victory up for grab here at Valencia, there's also very, very worthy prizes. And he's gesturing to his mechanic, Danny Carinini, and he actually let Marcus Luzio through. He just let him through, and that's certainly part of his strategy. We saw a little gesture from Danny Carinini to his mechanic that we have no clue what it said, but certainly something like, okay, you still have 5 laps to go after this one. Plenty of time to try to fight back, and he's just let Marcus Luzio through. Now what he needs to do is to keep the contact and to stay as close as possible to Marcus Luzio, who did what he had to do. He just took the position, but he knows that's part of the strategy, isn't it? He knows that he's still now very much under threat if he don't manage to put as much distance as he can between himself and his opponent. Bart Harrison, 3rd, still 4th place for Alexander Monod. Mari Boya still very much in 5th place, with 1 full second in front of Ariel Elkin. Elkin making his bit and trying to fight back and coming back as high as he can. Not certainly the outcome he had expected, Ariel Elkin, but after being put into some trouble into the chicane twice, he had actually to leave the track on the wrong side. That cost him time, that cost him momentum. Ruben Moya in 7, Pavan is 8, Kenny Eklind is 9, Sebastian Hedin is in 10th place at the moment. Andy Rattel outside the top 10 as we speak. Connor Youp dropping all the way down to 13. Not a lot of changes right now. You can actually see that the performance have really become quite equal between the contenders of the senior class. Really very, very hard to make a difference, and the best demonstration is between the 2 leaders that we have on screen right now. For the past 16 laps almost, they've been pretty much on the same lap time. They've been glued together, waiting for the other one to make a mistake, but it's not happened yet. As you can see that the different racing line, Luzio still aggressive on the curb. Danny Carinini taking a more fluent, a more quiet racing line, not to put his chassis into too much trouble. And the gaps getting bigger and bigger by the lap. And as we go near the end of the afternoon already, it's almost 3 o'clock, still halfway through the afternoon. Let's not go too fast. But the sun is no longer with us, still a bit of a blue sky. It's getting a little bit cloudy here, but the sun has disappeared for now. Lap number 16. After this one, there's 3 more. Marcus Luzio, Danny Carinini split by 2 seconds. We already seen that battle at the beginning of the weekend. The advantage of Marcus Luzio this time around. What can he do? What can Danny Carinini do? Where can he pass? In the chicane, in the last 3 corners, very difficult indeed, but not impossible. Can it be in this particular part of the track? Turn number 1, the never-ending right-hander, where there's not much braking, a sweet touch to the brake, and then you just let yourself flow. The chicane of 3 and 4, very difficult to negotiate, and watch out, Carinini is trying. Carinini is trying on the outside of the chicane. He's being very threatening into the section of 6 and 7. We're gonna go to the double left end of 8 and 9. From this point, flat out all the way to the hairpin. He doesn't have much time remaining. The time is passing by. The clock is ticking for Danny Carinini as much as for Marcus Lucio. They both know that is going to go down to the wire. There's no way that one of the two can actually build enough of a gap to declare himself the winner. That's going to go to the checkered flag. Certainly another final suddenly going and being decided until the last lap. Marcus Lucio, Danny Carinini. Carinini not quite able, is going around the outside. Marcus Lucio being defensive, shutting the door on the rings, the inside of turn number 1. The ideal racing line. There's nowhere to go for Danny Carinini. Watch out, another attempt maybe for the chicane number 3 and 4. You can see, you can feel the burning. Carinini is still in the lead. Sorry, Lucio still in the lead. Carinini just behind, pretty much by his side. On the outside of the two left-handers. This is the penultimate lap. After this one, there's only a couple of other opportunities. And he's going around the outside of turn number 10. Watch out for the next one. The door has to be closed. Otherwise, this will be opportunity for Danny Carinini. He tried, then he missed for that one. All the way down. Turn number 12 at full speed. Down the throttle. Come on, gentlemen. Give us one last fantastic lap. Danny Carinini is faster on the outside, but the inside line is protected by Marcus Lucio. He's ahead still in the chicane, clipping the curb, being aggressive. There might be a bit more momentum carried on by Danny Carinini. Bart Harrison is back as well in the contention. This is the final lap. No longer 2, but 3 drivers involved for the win. Lucio, Carinini, Bart Harrison. Which one will prevail? Which one can win this edition of the Winter Cup? Can it be for the 3rd time around? Bart Harrison in 3 editions. He was actually able to make the contact, but Marcus Lucio is still ahead. Bart Harrison has nothing to lose. Watch out for the front bumper as we are on our way to the hairpin. This is the penultimate opportunity certainly for them. 10 and 11, Lucio ahead. Still Carinini. Bart Harrison is trying as well from the left, going to the right. Watch out for the momentum. They both are going to be able to carry into turn number 12 from this point. At full speed, come on, accelerate. Marcus Lucio still ahead. Carinini second, Harrison in third. One last shot, and look, watch out, actually, there's a 4th driver. This is actually for the back. Oh, contact! There's a bit of a contact, but Marcus Lucio make it through. Marcus Lucio wins the 2022 Winter Cup at Valencia. What a finish. I was lost for words for just a brief moment as Mari Boya made a fantastic return to take 2nd place out of nowhere in the last moments, in the last 3 corners of the race. Mari Boya on the podium. Danny Carinini losing not only 2nd place but the win as well in the last few meters of the race. 3rd place for Carinini, 4th place for Bart Harrison. Incredible turn of event, but where did he come from, Mari Boya? He was catching up with the top 3, was having nothing left of it. He was really pushing like never before, and in the last chicane he took advantage of the messy parts and the messy duel between the 3 in front of him to sneak himself in and take 2nd place. Incredible finish once again. Yet we had an incredible finish in Mini. We had a sensational last lap in the juniors, and talking about this conclusion here in senior. What a race and what a return, what a comeback for Mari Boya, the 364 on home soil. He's taking 2nd place as we're here with the drivers, with the protagonists of this fantastic finale. Marcus Lucio, he told us in the interview, I think I can win this. Well, he was right on his word. He just won the X30 senior final here in Valencia for the Winter Cup. But what a final, what a last lap it was for just a tiny gap at the end. 6/10 though, but it was so messy after the chicane. Once again, as for the juniors, I will definitely need to watch that back. Actually, everybody will need to do that because it was so ecstatic, and we saw Mari Boya coming through, you know, going for the attack on the braking for the chicane, but no one knew at the time what the outcome could be because Mari Boya just launched his attack, praying for the best, and it turns out that some of them were not as happy. But Marcus Lucio, he must be relieved, must be happy, must be exhausted as well after that race. But what a battle he has offered us with Danny Carinini. Those two have been absolutely all together for the entire race. They've been glued almost, light together. In a fantastic performance put together by the two, but no one made any mistake, and that was another strong demonstration of talent and determination in the senior final. Marcus Luzio wins here in Valencia. Mari Boya takes an unexpected but fantastic second place in front of Danny Karenini. Fourth place for Bart Harrison. We fought for second, that not only will he be stepping on the podium, another one in 3 editions, but actually he came so close to win another Winter Cup for the third year running. It was so close in the last lap, just missed it in the chicane, and actually let the door open for Mariboya up there for the taking. Alexandre Monod finishing in 5th. 6th place for Ruben Moya in front of Ariel Elkin, who certainly will be disappointed, even though he's been showing great flash of speed and domination throughout the weekend. Carly Atkins finishing 8th in front of Sebastian Edin, Paul Caus-Rivero and Andy Rattel, just missing out on the top 10. In the rest of the classification, quickly, we have Connor Yupp in front of Eric Genet, Evan Gilter, Sebastian Pavan, Santiago Valve, Eloy Gonzalez Moreno, Gabriel Stilpt in 18, 19th place for Urbels Moore, Enki Calderon is P20, followed by Jason Lug, Enzo La Cruz, Ivan Arias, Petra Babikova, Arno Bazelia, Thomas Fleming, Fionn McCaughlin. Not the outcome that he wished for the British drivers, as well as for Thomas Fleming, dropping 12 positions in the classification. Sam Balota 28 from Angus Molsdale, Patrick Janssen. Then we have Hugo Naturel Cabo, Giovanni Trentin, Gaspar Legalet, Juan Cotta, and 2 drivers out in Nathaniel Denont and Juan Paslay Perron. Back with Marcus Luzio being congratulated by some of his friends, and certainly his first circle in mechanics at Dan Orlando Racing. But what a race it has been, and what a beautiful demonstration of pace and certainly focus all throughout the 20-lap race of the X30 Senior Final. This has been a great demonstration. This has been a great show. I hope that you guys at home, wherever you were watching, have been quite satisfied, have been filled with joy and excitement all throughout this Sunday and the days before. This was the first edition of the Winter Cup this season, the first event of the season, the 7th edition of this event in Valencia. The first of many more to come, as we will have 4 rounds in the IAME X30 Euro Series, the iGames as well, and many more coming our way. So it's about time to take another break, ladies and gentlemen, but don't go anywhere, because in half an hour, 3:30, in 30 minutes, we will be ready for the podium ceremony with the mini, the juniors, and the seniors, the top 3 drivers and the team managers to be celebrated. So we will see you in 30 minutes live on IAMEEuroseries.com. Welcome back live, ladies and gentlemen, from the Cartodromo Lucas Guerrero. This is time for the podium ceremony, and the public is here. The sun is back with us to conclude the 7th edition of the IAME Winter Cup in bright weather. This is the start of a new season, and let's celebrate it with the first trophies and awards for our top 3 drivers in mini, junior, and senior. Let's start with the youngsters, shall we? As I'm gonna call in 3rd position of the mini final here in Valencia, from Czech Republic, Zdeněk Babisek. 2nd positions on the podium of the mini class from the UK, JC Phillips. And our winner for Fusion Motorsport, as well as from Great Britain, Kit Belowski. Let's welcome as well on the podium the representative of Fusion Motorsport, Neil Duran. Congratulations to the British team. Beautiful results in the end with Kit Belowski and JC Phillips. Ladies and gentlemen, let's, before any proceedings, let's hear from the national anthem of Great Britain for Kit Belowski. Congratulations and a round of applause again, please, everybody, for top 3 of the mini class. Let's welcome the trophy presented by Mr. Lucas Guerrero himself to the driver in 3rd position. From Czech Republic, representing TEPS Racing Team, Zdeněk Babisek. Congratulations, Zdeněk. Beautiful effort. 2nd position, JC Phillips. And finally, the award, thank you, Mr. Guerrero, to a winner in mini class, Kit Belowski. And let's not forget the great team effort from everybody at Fusion Motorsport. Congratulations, guys, with the trophy given to Neil Duran. Congratulations, Fusion Motorsport. Congratulations to the 3 of you, everybody here in the mini class, for what a fantastic show it has been. Don't move, but you can raise the trophy in the air for the photos, the last photos of the weekend indeed. Let's celebrate the beautiful achievements of you guys. Kit Belowski, JC Phillips, Zdeněk Babisek. And I think, gentlemen, that we are ready for a bit of champagne. The first shower of 3 to come, the first shower well-deserved of the season. And it's time to escape. Champagne! Right. A bit of champagne as well for me. Congratulations, guys. I'm trying to escape as well, not to get my microphone into trouble. But we're going to do a quick interview, guys. This is live, actually. We're doing this, the time for the mini drivers to be done with the champagne shower. Congratulations, guys, as we're going to do a quick interview as well, live onto the podium. Let's do a quick interview as well with our driver in the first place. Kit, can come with me. You can step down from the podium, and you can actually have a look at the world watching you right now. A quick word about your final, about this beautiful Sunday of racing. Can you talk us through your performance? How was it on track?
At the start of where it was hard, but before I got through it, I did qualifying 4th, then after that starting 3rd for my first one, getting 2nd, then starting P4 and then got 5th in the other ones. And the super heat starting 3rd and I won it. And the last one starting 4th and I pulled it back and I got 1st.
So it was a brilliant final in the end, but how did you feel back onto the track behind the wheel?
Amazing, but also can I thank some people?
All right, fantastic, amazing is the word. Congratulations once again. We're going to do brilliantly indeed. The next interview, you can come forward as well. Thank you, Mr. Neil Duran, as you can put yourself in the place of your driver. As let's do a quick interview as well in front of the camera. And one more champagne shower indeed. Well deserved for Fusion Motorsport. So a quick word about the team effort that has been this weekend. 2 drivers in the podium, you must be delighted.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great to have Jesse and Kit on the podium. I think it was very close at the end, and actually for Kit, it's just got better and better all weekend, and Jesse was really dominant in the heat. So for them both to be on the podium now is, yeah, we're really pleased with that.
All right, fantastic to hear from you. Congratulations again. Congratulations, guys, and we'll see you very soon for the IAME X30 Euro Series. Thank you very much. We'll leave you to it now as we're about to go for the next podium of the junior class once the minis can actually leave it. You can step down the podium, please, guys, as we're going to make place, we're going to make room for the junior category. Congratulations again, as we're about to welcome the driver in 3rd position. There was a bit of a shake-up as well in the classification of the junior class. Congratulations again, guys, as we're about to welcome the junior category in a minute. If everybody is ready behind me, yes, we are. So we're going to go along with the junior category without further ado. Ladies and gentlemen, junior podium right away. From 3rd place is from France. Please welcome Hugo Martinello. Second place from Algeria. Please welcome Leo Robinson. Congratulations, Leo. And finally, it's been in dominant form all weekend, winning on home soil from Spain, Aaron Garcia. Congratulations to everybody. Congratulations to MDC Racing. And let's welcome the representative, Oriol Dalman. Congratulations, MDC Racing. Good team effort at the end of the weekend and a well-deserved victory for Aaron Garcia and the entire squad. Now let's hear, please, for the national anthem of Spain for Aaron Garcia. Bravo, bravo, bravo. Congratulations to our top 3 driver of the junior class. Presenting the trophy to the driver in 3rd place, Mr. Lucas Guerrero, once again to Hugo Martinello. Representative of the Jana Racing, one of the strong drivers this weekend. In 2nd place, from Argia, Leo Robinson. And finally, the trophy presented to our winner of the junior final on home soil in front of his fans, Aaron Garcia. Congratulations to MDC Racing with a well-deserved trophy to Oriol Dalman and all of his friends, mechanics and partners at MDC. Congratulations. A lot of fans actually cheering for them. Congratulations, guys. You can raise those trophies in the air for the photos. And then this will be time for another champagne shower. Thank you very, very much indeed. Congratulations again to Aaron Garcia, Leo Robinson, and Hugo Martinello, as I think that now they have the champagne show, well deserved. It's getting actually quite hot in here in Valencia. Watch out for the champagne shower. Here we go, champagne! Watch out. There's always a bit of champagne flowing around, isn't it? So let's have a quick word as well with Aaron Garcia when he's available. Watch out as well. I'm going to try not to get the champagne as well, because that could get messy. A quick word with Aaron Garcia. Aaron, if we could have just a quick word with you. You can come with me in front of the number one, well-deserved. The camera is there, you can say hi, but what a beautiful result. What a weekend, that final, and those last lap. You must be so glad of yourself.
Yes, I'm very happy of this. I think that we can continue like this and winning more races. And we are going to try to win the IAME.
All right, fantastic. Good words indeed. Congratulations, Aaron, and good luck to you for the season to come. And if we can have a quick word with real team representative, but I think he got away already. So, yes, he is. All right, please let's have a quick word. Come with me so we can hear your thoughts as well. No, podemos hablar un poco español. Ven aquí. So a few words in Spanish, so I'm going to ask you in English so everybody can understand. What does it feel like having a driver like Aaron winning here in the Winter Cup in front of your fans in España? Must be a great feeling, eh? ¿Qué piensa?
Nada, que hemos trabajado mucho con este material y al final, gracias a todo el equipo, a los pilotos, pues hemos conseguido esta victoria y buenos resultados, tanto la senior como la junior y en la mini. Y agradecer a todo el equipo y a todos los mecánicos y pilotos.
Bravo, muchas gracias, and congratulations again to MDC Racing. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's get along with the last podium ceremony already for the senior category. As I'm going to call the driver in third place, if everything is ready indeed. Thank you, Mr. James Geidel, RGMMC President, multitasking this weekend. Thank you very much, James, as we are ready, I think, for the senior podium. Let's call the driver in third place. He's been one of the heroes this weekend in Valencia from Italy, Danny Caronini. In second place, coming out of nowhere in this crazy final that really escalated in the last lap. From Spain, Mari Boya! What a return to karting that is, Mari Boya, in single-seater this season again and back in karting on the podium at the Winter Cup. Finally, he's been absolutely dominant in the final. He made everything in this race. This is a well-deserved victory for the man from the UK. Please welcome Marcus Luzio! Congratulations, Marcus. Victory in the Winter Cup and victory for everybody at Danolan Racing. Please welcome Danolan, representative of the British team, on the podium as well. You can please join the drivers, sir. Congratulations to Danolan Racing. Without further ado, let's hear the national anthem for Great Britain, please. Congratulations, bravo to everybody here in the senior category on top of the podium. The driver in third place with Mr. Lucas Guerrero presenting the podium, the awards, shall I say, to Danny Caronini. Congratulations, Danny, third overall after that crazy last lap of the final. In second place, the local hero of the senior class, Mari Boya. And finally, He said at the beginning of the weekend that he could actually win this one. He was right. Marcus Luzio! Well deserved as well. The trophy to the entire team of Danolan Racing. Congratulations, guys. A force to be reckoned with for the month to come in the X30 Euro Series. Thank you very much to all of you guys. You can raise the trophies in the air for the photos before the champagne to conclude the IAME Winter Cup 2022 the right way, shall we? Congratulations once again, as the guys are ready indeed. One more time, Mr. Geidel and Guerrero, thank you very much indeed. And already getting away for the last time, champagne! All right, congratulations, guys. I'm getting away as well. Try to respect the microphone, and then we will be fine. But well-deserved last champagne Razad. Thank you very much, guys. Last but not least, one quick word with our victor, Marcus, as well as Mr. Danol. And congratulations, Marcus. One quick word. You can stay where you are. The camera is there. So tell us, how does it feel like to be winning for the start of the season here in Valencia?
Yeah, it's good to win the start. It's good to win the first race of the season, and hopefully we can continue this momentum forward for the rest of the year.
Yeah, it seems like this final of yours was without a fault. How did you do it? How did you get glued to Caroline all along and being able to make that move?
Well, thanks to Sean, the kart setup was brilliant, and yeah, I just drove great, stuck with him, and then made my move and defended the rest of the race.
All right, good stuff indeed. Fantastic performance. Congratulations, Marcus. One more word from you, sir. You can stay in this place indeed. Oh, sorry, my apologies. Beautiful effort at the end of this weekend, but what a final Marcus has given us. You must have been really stressed on the sideline.
Yeah, it was very nerve-wracking. You know, it was a long race. Took the lead with about 5-6 laps to go, and then just defended well. But he's done a fantastic job all weekend. It's good to have him back in the team, and yeah, going to show him what we can do.
All right, fantastic. The best of you, and the best of luck to you for the rest of the season. Thank you very much indeed, and safe fly back to Britain. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the IAME Winter Cup of 2022 in Valencia. And thank you all very much for being part of this event. It's about time that we'll leave you here. This has been our pleasure here, myself, Guillaume Alvarez, and the entire team of RGMMC. We will see you around in a couple of weeks in Zuera, once again in beautiful Spain, for the first round of the IAME Euro Series. But before that, take care, everybody, and we'll see you in a couple of weeks. Thank you very much, and hasta luego!